3.5 miles. We can see the horizon way beyond the second.
Heavy.
It's too heavy.
We gotta save this fish.
Flat Earth, dude, could you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Could you, of all the Flat Earth arguments you've heard over all of time, can you give me the one that you think is like, this is the one, this is the best argument Flat Earth has created?
Well, gas pressure without a container is certainly like right there. Without
No, I mean for the Flat Earth, not like for the other stuff.
that is my flat Earth evidence. Anyway, at least a container. It could be, whatever. But then my second would be tangential gradients, for sure.
What is a tangential gradient?
Oh, so it's an error. It has to do with a spinning ball. And if you take off at one latitude and fly to a different latitude, you have to make up for speed and spin. Speed and spin. It's a double whammer. You're kind of fucked if you're a pilot, because you don't have to ever think about it, because if you are a pilot, you don't ever think about it. I've talked to no less than half a dozen of pilots, and they just go, yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
We don't think about that, bro. We just fly the plane.
That's okay. That's fine. But what is a tangential? What do you
Tangential
say?
gradient? Well, that's where if I took off from, let's say, the North Pole,
Yeah.
and I was doing 0 miles an hour rotation, right?
Yeah.
I would keep that momentum of 0 all the way down to the equator, where it's 1,000 miles an hour, right?
Yeah.
It's called conserved momentum, right?
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't happen in reality, because you can't magically just
He
do
said,
that.
you spent a minute, you said it's called some conserved momentum, right? He said,
Yeah.
yes. You said, it doesn't do that.
That's right. It doesn't. It doesn't do that.
You were real quiet. You
It doesn't do that?
kinda calm
No,
toned, and then he
it
goes, no,
doesn't.
not in reality.
Momentum. No, it doesn't.
So the Coriolis force doesn't exist
conserve
now?
momentum, because where they took off, it's flat and stationary, and where they landed, it's flat and stationary. Therefore, it did conserve its momentum.
I mean, obviously, it does conserve momentum, as in like the Earth's gravity is extremely strong.
man.
So yeah,
There's no other way
that's-
around it, man.
Conserve what
Because it's flat
momentum?
and stationary. It's because
I mean, it's a very easy
No,
argument.
hold
against this,
on.
if you're willing to
Conserve
listen to
what
me.
momentum versus what momentum? So, like, what's your reference to start with, and then what momentum do you have versus like nothing, like your ball, like what, how much momentum at what point in time, at like during the wobble with the tilt, like how much momentum does the sphere conserve
All of
while
it?
it wobbles?
What do you mean?
When it wobbles or processes,
Okay, the
While
Earth is not
tilting.
wobbling.
so it doesn't wobble
correct. That's correct.
Yeah.
The word is not wobbly. Yes,
and
you're
it
right.
doesn't tilt.
Yes.
It does tilt.
It doesn't process.
It doesn't tilt. It doesn't process. Got it.
You don't think it
track.
tilts? Now, how do we get seasons then?
The sun's closer, it's hotter. If it's farther away, it's colder.
Yeah,
Seasons.
so we'll need that demonstrated too. That's the opposite of reality too. So it tilts, right? But then is there a precession to this thing going around the sun? Is there a precession?
I don't know what precession is.
You don't know what a precession is for the globe?
I forgot the term. Yeah, like I don't know.
He doesn't know. Explain it. Explain it there, Democ.
Before we move on, I'll just like to tell you that like the first example that he gave is just first of all, Coriolis force does exist. So as you go to the equator, as the the speed increases, Coriolis, you can see the winds actually start moving faster. You'll see that actually yes, there is more angular momentum at the equator, and you can see that happening. It's
Man.
fine.
More angular momentum on one side of the ball.
Get their argument, man. It's not going to
Wait, hold up. Just explain this to me. Would you
Wait,
travel?
hold on a second. Doesn't a ball explain how a ball works for you?
I'm asking you how this.
You're
doesn't make
asking
sense.
me instead of a ball.
Yes. Because you asked me a very stupid
Hey,
question.
Democ, how do you spin?
That's fucking hilarious.
Let me just explain to you. Right?
No, listen to what I'm saying, though, brother. Like, if
There
you
is
get
a
ball,
sphere. Okay, you can let me complete a sentence, or you can just like keep on spouting bullshit.
No, well, that's what you're doing is spout bullshit. But continue spouting bullshit.
You can listen to me and figure out whether it's bullshit or not. But if you don't listen to me, yeah. everything
Okay, I'm
sounds
gonna.
bullshit.
And then I gotta answer for you. It's gonna be the same as I started. Go ahead.
Sure. If there is a sphere and it's rotating, right? On the equator, or at least the mid part, is going to travel more distance than the distance that is traveled, let's say at the poles, right? If distance traveled in
What's
the
gonna
same
travel
time
more distance?
is different.
What's
Any
traveling
piece
more
of land,
distance?
any piece of land.
Can
Any
you
piece
draw
of
a
land that you
line?
put a
Can you draw a
pin
line?
on.
Can you draw a line on that ball from top to bottom and show me which
Hello,
part of that
everybody.
line is going to traverse faster or ahead of the other?
Yeah, because that line is curved and would have separate coordinates. This happens on the sun as well. For
Good
example, on
evening.
the sun, because it's more fluid, separate
How you
parts of the
doing,
sun
T-Dub?
travel at separate velocities, and because it's not solid, you can actually physically see it. And on
see what-
Earth, it is
See
solid.
what? A non-existing ball not
Different parts
happening
of this. No, different parts of the sun experiencing
good
different.
dude, how are
anywhere?
you?
Hold on a second. We're talking about
Come
the
on,
Earth,
man.
man.
Let's hold on, okay?
The Earth being a
Spoke
ball.
up.
And you're saying the Earth, as a
Tom is over
ball,
there.
spins at different rates than
Oh,
its
your
own
dad's.
self
I thought you were
on
T-Dub.
different parts. I'm asking you,
No.
how the fuck can you demonstrate that? What the
It's
fuck are you
almost
talking
12
about?
o'clock.
I think you're conflating angular
12.
velocity with actual
I
velocity.
didn't conflate anything.
Yes.
I want you to get the ball out and spin that motherfucker with a line on it from
Saturday,
top
yeah.
to bottom, like a C.
Can you
and
give
then
me the
show
formula
us-
for angular momentum? What do you think the formula of angular momentum is?
Holy
Sunday
fuck.
here, 3:45.
Brother, I don't need a formula. I can get a sphere. The very
You're
thing
talking
in
about a
question.
phenomena. Can you explain to me how you
I'm
define
not
that
talking
phenomena?
about any magic.
Did you just ask me for a formula?
For angular momentum, yes, because he's talking about how it is
You need a
conserved.
formula.
Well, yeah, but
So you need a formula for
Oh
something that
my
you don't even
gosh.
have the physical attribute of.
Oh shit!
You do need the angular. You do need the formula.
But you don't need a ball. Right?
Wait. If you don't
You
have like a
no ball
rotating
if
body,
your
how do you have an
formula
angular
has
momentum?
No ball in it. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, you realize that even if it's a fucking disc, it would still have the
Dude,
formula
no.
of angular momentum,
Slowpoke.
right?
Slow-mo. You're trying to prove a fucking sphere. Don't say disc and don't say stupid shit. You're trying to prove the attribute of a sphere in your hand.
Yeah, I'm explaining to you
spins
how
faster
even if
than
your
itself
dumbass
somewhere.
made a fucking flat earth argument, it would still apply, and you
Dude,
cannot
I'm
define
at-
angular momentum on a
brother,
flat disk. You
brother,
cannot determine
I've
it
been
on a fucking.
asking you to get a ball
sphere.
out and draw the line on it. This is not hard, dude. A kindergartner can fucking do this. Draw a line on the ball, dude, and spin it and show the class where the line spins slower or faster than its fucking self.
Are you stupid? Is it impossible for you to
No, the
engage with what
ball
I said?
isn't stupid.
Yes.
The ball outdoes you every time.
You still don't know
Don't
the formula. You
toss
still
the
haven't
ball
told us
like
the
that.
formula.
The formula
The thing
of
that you're
what?
asking me to
non-existent
calculate
sphere?
We're supposed to learn
is
shit.
you don't even understand it.
Fuck's sake, man.
Understand what? Something you're not doing or showing
Angular momentum, the thing that you're
Of
asking me to
what?
conserve.
of your
Hey, calm
imagination.
down. Calm
Anything,
down.
anything that is rotating,
What the
anything in the
fuck?
universe
Only
that
thing
calm
rotates
down.
has
you're
angular momentum.
rotating is your lips. Can
Even
you get a
things,
sphere?
even things that don't rotate have
Where?
angular
What
momentum.
thing? What thing? Show us.
You guys
Every single thing.
What's going on?
Holy
Can
mother.
we back it up? Can we back it up to
Yeah, please back
curvature?
up.
Before we talk about spinning balls and anything ground? Let's just
I love talking about
what
balls.
we're talking about. Yeah, let's talk about balls. About the curvature. Of this thing we're supposed to be on.
Yep.
Hey,
Shows the
hey,
curve.
Miggy. What's up, Miggy?
Hey, what's up, Bong? We got Professional Street Ninja, Paul Guy 1. We got a few guys in here who think the Earth's a globe, yeah?
Yeah.
Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah,
All right.
you got it.
I know Flat Earth Dude's in here. He's kind of getting frustrated. Well, with good cause, because it seems like people that think that the Earth is a globe maybe have an idea that it's a globe. I don't know if they know it's true. Do you
Right.
gentlemen believe that it's...
I can demonstrate it, like with a very simple thought experiment.
Okay, so
It's like a one-line
would
break
you say,
argument.
Professional Street Ninja, would you say that you know the Earth to be 100% true as a globe? 100%.
Absolutely.
All right, if you don't mind, Paul Guy, can I ask Professional Street Ninja what his evidence would be? One at a time. I don't want it to get too confusing for everyone in here.
So
If you don't mind.
there are two things. First of all, in my opinion, I am a science student, and in my opinion, this is like a too big to dig kind of thing. That too many people would have to lie altogether with no incentive, at least no apparent seeming incentive. Whatever this incentive is, I bet it's super fucking massive. And if they can buy me out, I will get bought out.
Okay.
Either way,
what
hold up. Let me
What is
complete
the
my things.
proof? What is the
A bunch of
proof?
people would have to
You guys
lie.
Let him finish.
So that is just like a common sense thing that, even if I wasn't making like scientific arguments, this would work, right? Like, how do you explain every single person lying? But if you want a scientific argument, you can very easily demonstrate that the skies on a North Pole and the South Pole are seen rotating like differently. One you find clockwise, one you find anti-clockwise, and there is no model that like flat earthers can provide that justifies this unless they create a globe. So,
Okay.
that's
the
like my
argument-
defeating argument.
The argument is it cannot be flat, according to you, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so have you any way to affirm that it's a globe without using cannot be flat? Just strictly affirming the geometric consequent.
This specific thing that I explained to you, right? That North
What?
Pole and South Pole see different direction of the skies rotating in. This is not just like a argument against flat Earth. This is also an argument for like spheres, right?
Okay.
If things rotate, and the only way that the opposite ends of this sphere
Have you
can observe,
Yeah,
like,
no, let him finish.
Let him finish his thought.
No, let him finish. Let him finish. Stop cutting him off, like you always
Don't
do.
cut him off,
Yeah.
Rolling.
yet if the two poles they're rotating and they see like opposite like skies rotating in the opposite directions, there is no other explanation than either like a bulging sphere or a sphere outright.
Okay. Were you done?
Yep.
Okay, so it has to be a sphere, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so how can we derive a geometric consequent from things that we see in the sky that are spinning? Now, what I mean by that, I'm just going to make it very clear. How can we define radius, diameter, and circumference by looking at things rotating in the sky? Which means that the Earth as a globe has certain set size of dimensions. Would you agree with me, Professional Street Ninja?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so how did they define radius, diameter, circumference by looking at the stars? Do tell.
There are three things, right? If you know about the method of triangulation that old people who used to draw up maps did, the main tool in the toolkit was a celestial sphere. So what happens is that the stars in the sky are so far away that like up until the modern technology that we have using telescopes to look at them, most people could just
Hold on, Professional Ninja.
most people
I
could
muted
just
him. Go ahead.
So most people can just assume that the sky is just like a map, as in a flat map in the sky. This is called a celestial sphere, and the celestial sphere aligns with the Earth very perfectly, as in like it doesn't change, or like it would take millions and millions of years to like have a noticeable change.
Yeah, so what you're
that
saying for all
changes the
intents
way.
and purposes, the celestial sphere is pretty much static from our point of view. Like it's something
Yep.
that you can count on.
Yeah. So and it's spherical, right? If you
Well,
know
it
about
appears
like
that way,
the
right? It appears that way.
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
when you say appears that way, it means that all geometrical and visual observations lead to only one determinable conclusion, that it's spherical. So
Well,
this is not
the
just like
celestial
the
sphere, yeah?
intuitive thing that some people.
You're
Yeah.
speaking of that, the celestial sphere.
Yeah.
Can you tell the people here, because maybe there's some people that are on the globe side, maybe they know, they might not know. Can you outline what a celestial sphere is?
Yeah, celestial sphere is essentially used to it was used to perform astronomy. Like most astronomers, like independently came to the conclusion that like using the stars is a very good way to navigate the Earth and also calculate the distance between planets and Earth and the Sun. It gave extremely accurate calculations about like the Earth's like radius and even Earth's mass. Right, these estimates were very close for the times that they were made in. So
Okay, so
yeah,
celestial
like,
sphere, how old is it? Do you know that
this
around?
concept?
Yeah. Well, when the conceptual model was conceived, do you know how old it is? I'm basically
I
asking you
actually
just some
don't know.
general questions about it. That way, you give the people in here a heads up, so we're not confused.
I actually don't know.
Well, it was 6th century BC. So right about the Chaldeans and the Babylonians. So
Sure.
the ancient civilizations were utilizing this conceptual model. Now,
Okay.
around those times, do you think that in any way they needed? Now I'm going to parse out the two. Celestial sphere is the sky.
Facts. No printer. I agree. 100%.
That's true.
Thank you.
That's true.
All right. So yeah, I know you guys know other languages, but I had to mute that guy because we speak only the King's language in here. All right. So,
Okay.
So we're gonna parse it out, right? So what we're doing is we're finding out the celestial sphere based on what you're telling us, right? You're filling the rest of the globers in here who don't know what it is, and also
Yeah.
the terrestrial sphere. So there's two.
Come
There's
on,
the terrestrial sphere,
Globers.
which you
Report
think
your
we're standing
findings
on,
of
and
your
the celestial sphere, which encompasses
evidence.
everything we see in the sky. Does that make sense?
Sure. Last
Okay.
night's
You
moon
agree
stayed
I'm
the
not
same size all night.
overstepping me saying anything different that you don't.
Dude, you were up all night watching it?
Yeah. But like
No.
where I was going with the celestial sphere was that like it allows us to.
I mean, I guess it was a full moon yesterday, really.
Did you turn all
We just
furry
got a
and
bunch
shit?
of trolls
Is that
in
why
there,
you
I
were
don't know why.
watching it?
But continue.
I love it. Yeah, we love it. So these the celestial
there
sphere
freaking blood all
can
over
be
your
used to
house
make
right now?
geometric
You don't know how it got
like
there?
That's how I cleaned it up.
estimations. Yeah, and
What's
they
up?
align with. No, not really assumptions. Assumptions
Sure.
would be that we take it to be true without any reason, right? An estimation
You ever
is
seen
that
American
you
Werewolf in
use
London?
all the knowledge that you have and you create the best, the most educated guess that you can.
I don't know
An
if
So,
educated
like,
guess
I've
is an assumption. It's like a dressed
The
up way
greatest
of saying,
werewolf
I'm
transformation
assuming,
scene ever.
based on all
You
the
really gotta
information
see it.
I
Michael
have,
J.
that
Fox?
this is the case.
Unbelievable.
So
No,
an
it's
educated
scared
guess.
the
we
crap
can
out of
disagree
one.
on
I'm
what
just
an
going to say the word estimate.
Well, okay, so an educated guess is
No, that was
like
Teen
data
Wolf.
that
Come on,
you
Manny.
would collect based on
Yeah,
a.
Teen Wolf.
So mathematically, I just
Okay,
disagree with
man,
you
like,
on the
It's a
basis that
mathematical
drank beer
construct.
as a teenager.
That's
That's
fine.
like
I'll agree
freaking
with that. It's a mathematical
Too,
construct. There's nothing wrong with it.
no.
But
too
these are
rebellious for
separate.
me.
As in,
Right, but the
let me
construct
explain to
itself,
you the difference.
the construct itself
Yeah, but American Werewolf London,
doesn't
that
adhere
was
to
a
reality
bit of a
per se.
breakthrough with
It's
the
a model
effects.
in which was conceived
I
of
remember.
based on mathematical principles.
Yeah.
So it's
it
not
was Stan
in and of
Winston.
itself something that you derive from reality. However, it's something that you can conceptualize.
I mean, it's on YouTube. You can.
It's like what you said with an educated guess,
It's
basically.
unbelievable.
So it's
great.
there's nothing.
Not
I'm not saying anything
necessarily.
outside
I'll
of-
explain to you why this is different. Just for
Well,
like
it's not different.
definitionally.
It's also a pretty funny
the thing
movie.
that we're
so it's
trying to
like
let
a
me
little
just
you're
explain to you
kind
the
of splitting
difference.
hairs, professional street ninja. You're splitting hairs right here, and you don't really need to.
It scared the crap out of me. when
I
saw
know,
it.
I know. We
pretty
can
young when I
just move
saw
on,
it.
but I
14
won't agree with you,
15.
right?
Yeah, I know. But
I will
I'm
just
saying
use the accurate term.
you're splitting hairs on this one particular thing. You don't need to
thought
because
it was
it
funny,
means the
dude.
same thing
Well,
based on what I'm saying.
Because like
and what
all the
you're
dead
saying. So it's
people
not
that got
really
killed by the
anything.
werewolf,
No.
they're like
Can I
ugly and
demonstrate
shit. They're,
how
like,
it is
flying
different?
around, but their
Okay.
bodies are like decomposing as the movie goes on. It's kind of funny.
When he first shows up in the hospital, his friend, and it's like he can see through his throat. I was like, ugh.
Yeah. Dude, I like when in the movie theater and they're talking and dude's jaw falls off because he's so rotted.
The first bit is it scared the fuck out of me, bro.
Oh, when they first get attacked by the werewolf?
Yeah, and he's running, he falls over, and it's like, oh, man. And that was, it really scared me.
I mean, running around in foggy English or Irish moors is, it's pretty freaking scary as it is. Not even werewolves, just Irish people. No one knows what's out there, man. It ain't a leprechaun.
And they hear the noise, and it's sort of far away, and they go, what's that? And then you can hear it getting closer and closer. It's like, oh.
Yeah, and the way the camera's just like focused on them, and it's kind of like zoomed in on them. They're like running in every different direction, trying to get away from it. Let's run this way. No, let's run that way. But it's like, big flat area. There's like nowhere to hide. Dude. Yeah, it is pretty creepy.
Yeah, on the moors. They have that thing that would be a nightmare, and he'd wake up from the nightmare, and then he'd still be in another nightmare. There'd be another shock, and he'd wake up again. Like, oh, give me a break.
So what am I saying that's different from what you're trying to present?
So an assumption inherently says that it doesn't require any justification for it to exist. An estimate requires a justification for it to exist. This is just a definitional difference, but an application even. right? Assumptions are the baseline truths based on which we can derive proofs and verifications and theorems. Estimations are just calculations that we can also provide errors between, right? Assumptions does not provide the error within which like it can tell you the truth or not. Assumption doesn't justify itself. That's the difference, right?
So
These are epistemic differences. These are not like
I get what you're saying, but
intuitive
what are you
differences.
justifying in the? Sorry to cut you off. What are you justifying within the presumption that the Earth is a terrestrial sphere based on the educated guess?
That's not a presumption. That's an estimation.
Okay, so the estimation. How did you derive?
By the way, these are old estimations. Like,
Yes,
I'm talking
that's
about
right.
like the people.
You continue to split hairs. Like I mean, we're gonna get far down into the weeds with this. I really don't want to go that far in.
Sure.
I just really want you to stay on.
I want to get as deep as we can in the weeds. So
I mean, that's not going to be. That's not going to be conducive
because
to
I'm
like.
telling you.
That's not going to be conducive for the audience to listen to what you mean. So
Sure, but like if you are delving into deep concepts about what makes a celestial sphere accurate enough to predict whether the Earth is a geometrical sphere or not, you have to get deep, regardless of whether the audience can follow it or not.
But remember, audience, I wanted to stay a little bit above this. He wanted to go farther in. Now, for the audience sake, because I know it's going to get a little kind of like too long in the tooth, right? So I really wanted to just move along forward and kind of like get to the meat. But since you want to do this, it's fine. I'm good either way. So let's say that you wanted to do an estimation as to like the geometric consequent of the Earth being a globe. Now, so far as to say that the celestial sphere, based on ancient times, was there any derived knowledge based on mathematics? Any principles that they could
yes.
say? Sir?
So like Euclidean geometry was like assumed in most basic principles.
How old was this estimation? What was the earliest conception of the estimation, sir?
I didn't know about the Earth's
Okay, strike one.
sphericalness,
Well, that's
but
the first thing. Listen, I really want. I didn't
Can
want
you
to go
let
this
me
far
answer?
in. I didn't want to go this far in, but you decided to.
See, I understand that you do not want to listen to my
here's the thing, right? Here's the
answer,
thing.
but
Professional
you can listen to my answer and
Professional
find out
student,
that this is not
the reason
strike one.
why
This
I
is
didn't
more
want to
like
do this.
that there is an answer to this.
You're ill-equipped to have this conversation, Professional Street Ninja. And I know
Except
you
for
don't-
I'm not. Okay.
Sir, you don't
what do you
have
think
all
the
the
oldest? Okay, what do you think the oldest
not my claim.
conception of this idea is?
That's not my claim. So the only thing that I'm bringing.
Wait,
to the audience-
wait. What claim did I say that you disproved right now?
No, I didn't disprove.
No, what claim did I say that you disproved right now?
So you're getting heated. All I'm asking for right
I'm not getting
now
heated.
is-
I want to
Yeah,
get
you're
stuck to this
interrupting
point
me.
because for some reason,
Here's
you
one
want to
thing
play
I don't
gotcha.
like. Don't interrupt me. Okay? That's simple. All we got to do right now is figure out whether or not you have the understanding of the knowledge, whether or not you can tell us the earliest where they derived the estimation. Now, I'm going to ask you again because you're asking me, where did I go wrong? What did I say wrong? We'll do it again for the audience sake. So what is the earliest estimation of the Earth derived as a terrestrial sphere?
Claim that you disproved.
Go ahead.
You interrupted me.
No, I need you to answer. Now it's going to be you answering the question that you're confused that you didn't understand what you said or not. I'm going to ask you once again. When was the earliest estimation of the Earth being a terrestrial sphere?
I don't know.
Okay. And this is what you wanted to drill down in. The reason why you're being server muted is because I don't want you to rumpus me when I'm talking to the audience. Because basically this is for the audience, not just you. So the conversation you and I are having is built upon everybody having a base knowledge of the information. And sir, you didn't have that. And you wanted to keep going farther in. But the only thing that you know is some of the topical information that you probably looked into because you heard about this argument of flat Earth and globe Earth. But you don't know all the other nuanced conversations that happen within the context. I do. So if you are ill-equipped to have it, I would say, like I recommended, let's just stay on the topic. It's much easier that way. So the audience doesn't have to follow you and hear you fumbling because you don't have the answers. It's pretty simple, right? Let's stay on topic. Let's just get to the meat and see if we can derive any early estimations of how they understood that the Earth is a terrestrial sphere and not a celestial sphere, because that's what we all conceptualize the sky to be. So we understand. All of us understand that we're in agreement. We understand the celestial sphere. We know that. But I'm asking something very different. It's the question that everybody has on their minds. Inquiring minds want to know, how the terrestrial sphere begun. Where did it start? How did people start conceptualizing that we live on a ball of a certain size? Now that's important, right? So I'm going to go ahead and release the server mute so that you can answer the question. But we're not going to detract from that now because we know that you don't have the answers. Okay? Let's stay on topic.
No, I won't stay on the.
Yeah, you do, because this is our forum. Our forum is designed such that we ask questions, we want to hear the answers, because everybody in here wants to know how the Earth is a globe. Now, if you don't have those answers, you can sit back and let somebody else take control of the mic. Because we want those who, because we got a lot of people in here right now, right? And a lot of Globers in here perhaps want to ask a question or maybe take this part of the question and then maybe they want to answer. We don't know. But so if you don't have the answers, I'll ask you once again. I'll be gracious enough to say, okay, let's give them a mulligan. Try again, right? What is the earliest estimation of the Earth being a terrestrial sphere? Go ahead, sir.
I will answer this question, but can you answer one question before that?
No, sir. Answer the question, please.
Why is this relevant?
Because everybody wants to know what's the earliest way people started to understand where the globe was even derived. How was it conceptualized?
Do they want to know the way?
Yes, they want to know where this begun. Because everybody right now, in this current state, just assumes that it's a foregone conclusion. Somebody figured it out a long time ago, but nobody knows when. And it sounds like you think that with the celestial sphere, there's a segue into how the Earth is a terrestrial one. Now, I'm showing everybody here that if you think you have the answer, I'm giving you the floor so that you can tell them. But it doesn't seem like you can, which is the problem that we're having right now. So if you're not up to the task, I will then just bypass you and ask another person who thinks the Earth's a globe. It's just that simple. So, once again, now that that's cleared up, do you have the answer to how the Earth was first estimated as a terrestrial sphere? Third time. Sir?
I mean, I don't know the date.
Thank you. Now, it doesn't matter about the date because you don't know the date. When it first was derived, how was it? I'm going to ask a different question. Perhaps it's more your speed. How was it derived as a terrestrial sphere? Estimated even.
If you want to participate in a free doll.
No, this is you answering the question because you thought you had the answers. This isn't you trying to give a color commentary to what you think you want to do right now. You're right now, the spotlight's on you, sir. Just answer the question. That's all you got to do. Simple.
I think you should answer my questions.
No, this isn't your forum. This is our forum. And you're learning really quickly that you can't do what you want. So, you've been given the floor a numerous amount of times. This will be the last time. And after this time I give you the floor, I will remove the floor from you and give it to somebody else that perhaps can answer the question. Because I would like to know, as everybody else would, how the Earth was derived or estimated as a terrestrial sphere in its earliest conception. Last time.
I mean, you can go through the parallax method.
Okay. Go ahead and tell us, sir, how the Earth was a terrestrial sphere derived from the parallax method.
This is extremely obvious, as in when you go to the North Pole, you find out, the sky rotates like a disk. And when you go to, let's say, the equator, the sky doesn't rotate like a disk. It passes by like a 2D map. And this is extremely obvious if you geometrically lay this down. The further distance that you go up, you find the difference more and more and more obvious. And these things can be used to find the distance between planets. This is like a very easy trigonometrical shape that you can draw between a star that you're tracking in the night sky and the Earth and the Sun. Or let's say you want to find the distance between a planet. You can do the same thing but replace the Sun with the planet. This all it requires is for you to just track the positions of the star in the night sky.
Okay. So now, let's get to the Earth being a terrestrial sphere bit. With parallax, if you please.
What? Repeat that question?
The Earth It's a terrestrial sphere. It's a geometrical, radius, diameter, circumference, oblate spheroid. How did we derive that with parallax? You said a lot, but you didn't tell us that bit. So tell us how that was derived.
Where's the parallax, man? Where's the parallax?
Go ahead, sir.
Where is the parallax?
Go ahead, sir.
So essentially, it's a equation that you can draw. If you have you seen the parallax equation?
Okay. You don't have to tell me if I've seen any parallax equations. What I want you to do is demonstrate to the audience that you have said information that gives everybody a justification for the Earth being a terrestrial sphere with a radius, diameter, circumference using parallax. Go.
Again, if you know the formula, it's extremely easy. D is equal to 1 by P, and where D is the distance, P is the parallax angle, essentially measured in arc seconds. If let's say you want to travel, figure out the radius, all you have to do is put whatever the amount of time is, calculate using the time and the velocity, you can now figure out the distance. And if you know anything about how we determine distance, that distance traveled would be the radius of the Earth.
Okay. You said a lot of nothing once again. Can you tell us how they derived the actual radius value? Do you know the radius value of the Earth, sir?
Not off the hand.
Okay, well, you need to, because you're deriving the geometric consequent of the Earth being a terrestrial sphere using parallax. And at this moment right now, you didn't know that information. How is that possible?
I know the diameter.
Sir, how did you give me that information using parallax if you don't know what the Earth's radius value is? That's a bit sus, isn't it? For you to tell me a lot of words, yet you're not able to derive the Earth's radius using the method which you told me. That's curious. Now I want to know why.
It's incredibly easy to determine.
Right, you said that. It's incredibly easy. That's about the second time you said that. But no information to substantiate the Earth's radius was given using parallax. Go ahead.
Okay, so let's say you use a thread and you track.
Sir, you're fumbling. Now, what I'm asking you right now is to derive the Earth's radius using the method in which you spoke of. Walk everybody through the method of how you're going to derive the Earth's radius using this method. Please continue.
Please stop muting me. It's like a mathematical.
No, sir. This is you understanding your place, which means I want you to feel that you are now being pressed for the answer that you don't have. I want you to know what this feels like.
Can I jump in?
Everybody can put their eyes on you and notice that you don't have the answer. This is what I do to fraud, sir. You're starting to feel it right now, and you don't like it. Well, you shouldn't have opened your mouth and said you had the answer.
Oh, can I jump in real quick?
No, sir. Go ahead. Continue now. Tell everybody that you didn't have the answer in the first place, and I will relinquish talking.
Now that we have determined.
We're not determining anything other than you are not or ill-equipped to have this conversation and not able to give the answer for the thing that you said you had, which was the method using parallax to demonstrate how the Earth's a terrestrial sphere. I asked for the radius value, you gave me none. So now what we're going to do is have you concede that you didn't know in the first place. A concession, sir. That's what we need.
Can I give you how we determine the radius?
No, sir. I need a concession from you. Be honest. This is the moment for you to be honest that you didn't know how to derive the Earth's radius value using the method in which you spoke of.
I was determining it.
No, you weren't, because I asked you what the radius value was, and you said you don't know.
I know it. Do you want me to answer
How did you derive it using parallax, sir?
Yeah. So. Do you know how
you're smiling while you're talking, which means what's coming next is you trying to fumble your way through a sophist kind of answer so that you don't have to answer the question that I've just asked you, but weasel your way out, and it's not going to happen. It's just not. So I'm unmuted you because you don't need to be muted, right? But I want you to realize the next time you speak in this channel, you need to do some research on the topic that you're speaking
of. I've done my research.
Otherwise, You will be, the same thing will happen again. I will expose you over and over again, and I don't get tired of doing it. I welcome it. I leave you unmuted so that you can fumble your way through and so that everybody can hear you making a fool of yourself. Now, I don't want that. I really don't. I'd rather have honesty and good conversation, but you choose this method, sir, not me. Okay, so on to the next person. We are now moving on from this gentleman. Does anybody else in here have any answers to how the Earth's a terrestrial sphere?
I do.
Okay, we'll talk to you, sir.
All right. Well,
Go
I
ahead,
have.
Paul,
All right. So I have. You asked earlier, how the Earth was derived as a sphere, and I think that the idea of the spherical Earth dated back to ancient times, and I can't.
Ancient.
I'm sorry.
How ancient? How ancient? Exactly.
Nothing specific.
Nothing specific. Okay.
Right.
Ancient times.
So once again, we don't know when FED.
So we don't know for a fact.
We don't know when it started.
Right.
But we have early thinkers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. And they've made subtle observances of the Earth's spherical shape through shadow, moon phases, lunar eclipses, and I think.
Excellent. Can we use that example, Paul Guy? Because I'm interested, right? I want somebody to actually, kind of flesh out an argument for this. Now, we'll start with what you're saying, because I'll take that as a claim. At some early event, some of the early thinkers, they thought of the Earth as a sphere because of what they saw in the lunar eclipse. Is that correct? Based on you? What you said?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
And shadows as well.
On the moon, like a lunar eclipse, right?
Right.
Okay, so how did they know it was the Earth's shape that was occulting the moon, the face of the moon? How did they know that?
Sorry, what was the question? My headphones.
Okay. How did they know that it was the Earth covering the moon?
Because it was always circular.
Okay. How do they know it was the Earth covering the moon?
Yeah. How did they know that?
What else could it be?
Well, that's not the question that we need to be asking. The question we need to be asking is, how did they know that it was the Earth covering the moon?
Well, I'm sure it was just an observation.
I know, but were they observing the Earth covering the moon?
Certainly.
Okay. How did they know that?
How?
Because this circle shape.
Yes, but that's a circle shape is what we consider as an assumption. Basically, what you're saying is they saw a circle shape. Now they thought it was the Earth. How did they know it was?
Because the Earth is the only significant.
What?
Only the thing that could be covering, that can be making that shape.
How do you know they know that?
How do you know that, bro?
What do you mean? How do I know that?
Yeah, how do
it's
you
an
know
observant.
they knew that?
It's an observance.
No, they see something happening in the sky. How do you know that they knew it was the Earth doing that?
Yes.
What else could it be?
No, it's not.
You
the
tell
question.
me.
Paul, it's not I don't need to tell you. This isn't my claim. You're saying that the early thinkers looked up at the night sky or daytime, depending on whenever they saw the lunar eclipse, but they saw something covering the moon, and they said it was the Earth because that's the only thing it could be, according to you.
Right.
What if it was something else?
What do you mean, what if? What else could it be?
Well, that's the problem, Paul Guy.
Okay, what if the Earth is a donut? What if the Earth is a triangle?
No, that's not thing. That's not it. That's not it.
You can say what if about anything.
Paul, you're not realizing what's happening here. You know that the early thinkers were making assumptions about what they thought was covering the moon, as far as shadows go. What if it was something else, not the Earth?
Okay, elaborate.
How did they derive that it was exactly the Earth as empirically? So empirical means that they made an observation that it was the Earth actually doing this. They saw it. They knew it. But they didn't know it. They're assuming it. Based on some concept.
Right, but what else could it be?
That's the problem, Paul Guy. When you ask that question, it's open for interpretation.
What else could it be? You tell me.
That's the problem. It's not. This is what this is called right here, Paul. It's called speculation. So they were speculating as to what it could be, and they said based on an idea that it was the Earth.
Well,
The
it can't
idea
be
itself-
Jupiter.
No, it's not. Listen, okay. Cosmologically, you think that the Earth is a floating sphere in the vacuum of space, right? It's like other floating spheres, like the other planets and such. You've been given a cosmological model to think about, so you can't escape from thinking like that. So you're kind of pigeonholed based on a narrative that you grew up with, that you think that you're in a paradigm such as a solar system with planets and stars and everything. All you're in a galaxy. All this stuff has been fed to you as information. Now you think that the early thinkers were thinking like you right now. But the problem is,
I know.
You what?
I know.
He knows.
You know
he knows what?
What do you know?
I know that the early thinkers had that observation.
Observation of what, sir?
Of the lunar eclipses,
yes,
the moon phases, all of that. What else could it have been?
Paul Guy, do you understand?
You tell me what else. What it could have been.
Sir, you're not listening. You're hearing me.
You are not listening. Alpha,
Yes,
you are not listening.
Okay, here's the part where I start muting you. I don't want to. Here's what I'm going to do. All right. So now that you don't realize what just happened is that the guys were making assumptions a long time ago. Well, now he deafened. Well, I got an answer to that.
If you mute me, I'm just going to deafen so I can't hear you. So we can have a civil conversation about this, because that's not the right way to do
This is
it.
not the way this works. You're in the wrong server if you think you're going to do what you want in a room full of people who want to hear the answers to the questions that are being asked.
Isn't this a
you can easily see that door over there? You can walk out of the door. We
What
don't
door?
need you here. There's about 100 people. There's 100 people will replace you in an instant for this conversation to continue. We don't need you here.
I have a lot more to
You're
say.
not needed here, sir. You're entitled. You think that we need you. We don't.
I'm entitled.
Yes, you are.
I'm entitled.
Yes, you are.
I have a lot more I got to say.
You have one
You're
option.
entitled to exit anytime you like, bro.
Yep.
Sorry.
You deafen, you're gone.
Yeah.
Deafen and you're gone. We don't need you here, Paul.
May I ask
So here's
you
the
a question?
So here's the thing. We're asking very specifically, right, how the ancient people knew that it was the earth covering the moon. That's all we're asking. How did they know that?
Simple.
You're not
Simple
giving the
question,
answer.
man.
You're not giving the answer, and everybody wants to know, how did they know?
How did they know?
Go ahead, Paul.
Well, like I said, they realized it during the lunar eclipses, and there's not much we know from that time, obviously. But we know that the shadow cast on the moon was always circular, right?
Oh,
and observers
You're repeating what you said, Paul. All I'm asking is the early guys who were the philosophers, right? Those thinkers,
the gurus.
How did they know? And it sounds like you're saying we don't have much information about that time period to know if they knew that. All we have are just these assumptions that they made up based on this idea that the cosmology that they've been given was such that there's these floating spheres out there, and one of them was the one you're standing on, and that one was covering the moon at the time of a lunar eclipse. That's all we know. But this is based on an idea. It isn't based on fact. There isn't something that we know. They knew it was the Earth. It's not what's happening here. And you're starting to quickly realize that's what I'm saying. No one knows that that's what the case is because you can't verify that it's the actual. There's no empirical evidence, meaning there's no observation being made of the Earth occulting the moon. None whatsoever. There's only things, there's sky phenomena and people making assumptions that it could be this cosmological aspect, this idea that a sphere is interrupting another sphere with the light given from the sun. That's the only thing you know right now.
That's what happened.
Yeah, it's an assumption.
We can say the same thing about today.
It's an assumption. That's just what I said. It's an assumption.
And there's just more to prove that it happened today.
Well, I'm saying something that's true. It's an assumption even today. There's no observation of this actually happening. You're not like an orthographic view, like far away, and you can see all of these things like in syzygy, right? Lining up and saying, okay, I see the Earth, it's getting in the way, and now the sun's light is not going to shine on the moon. therefore causing a lunar eclipse. You don't see everything in orthographic view. Your perspective is one that you're on the Earth. So the only thing you know is this vantage point. So you can't tell when some sky phenomena happens, like in the lunar eclipse. When it occurs, you don't know if it's the Earth doing that. It could be something else. Nobody knows what the answer is, but that's
All
what
right, so I want to hear from you what it could be. What else could it be?
It could be some phenomena that nobody knows about, Paul. So therefore, I can't say what it is because I don't need to make a claim to that. They
Yes,
made a claim.
You
to
would
that.
have to have some sort of reasoning. How could it be something else?
Listen, I could reason to say that there's a dark body planet or something, or it's just some weird idea, right? Some obscure idea that I give you. It's not going to justify the fact that that's true. Neither
But
is
what
somebody
else
saying.
could it be? Use your
Neither-
logic.
Paul,
use your brain
it
that you
doesn't
have.
matter. Assumptions and speculations aren't going to win the day. They're not going to give you a knowledge base that you can affirm to say that that's actually the case. It's not going to do that for you. So right now you have a
Well, you're speculating that it's something else too.
No, I'm
You're-
not.
You are.
I'm telling you that they don't know what it is.
That's not a fact. That
It
is not a fact.
Okay, then tell me how they know it is exactly
The shape, the size, everything. They use mathematics.
Yeah. How do they know that? How do they know
Mathematics.
that? Mathematics. So when did they take their mathematics and verify that math against reality? When did they do that?
Math against reality is
Yes.
the shape, it's the size of the shadow that is projecting.
The size of the shadow. So how did they match it to the size of the Earth?
Using mathematics. You want to look it up? You can look it up for yourself.
Math is conceptual. Math is a language and it's conceptual. It doesn't give us a base to actually listen, if you have some math, right? Let's say you have a building of a certain size. There's some mathematics drawn schematics, right? Like a building architect would have. When he has those schematics, he can say, okay, I'm going to have a building this size. And then when they start making that building, it's something put into the physical and natural world. Now it's actually a man-made structure, right? And they know all the dimensions to it because the schematics would say so. That's math conforming to what we can build in reality. Now, with that same idea, how can they match the mathematics that they have to the Earth in reality? To test to see if the size conforms. No, I'm not. I'm not.
What do you mean how?
Yeah, how?
What do you mean how?
How do they know that the math that they have for the Earth of the size of it is, you know, what it is, how do they know that it's that exact size?
By using math.
That's circular. Math to prove math. That doesn't work. We use
math to prove math?
Yeah, you don't do that.
That
dude.
does work.
You have to, if something's a certain size, like you have a board that you say measures a specific size, right? Like a board that's 2 feet.
Listen,
whatever.
You can use math to prove math.
How do you know the board is 2 feet? What would you do to find that out? The board is 2 feet. How do you know that?
You do the opposite.
What would you do to figure out if the board is 2 feet?
You do the opposite.
No, dude.
That's basic elementary school knowledge.
It's really
Anytime
hard,
you would
it's really hard getting you here. What you would do is measure it. You would measure the board. So the math that they told you, the size of the board, wouldn't be like actually what they say it is. It's a calculation until you measure it. Once you measure it, you say, aha, the board is 2 feet. But you didn't know that with the calculations. So what you would have to do with the Earth is actually verify that the size that they say it is exactly what it purports to be according to the math. And that means that you would have to measure it. Yeah, measure it.
That's your opinion.
No, it's not an opinion. It's a fact. You can't tell me
that's
something.
That's your opinion.
It's not an
I think we're drifting away. How about we go back?
We're not drifting away. Listen to this. If you say that the Earth is a certain size, what you would have to do is measure it. And in order to tell me that you know that the Earth is a globe of a certain size, occulting the moon, the way it does according to the math, like you said, you would have to measure it. And then find out that, yeah, it is the Earth because we measured it. It is the
Earth. But how about you tell me what else could it be?
It doesn't matter what I say because it was never verified.
You don't know what else it could be.
Hey, Paul, it was never verified in the first instance.
Alpha,
so it doesn't
you
matter.
Don't know what else it could be.
It doesn't matter. Was it ever verified as... Listen, it's only... Right now, it exists in your imagination. It exists in mathematics. It exists in my
imagination?
Yes.
Did you see my imagination?
You're not equipped either to have this conversation, are you?
All right.
You're not.
Look,
It only exists as a construct. It doesn't exist as something that is in the physical and natural world, which is fantasy right now to you, because I'm asking for the measurement. Like if I said, okay, I calculated based on a picture that your foot is about, whatever it is, 12 inches, because it looks that way. But then you say, my foot is actually 11 because I measured it. You've given me a measurement. I've given you my calculation, but you can verify how big your foot is because you can measure it. Now, the same goes for the Earth. I can give you a calculation of what the Earth is, but if I haven't measured it, I wouldn't know what size it is. I would only give you an estimation, an idea, perhaps, but I wouldn't know. So I'm asking for the measurement, and that's not been given. So you're saying, "What are you ridiculous? Are you kidding me?" No, I'm not.
So
This is
say
what
we
I'm asking for.
say we did have an estimate of this size, we could still use that estimate. I don't get what you're saying. What you're saying
have
makes zero
to measure
sense.
it.
You could
Have
still use an estimate.
Listen, dude, has anyone measured the Earth?
Yes.
Who?
I don't know.
Oh my God, dude.
But someone has had done
I
before.
can't believe you just said that answer.
Yes, someone has.
But then who is it?
But we don't know.
What?
But it's happened.
Sit on mute. Just put yourself on mute. We're done here.
All right, my bad.
God. All right, next. Does anybody else think that the Earth is a globe?
Next manga.
You're roboting FED.
Ah, shit. Cheers.
Can we maybe talk about the Earth now instead of boring ass eclipses?
No, Vax.
I have more to
what
say
we're
if you
doing-
want to hear.
Listen, dude, hold on a second. Do you understand what I'm doing, Vax?
I have a
I don't like that. I don't like that you were taking that angle with what I'm doing.
I don't understand what you're doing at all. You guys are talking about the moon right now. Let's talk about the Earth being flat.
That's what I was trying to do.
Dude,
I agree with Vax. Yeah, I kind of want to know what's going on.
Yeah. All right. So let me just tell you, Vax. I don't know if you're a flat earther or not, dude, but if you don't understand what I'm doing, then I would say just remain silent. Because everybody else is hearing this guy not give an answer to the thing that he was saying that he knows to be true.
I mean,
And
you
you're
can't
not
back
listening
yourself
to
up.
that-
You can't
you're not
back yourself up, man.
Shut up, dude. You're not even in this conversation right now. I'm talking
It's
to Vax.
easy to just disprove everything that he's saying.
Yeah, but do you understand what I was doing, Vax? It doesn't sound like you do. Explain what I was trying to do.
It's not. I don't know. You guys. All I know is you guys are talking about the moon.
You guys, yeah. So you're not paying attention, are you? And that's what's needed here. If everybody else is listening to this guy fumble around with his answers, then you're not listening to that. Everybody else is, except for you. So you're using your time, your airtime, to say, well, I don't know what you guys are talking about. Well, you should pay attention more, Vax. Perhaps you would understand what's happening.
Whether or not the Earth is casting a shadow on the.
Yeah. So he doesn't know or understand why he thinks that way. And I'm showing him it's all make-believe. Do you get it?
Why would the Earth be casting?
Okay, no, dude, you are just put yourself on mute. I'm not going to server mute you. Just put yourself on mute. I don't need your color commentary, Vax.
Well, I mean,
just put yourself on mute, dude.
Sleepyville up until now.
Yeah, for you, but everybody else hears all the Globers that come in here fumbling around for an answer. And you come in here saying, well, Sleepyville. Then go do something else. Go Netflix and chill, Vax. Perhaps that's what you need to do. All right. So Paul guy pretty much didn't have an answer, and then we took the other guy to the ringer.
Actually, what you did is just mute people when you disagree with them. So yeah.
I didn't disagree with you. You didn't have an answer.
No, you just mute people.
Okay, so.
Well, didn't
What,
have an
Rolling?
answer
We're
to
not-
what?
Dude, we've been talking to you forever, Rolling. Vax,
I know, but
stop
I have a-
interrupting, dude.
I do have a question. If I could just.
Yeah, I know, Rolling, but you've been here. We're just talking to the new people in here because we had Paul guy in here and the other science guy that said he knew, all the information on how a terrestrial sphere was derived from the celestial sphere, and he didn't have the answer to that. Paul guy used
I've been
eclipses to
listening.
tell
I
us
thought
how
they
the
were
Earth is.
irritating the shit out of you.
Say again?
What I heard. I've been listening. I thought they were irritating the shit out of you.
They're not irritating me. What's happening is that they don't have the answer to the question that I'm asking. And you don't either. by the way.
Of course I don't. I would never
Okay,
claim
so
to.
I'm asking for the answer to the question, and that's all I'm asking for. Now, all I need is somebody to come in here that thinks the Earth's a globe to support the answer. That's it.
Yeah, I was hoping to slip in the meantime and ask you a question.
No, dude, you're in here every single day. We can get your question any other day. We're only talking to new people at the moment.
I did answer your question, by the way, Alpha.
Yeah, and what was your answer?
You asked me.
What was your answer, Paul?
You asked me that.
Has anyone measured the Earth?
You said, "How was the Earth derived as a sphere?"
No, how did
Yes,
they measure
you
the
asked
Earth?
that question. You asked that question.
Paul?
Replay the live.
Paul, I was asking
Yeah, Alpha, you asked that question.
How did they
I'm not gonna
measure the Earth?
You asked that question, and
Okay, how did they measure the Earth? That's what I'm asking you right now.
okay, but you can't say.
Oh my God, dude! Just answer the question if you got it. If not, don't.
What was the question?
How did they measure the Earth?
I'm sorry.
Using relativity and estimation. There's your answer.
Tell me the method. No, it's not an answer. What's the method?
Do you want me to say what they used?
No,
Like they
I
didn't
want you
use
to
their
tell
ass
me-
hairs.
Okay, so that's what you're gonna with a troll. Whoever supported this guy and said,
I'm
like,
not
let him
trolling,
speak-
but there's no
Yeah, you are.
definitive
you just
answer.
Did. You
How?
just did with their ass hairs. That's what you said.
I said
You are
one
trolling.
thing. I'm not trolling. I'm here to try to talk to you.
Oh my God!
But you like to
No,
mute
you're not.
people. Yes, I
Yeah,
am.
because you're saying dumb things, dude.
You're saying dumb shit.
Is he all we got in here? Just this guy? All right, how about this guy we muted up here, Derident? Maybe he's got an answer. Derident, if you're there.
Oh no, I don't have an answer. I was just like
Okay.
sliding in.
Cool. Who else is in here? Same old group. What's up, guys? If anybody wants to reason with Paul. I don't know how much more you can get out of him, though. There's not much mileage. He's already ran through the ringer. Mute Vax Wax.
Oh. Sweet.
Oh, you unmuted me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I was unmuted too. Thank you, buddy. I wasn't trying to be
Thanks,
rude.
dude.
I'm just.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah,
But you asked a good question, AV, if I may ask. You were asking somebody how they measure the Earth. How do you measure the Earth?
Who are you asking?
I'm asking everybody.
I think you would use like relativity and
Yeah, what's the method? You saying those words isn't just like you can't just keep saying that. How did they measure it?
I don't have the exact answer. I know they've
So
done
then
it.
you don't know.
I know.
Paul,
I know
why
they've
don't you
done
just
it.
say you don't know? Why is it so prideful for you? Just say
How's
you
that
don't know,
prideful?
dude. Then tell us the method. Then tell us the.
Do
method.
you want me to look it up?
No, I want you to tell us the method because you have
I'm
it
not
right
Google,
now.
bro. I'm not a search engine.
Okay, so then you don't know.
I mean,
Just
I
say
have
you
the
don't know.
What's
method.
happened?
Just say you don't know. Just say you don't.
Okay, well, what does Vac have to say?
Just say no. We're not going to go to Vac. We're going to stick on you because you said you had the answer. Now, what is it?
I have the answer to your original
it?
question.
What is it?
To your original question?
No, to what Vax was asking, and I was also. How did they measure the Earth?
How the Earth was derived as a sphere in its earliest conception was your original
The
question.
measurement of the
And I
Earth,
went
how
on
was it
from
done?
there.
You don't want to answer that question because you don't have the answer, which you previously said you did, and you said, "Let me look it up, bro." And I'm like, "No," because you don't have it right now, which means you never did.
Sounds like he's.
I thought he was about to give the answer.
He's stalling. Yeah, he's stalling.
He's stalling. Are you serious?
Yeah, then give it. Give the answer.
I don't have the definite answer
There
in
you
my
go.
brain.
So
There you go. There you go. You don't know everything
have it.
either, dude. You know it all.
It's not my claim. It's
Well, you're a
yours. It's your
jackass.
claim.
When
It is your
someone
claim.
asks a
You don't have the
question-
answer to your claim.
Okay, and you're claiming things as well.
You don't know.
Yo, whoever is this British guy, stop talking.
He's Australian.
He's the most Australian British guy ever.
Yeah, if I'm British, then yeah, nice one, bruv. Paul, it's very simple. If you get asked a question and you don't know, just say, "I'm sorry, I don't know." You're
Yeah.
gonna get hammered less than making shit up.
It'd be easier for everybody because we could say, "Okay, the guy doesn't. He really doesn't know." Makes things.
Nobody
easier.
asked me how to do long division. Please.
If this guy was really witty, he would have said, "Oh, y'all sound alike."
Hey,
All right, so we
it's
got
okay
we
not
got
to know something.
we do have Edgy yapping in the chat. He says flat Earth argument is dumb as shit because it's like saying we live in a simulation, impossible to prove or disprove. It's useless and a waste of time. Your computer
I agree.
wasn't made by people asking if the Earth was flat. We didn't go to space with flat Earth theory. If you believe flat Earth, you go live as a medieval peasant. That's a lot of
We
words.
most definitely never went to space. I mean,
That's a lot of words for saying that you don't have any evidence for the Earth as a globe. Why don't you just say it that way? It's easier. What's the evidence that the Earth is a globe, Edgy? I mean, if you want to take the challenge, go ahead and unmute your mic. Don't just be a chat skank.
What if he doesn't have a mic?
He does. You think nobody has a mic on their phone?
He doesn't have to respond
How
to
do you
medieval
talk?
peasants.
How do you talk on here if you don't? Come on, man. We live in 2025. Everybody's got a mic.
Very bold to assume, but
Yeah. You know, if you have a phone, the phone comes with a mic. Really does.
what if he's not on a phone like a PC or something?
All right, so you think that you're just gonna make
he's laying in bed. I mean, some people just can't talk.
That's fine, but listen, if you want to, it's easier just to have a conversation using your microphone.
True.
It's definitely easier. It's definitely easier with the microphone, but for him, it might be harder in
So
his
far,
circumstance.
we've heard of people thinking that the Earth is a globe because of a religious belief that they have in the globe, but they don't have any evidence
Religious?
empirically. Yeah, religious. It's like a religion, heliocentric
religion.
religion. It's a sun religion.
So, do you think that the Earth is flat and that's your religion? Like,
No,
are
it's
you-
it's an observation, Paul guy.
Oh,
It's an
okay,
observation.
Alpha.
It's independent
Earth is
of what listen. It's independent of what I believe. I don't need belief involved. All I got to do is make an observation. There it is. When I go to the beach, the Earth looks flat, and the Earth measures flat too. It doesn't just look flat; it measures flat, and it's practically used as flat. So 3 reasons why, independent of my own self, it is flat.
I mean, it's aviated flat, it's navigated flat, it's measured flat, all maps are flat, the vacuum of space violates the second law of thermodynamics, and if you guys really want to get into Coriolis, I can tell you how that violates the first law of thermodynamics. So,
Yeah, so what we've understood, Paul, is that you don't have evidence that the Earth is a globe, which is a religion, and we've given you all the facts that it is flat.
No, you have
So
not
it's
given
not
any
a
facts
religion.
that it's flat.
Yeah, we did.
All you've been saying is just theoreticals and lies.
Let's go to the beach
Yeah, I haven't heard
together,
any
right?
shit from your mouth saying that it's flat.
Okay, here's the thing.
I haven't heard any flat Earth proof yet.
So if you stand on the beach, right, just as an observation, and you look upon the water, do you see a flat Earth, Paul?
Do I see a flat Earth and look at the horizon on the beach?
Yep.
I see the horizon.
Does it look flat?
Yeah, it does look flat.
Okay. So observation check. So what we understand is that when you said there's no evidence that the Earth is flat, well, observationally, it sure looks that way. So let's test the measurement side of things, shall we? Let's go that way. All right, so now I'm going to let you speak. Has it ever been measured as a globe?
What has?
The giant red lobster that's in your room.
Has
the Earth, dude.
Has the globe ever been measured curved, bro? That was funny.
Paul.
Yeah, keep
has
laughing.
Has it?
Yeah, tell your buddies to stop laughing.
He can do what he wants. He's his own person. Is the Earth measured flat?
But how about you don't? How about you don't? How about?
Dude, is the Earth measured as a globe? Just answer.
Yes.
Okay, how?
Circumference.
What? No. I'm asking if it's been measured. Don't say circumference. That's a word.
Yeah, that's a form of measurement.
It's form of measurement. Okay, how? What's the method to measure circumference on the Earth?
Wait, circumference isn't a form of measurement. It's just measuring a circle.
I
got a question. Are you guys proud of the American educational system right now?
Let him say it, Orion. I want him to step. He stepped in it, so I want him to.
The satellites. Are you serious? Like
what? No.
Yes, gravitational field mapping. All these things. Yeah.
You don't know what you're saying, dude. You're spitting words out. It's like coming out of your mouth. They're flying out of your mouth. You're scattergunning. I need you to focus. Tell us the method in which the Earth was measured. The method, sir.
I gave you 2 things, and
no, you didn't give us 2 things. I need a method in by which the measurement was derived. Walk us through the method.
I did, and you're just saying, oh, you don't.
Okay, then tell us once again.
Yeah, mute me again, and I'm.
What? You're gonna what? Leave?
No, don't leave. Hold on. Before he bounces.
No, he can go.
You know what he's gonna do?
He can
Mute
go.
me again, and I'm gonna.
What?
Well, he's gonna leave.
He's muted now. I don't see anything happening. Is he gonna leave? Mute himself? Or
We
deafen
don't
himself?
know. What we.
You want to join him, Rolling?
Come on, unmute him, Roland. He might cry.
You can join him if you want.
Oh, he might cry.
If you mute me
Mute
again,
me
I might
again,
cry.
and I'm gonna
That's
cry.
what I'm going
Matrix.
for.
We don't want to make anybody cry. We want to just demonstrate how Earth is measured flat.
All right, so we
And
don't
then maybe-
know. We don't know. We don't know if the Earth is measured as a globe because Paul didn't demonstrate that he had any measurements. So
I
we don't
gave
have
you
that.
2 answers, dude, and you don't know what
Answers
I'm
are
gonna
not
do.
Method, sir. What's the method in which the Earth was measured?
A method.
Yeah.
Satellites.
That's another word.
That is not
method.
a word. That is a method using the satellites.
Dude, I
May I ask
swear.
Paul a question? May I please ask Paul a question?
I don't think we can squeeze any more blood out of this turnip, man. To be honest, I mean it's reached its limit. It does.
Wait, so what exactly is the topic of discussion right here? Because I'm kind of like lost on what you mean by meta.
All right, I'll catch you up if you don't mind, John. Paul's gonna have a seat. I'm gonna mute Paul. I'm gonna mute you just to stay unmuted. Just don't interrupt because John's taking the lead now. If you don't mind.
Okay. I have more to say, but later. Is that okay?
That's fine. I don't care. Just
Okay.
let John.
Appreciate
Go
it,
ahead.
dude.
So what we're doing? Yeah, I only mute for a moment. That's all I do. John, I really want you to think about this. I'll restate what's going on here. So at the moment, we're asking for a measurement of how the Earth is an oblate spheroid, which means that if the Earth is a globe with a certain size and dimensions, well, somebody had to measure this monkey at some point. So can you walk us through the method by which the Earth was measured, John? If you can. I will give you the floor uninterrupted.
Okay, so when we go back about 500 years, we see philosophers like Galileo. He was a great astronomer. You know, he saw like the moon and you know how it would like. Because you know, when the moon goes up and down, you can't really like it doesn't. It's not like straight. You know, it's like circular. And like the thing is, we have things like circumference, radius, diameter, things like that. If we wouldn't have that if the Earth was flat, because there wouldn't be that factor of the third dimension in the circularity. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, let him finish, guys. Let him finish. Go ahead, John. Just finish what your statement is. I will let somebody finish all the way until they're done.
That's it.
Okay. So what I asked for was a method by which we can demonstrate to anyone else that the Earth has been measured. So say, for example, right, I wanted to measure D-Mock's foot because he said, and everybody else, his friends were saying his foot is 12 inches, right? Okay, he wears a size 12 shoe, but I told D-Mock, I'm not really sure, D-Mock. I don't think your size is size 12. According to them, they were giving me their estimations. But let's put your foot on the scale. And so we put D-Mock's foot on the scale, and guess what? It's 11 inches. We measured it. So now we know it's 11 inches. So now we can disprove all his friends saying that it was 12 inches. So now we have a measurement. Right?
That's what she said.
We have a measurement. So I'm asking John, in what way was the Earth verified with a measurement that it's a certain size that they say it is? Not just an estimation or a calculation, but a measurement.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing. We can go to the next. So if anybody has the answer, which I've been asking, please provide.
Wait, were you talking to me?
No.
Oh, sorry.
I absolutely have the answer, you guys. I mean, if you guys want me to give a concise breakdown on how the Earth is measured, I'd be happy to do it.
Yeah, but we're not.
Yeah, I'd be happy to hear that too.
We're not asking a flat earther. At the moment, we're probing the globes, the globies. The globies are being probed.
Yeah, but they're saying
the globies are being probed, and they need to hear other globies being probed so they find out whether or not someone has the answer. We don't need flat earthers helping them, enabling them. We don't need that right now. Okay? Simple.
Sorry, I had
globies.
to leave for a second. My mic wasn't working. Can you please catch me up on the list?
You're chopping up, dude. You need to fix your internet. You're chopping up.
I'm not trying to
Yeah, my
help any
mic is a little
Glovers.
salty.
What?
Trying to help the flat earthers in here.
They don't need help, sir. This is an advanced
everyone
class.
needs to.
No, we don't need your help.
No, I would disagree with that.
This is an advanced class. You are basically the guy at the back of the bus. That's what you are. You're not at the front. Until you understand what's happening, you can outline what's been going on. Then yeah, you can be up there with the rest of us. Not yet.
Okay. Oh, I'm unmuted. My bad.
Yeah,
I was ranting while I was muted. No, that's fair. I appreciate that.
We're
but
gonna go.
I will say I don't appreciate being told that I'm on the back of the bus.
You are. You're not listening. That's why.
Yeah, but it seems like all you're trying.
You're not listening.
Yeah, that's kind of racist.
Just put yourself on mute. That's it. That's all I got.
I was just saying. All I'm saying is like you trying to dump.
All right, so here's the thing.
And we're not.
Here's the thing. Matrix, are you in here?
Yeah, mate, still there.
Can you just kick Vaxwax? Don't ban him. Just kick him. I'm gonna unmute him. Just kick him. If he comes back, like just keep
I
it on.
can't just kick him. Leave him muted. Just leave him. He'll get the idea.
Right.
If I kick him, he gets 2 days vacation.
Okay, but don't do that. All right. So basically, the Globers are in here right now. They're not able to give the answers directly of how the Earth is a globe or it's been measured as one. And it seems like at the moment we have John Swivel that's trying to give an answer, but his internet was kind of shit at the moment, trying to sort that out. We also have Paul Guy 1 who's talking to us, but doesn't seem like he had an answer. And earlier than that, we had some other guy. I forgot his name.
Gradient.
Right. Well, he didn't have an answer either. For the terrestrial sphere being measured from the celestial sphere, which was kind of an interesting thing. I didn't know how I was going to do that. So, does anybody, I'm giving the floor to any Glober that's in here, except for rolling my boulder, that's able to support whether or not the Earth is a globe via some measurements. We're looking for the measurements, guys, and a method by which it was measured. Anybody know? It should be easy. We have all the information right now in academia. You can pull from the Library of Alexandria. Google. It should give you some information.
You said I can't look up things. You said I have to use it.
No, not mid conversation, but while I'm asking this question, everybody's welcome to do so.
That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, when I'm asking you in mid conversation and you say, "Hey, let me look it up." That means at the moment you didn't have the answer. But what I'm doing right now is offering you the opportunity to go search for it. Now you can go look for it and see if there is one. But not when I was asking you at the moment.
Okay,
because that would mean that you didn't have one.
Okay, chill.
Well, you wanted me to explain. I did so.
Relax.
Any takers? Any Glober wants to step up? Except for rolling?
Why is he telling you to relax?
Because so far this is the third attempt from the third Glober to tell me.
No, I just hope to relax because he was just coming off a little rude. In my opinion.
In other words, I'm having fun.
Okay, Nancy. Jesus Christ.
In other words, I'm having fun. But needless to say, nobody has bellied up to the bar to tell me how the Earth was measured as a globe. And we're at that stage, and I told him right now at this moment, I want you to look it up. Phone a friend, ask anyone you want. How is it measured as a globe? Find the information, come forward, and then let's talk about it. If that's possible.
I'm sure Magic Science guy did it.
There was a guy in here earlier told me that the terrestrial sphere was measured by the celestial sphere. Oh, it was amazing. What's that, John?
May I take the floor?
So are we going to get a measurement for the Earth as a globe?
Yeah, I'm going to get to that.
Excellent. You have the floor.
All right. So
if we look at like more technical things like airplanes, if you look at like the flight paths of planes, like if you like say if you're looking at a flight from Boston to Europe, it's not going to be straight. It's going to be like curved upwards, and that wouldn't make sense in a flat Earth, because why would they need to do that? It just make the distance longer, the flight longer, and wasting more fuel. So what is the point of that? You got to take into fact the circumference of the Earth, because it just doesn't. And if you think about it, gravity points towards the center of the Earth. If the Earth is flat, where's the gravity? Because gravity is the mass, the weight of the mass.
Was that it? You muted your mic. Was that it?
Yeah.
Okay. Indio, do you want to go in?
Oh God. Okay.
I just invited you. I don't know if you were listening. Or...
Yeah. No, I'm ready, dude. It's just like as he's talking, I'm like, oh, this again. Like, okay. When it shows that curved path, it's on a Mercator projection, right? Okay, I'll tell you. Well, it's on a Mercator projection.
Yeah, he's not.
They're actually not taking the curved path. It's just an artifact of the coordinate system. The coordinate system is based upon a celestial sphere. Okay? And if you base your coordinate on a celestial sphere...
But why would they base it on a celestial sphere if the Earth isn't a celestial sphere?
Because we fly around by landmarks, and the only landmarks that you can see that are far apart is the stars. Right? I can't see like Boston from halfway across the Atlantic.
Can you elaborate?
I can see the same star.
Can you elaborate?
I am elaborating. So you can't see Boston from across the Atlantic, but you can see a star from across the Atlantic. So you can use that star as a spatial reference. And that's what we do.
But that's only because it's millions of miles away. And if it's millions of miles away, it's going to be able to be visible from pretty much anywhere, because that's just like how it works.
Yeah, you're so far down the rabbit hole with that answer that you wouldn't even. It's so many steps removed from like how you actually think that's true. If India was to tell you, you'd get lost by the third because he would have to dive into like how you knew linear distance to the star, what makes you. It's messy.
Yeah, and then and after all that, you know where we'd be back to? The curvature of the Earth, because all of that, why you think the stars are far away, if you go through the progression of where they got that, it's based upon the radius. And that's the thing you're trying to prove in the first place. Okay, so the radius is the first rung of the cosmic distance ladder. So they got the radius of the Earth, said Venus is the same size as the Earth, gives the transit of Venus, got the distance of the sun, then they got parallax because of the size of the orbit, and on and on and on. And now you're sitting here saying stars are millions of light years away, and that's why you can see it from no. The reason you can see stars from different places is and not other places' perspective. But we use them because they're a spatial reference we can see from the furthest distance apart. We use the preferred coordinate system, right? Latitude and longitude. They're not locations on the Earth. But when we take that coordinate system of the stars and we map it to the Earth, like onto a Mercator map with a square grid coordinate system, your straight lines are going to look like curved lines because of the transformation. Now, I have a map of a flight, and they use a polar coordinate system, and when they project their flight path on that, it's straight.
Okay,
and
so
I'll post that. I'll post it in the chat. It all depends on the coordinate system you use. I'm going to post a pilot inside the cockpit looking at his polar coordinate system map, and their flight path is straight.
I mean, not every single path is curved. There's obviously going to be some straight.
Well, their course looks like it's straight because of if his map in the cockpit was a Mercator map,
where they're going and how far the distance is between the.
you're flying across the Pacific. You're flying across the Pacific Ocean.
The Pacific Ocean?
Yeah.
Well, it depends on how far you're traveling.
Well, I'll just post it. Hold on, give me a second.
You seem to be stuttering there.
Speechless.
No, it's stuttering, bro.
You're stuttering, buddy.
Prove my point.
I've done this thousands of times. You're making me so nervous answering the same question I've answered 10,000 times. Oh my god! I think 10,001. I won't be able to do it.
You better be careful, Indio.
Sorry, who are you?
They're seeing you. They're seeing you get nervous.
You talking to me? This week?
No, I'm not talking to you.
Talk to him about Gravity Wife on this because I freaking always forget the name of the phone.
And he just proved the point.
Mic drop.
Okay, I found it. Hold on. I'm gonna post it in the chat.
That's stand corrected.
It's a clip.
Okay, let me take a look at this.
Okay, and I got a screenshot of the section. So,
is this posted by the official, or is this some?
They're in the plane. They're in the fucking cockpit. They're filming. So
Right,
look
but
at that, right?
Is this like certified as?
Dude, this guy, like, that's all you guys have.
Now I posted. Hold on, I posted a screenshot of them videotaping their map, right? So if you look at the map and you look at the lines, see those lines are coordinates.
Where did you post it?
That dark in the chat. So that thick dark line.
You say dick?
Chat, what do you mean which chat? What do you mean which chat? How many chats are for the
side chat? You retard.
Hey, watch it.
That was unnecessary.
So it's necessary. So if you look at the screenshot, see that dark. So if you look at the screenshot, you can see that flight path, that thick dark black line going diagonally left to right. So it goes from the top left corner to the bottom right corner. That's their flight path. That's straight. And it's only straight because it's in this polar coordinate system. So if they took this and instead of using this polar coordinate system, using the Mercator map, that would have looked curved. So it's an artifact of that coordinate system transformation. It's not really taking a curved path.
I can't find the chat.
Okay, now that we've dismissed that.
On the top right.
Where?
There's a little chat, but if you go up to the top of the
There's a little button on the top right.
Hold on.
Yeah, there's a little chat bubble looking icon.
Are you on your phone or on your computer?
My phone.
What is it? Swipe. Touch the screen and it'll bring up the.
Stop stalling.
At the bottom, touch the.
Hold
Not
volume
stalling,
up,
we're helping
power,
him.
and the home button at the same time for 10 seconds.
Tenza, that was a bit.
Don't do that. Don't do that. That'll turn off your phone.
Just tap the screen, the menu bar appears.
Tell me what to
touch
do.
the speed
What the hell's wrong with you, dude? Sorry, what?
Press Alt and F4 at the same time.
No, that turns off your computer too. Don't worry. That's an old trick. Oldest trick in the book there.
Okay, so back to the
Control Alt Delete. Go in the BIOS.
The sphere at that.
Don't do that either.
Can you shut up,
And
Mr. Paul?
none
Guy?
of this is
Can you shut up?
curvature.
He said to delete the BIOS. Who's doing that?
No, I told him
Paul guy.
format.
Paul guy. Silence.
Open up a
Thank you.
command box, type format
Indian.
Control C, colon,
Silence.
and Echo Y.
Indian silence. Thank you. So back to the main point here of the Earth being a sphere. So one thing we got to take into account is the Coriolis effect. Basically, what the Coriolis effect is the deflection of moving objects caused by the Earth's rotation, and it explains why the winds curve and why ocean currents and even long-range artillery shells and all that, bullets, arrows have curved paths. Because without this effect,
I guess we're not going to get the measurement of curvature.
Hey, I didn't allow you to speak, so you're not going to speak, right? Shut the fuck up.
What'd you say?
He's on
I
a
said shut
troll.
the fuck
He's
up.
on a troll tip, Indio. He's just trying.
Yeah. Okay. There is no Earth-based Coriolis. You have no idea what it is. It's an apparent deflection caused by the Earth rotating from underneath things. The actual object is going in a straight line. They're not taking curve paths. But from the surface of the Earth, because you're in the rotating reference frame, it appears to be curved from you. But in its external inertial reference frame, it's actually
shoot a
going
bullet
straight.
on the alleged edge of the flat Earth. It would just.
The longest sniper shot is 4 miles, and they didn't take Coriolis into account. You don't know what you're talking about.
So if I'm on the edge of the Earth and I shoot a gun at the edge of this alleged flat Earth that you're speaking,
no one thinks there's an edge to the flat Earth, dude.
So the flat Earth is infinite.
No, it's not in outer space.
So there's no solar system. There's no planet.
Which you got it. That's right. There's no solar system. The Earth is not orbiting the sun, and the moon's not orbiting the Earth.
He thinks red herrings
There's no such
are
thing as
a great
orbits.
way out of here, Indio. He doesn't know that you can follow him on every red herring.
So technically, you're saying we are in a snow globe.
No. How did you get snow globe?
How did you get that from what? You're the one that said all of that. Like what? What did you?
I'm trying to see what you're getting at here because I don't understand
You're the one
how
that
you
was
think
getting
there's
at
no
it,
solar
man.
system.
Okay.
You were the one getting it.
So
let
do you
me
think
ask
this
you.
is like the
Let me ask
Truman
you a
Show?
question
Like, what do you
instead.
when you look up in the sky? What do you see? Like, you just see a bunch of fireflies. Do you see where do you think the sun is? Inside of the Earth? Like, I don't understand this.
The better question is, what do you think the sun is?
I think the sun is a star in outer space.
Do they
No,
look
I don't
like?
think
Does
this.
the sun
I
look
know
like any?
this.
Does the sun look like any star you've seen? And do any of the stars look like the sun? When have you seen
Obviously
that?
not. Or obviously, I mean, because they're all way
Yeah,
farther away than the
duh.
sun. The sun is the closest one to us, so obviously it is going to look different.
Okay, so then
You're
why do you think they're the same as the other things that you look at?
You're fumbling over your words right now.
No,
Sorry.
if they look different, like you self-admittedly said, then
It's
how are they
yes,
the
it's
same?
going to look different because it's closer to us.
Then why do you think that? Okay, that's fine. You're giving us an argument for why they're not the
look at
same,
this.
though.
So if
You're giving us an argument for why they're not the same. We want the argument for why they are the same.
what are you talking about?
This like
Why
confused.
do you think the sun is a star? What is similar? Why would you put it? Hey,
Okay,
sun.
look, if you zoom into another
category,
let's take it
star.
to you.
Let's put the sun in
The
it.
star
Why?
named Betelgeuse, it looks just like the sun. Maybe it's a little bit bigger. It is a little bit bigger than the sun, but it looks just like the sun, except to the naked eye, it looks very different due to the fact that it's much farther from the Earth than the sun.
So it's different. It's not the same. Thank
What
you,
is different
Captain
about it?
Obvious. You
The
can't
distance
say
is
that they're-
different.
You just
the distance is different because it's in outer space, dumbass, not in Earth.
John, you have to take them. You have to take them very literally. You have to take them at their word.
Well, here's the thing, Skip Gradient. He said the sun is like a star and the star is like a sun, but they don't look the same. So how can
No,
they
I'm
be like
saying
each other?
The sun is a star.
How do you know that?
If you got, say, you got the star Betelgeuse, and you put it into our solar system, it would look like the sun.
Really?
How do
so
you
when
know
the
that?
star when the star Betelgeuse looks like the sun, it'll be like the sun. Duh. Because you
It
just
does
made
look
it
like
be
the
like
sun.
the sun, but it doesn't look like it right
But,
now.
okay, you're
So how
fumbling
can
over
you
your words again.
Fumbling?
You're making
I'm
no
not
sense.
fumbling.
You're
You know
making
what
no
I'm
sense
saying.
right now.
What do you
Sorry.
mean?
You're not
I know
actually
exactly
paying
what I'm
attention.
Can you please build a valid argument and
Yeah,
speak to
you're
me?
equivocating.
No, it's your claim, dude. You're the one that needs to provide evidence to the same.
Evidence to what? I just proved my
You
point.
just asserted it. No, you asserted it without evidence.
No, I proved my point.
No, you didn't.
No, you asserted it without
How
evidence.
about you look at the
Instead-
definition of assertion?
Yeah, you asserted the sun is a star.
No,
You
the
said,
only
why
thing
do
I'm
you think
asserting right
that?
now
And
is
we
my
got-
dominance. I need you to silence
yeah,
because
okay.
I just
You
proved my
fake
point.
it till you make it. Like no one's ever tried
Fake it
this
till
one
I make
before.
it. Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
Fake it
that's
till I
what,
make
that's your gimmick. That's what you're trying to fake it till you make it, dude.
it. Faking what? What am I faking right now?
Your
you know
dominance.
any-
The Earth is a sphere that I created AI
any
images of
information-
the
No,
spherical
John,
Earth.
That you know any information that substantiates any
It's
of the
Jonathan
claims
to
that you
you.
said. You said the stars are like suns and the sun is like a star, but we don't see that. And you're like, well, not with the naked eye. No shit, Sherlock. It doesn't look that way because it's not that
Jonathan
way.
to you, not Sherlock.
It doesn't look that way
Jonathan.
because it's not that way.
It doesn't look that way, maybe because your dumbass doesn't have a telescope.
So
Get
if
your
you had
money
a
up
telescope,
and buy one.
so listen, if you had a telescope, could you see that star Betelgeuse looking like the sun? Like when you look at the sun? Show me a picture. Show me a actual picture of them looking the same. I want to see what you say is the same. Show it to
I
me.
want to search it up on Google. I'm not getting you up and going all the way to my telescope to show you a picture of Beetlejuice.
I want to see Beetlejuice spots.
Frankly, I have better things to do.
Really? So your claim is going to go unsubstantiated because you don't have time to substantiate it. Is that right?
No, I just don't need to waste my time on going to my telescope.
That's a
and
big
taking
old
picture of
W for us,
Beetlejuice.
isn't it? Big old W.
Big old W. That's very immature speak. You sound like
it's not really. It's not because you don't
you
have
sound
the,
like you have the vocabulary of a 15-year-old.
John, you don't have the time to substantiate.
You have the vocabulary. You have the vocabulary.
I
of a
thought you had
15-year-old.
better things to do. I thought you had better things to do. What happened to that?
Yeah, but I'm arguing with you. That's an honor to you. You know that.
So then if you're gonna stay and argue, then provide evidence that Betelgeuse it looks like the sun by showing us a demonstration of how an image can be verified looking like the sun. Let's see it.
You can search it up.
Come on. Let's see it.
You can search it up.
I just did. I said you're crazy.
Sorry, what was that?
I searched Google. I typed in your name. It said this freaking clown said the sun looks like Beetlejuice. If I looked through a telescope and it said, "Are you fucking crazy?"
Yeah, put your money where your mouth is. Let's see that image where Beetlejuice looks like
Hey,
the sun.
everybody, unmute right now and let me know if you laughed at that.
Laugh what? You saying that Beetlejuice looks like the sun?
It looks like this. Look at the image right there. Does that not look like the sun?
No, it doesn't.
It's an orange sphere. What is the sun?
Sphere.
The orange sphere.
Yeah. So
obviously the picture isn't very clear because of how far Beetlejuice is.
Is that
We can't get a
an
very
orange
clear
sphere?
capture of it.
Is that an?
Yeah, that's an orange sphere. I think it's an orange sphere.
Really?
It is an orange sphere. As you can see, with you see that white spot, that shiny white spot. You can see that it has a third dimension. It is
a shiny white
not a two-dimensional.
So hold on. So what you're telling us is Beetlejuice's star has a specular reflection on it.
That's what it seems like, Indio.
Fucking retard, bro.
Yeah, it's about 100.
That's unnecessary.
Yeah, thank you, Dan Fessler.
That's very unnecessary. You don't
You
need
just helped. You just helped us bury these glowers. Appreciate you.
It's much more luminous than the sun.
Dan Fessler is such a nice guy.
Does it reflect? Is the star reflecting light?
My ball sack reflects light off your head.
He doesn't know the argument.
Oh God, your balls haven't dropped yet.
They haven't, dude. We're still waiting. Specular reflection,
specular reflection, dude, was fucking on the Beetlejuice, bro.
That was Dan Fessler that provided that image.
Yeah, thanks, Dan.
That's what
I think I would say that image is highly treated. Let's put it that way. That's a lot of stacks right there.
It's the same technique that they used to image the black hole for the first time. So it's a radio telescope. It's a radio telescope taken from multiple locations across the entire. It's definitely not something you just go look in your telescope and resolve with your, in your backyard.
John Swivel didn't know that. John
so that's an intensity map. That's an intensity map of radiation. So they turn the brightness of the radio waves 697 gigahertz into an intensity map, and they colorize it, right? This much power is this shade of frickin' orange, and this much power is that shade of orange. They make a color map out of it.
Hey, Indio, I think John has a bunch of egg on his face. We could probably make an omelet with that egg, dude.
It's not a photograph, by the way. That's what I'm saying.
That's what John was saying. He was like, "Oh, it's like that image right there. That's what we see through our telescopes." Really?
It is weird that there's a bright spot though, because that means that part of that is like emitting a lot of radiation.
Weird.
It's weird looking. Anyway.
Back to John Swivel, who didn't have... Oh, he's muted.
He jetted. He just dropped just a second. Because as soon as you said back to... he was like, boinks! I'm out.
Something off topic for you, Alpha. 3 letters, XRP.
Oh, dude. Is it going off the handle right now? What the fuck?
Better have yourself a look, mate.
Well, no way. No fucking way, dude.
Put it this way, December 5th jumped to $2.50. It's at $3.20 at the moment.
No, I saw that the other day. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I saw it the other day. I won't turn this into a crypto deal. I'm
No.
kind of curious.
I
I,
just
didn't
thought
know
you-
Matrix was watching it.
I keep an eye on me shit like that.
You got a bag?
Oh, if a bag of them is 628 of them, then I've got a bag.
Shut the fuck up. Do you got 628? Damn. Cool shit, dude. All right. Look, I see you, Matrix. I see you, man.
Yep. Alrighty, as we were, next flat Earth related question.
All right, can I actually just jump in quickly? I'd like to
Yeah, I just want to point out one thing. This is more like administrative. We still didn't get the measurement of curvature. I just wanted everyone to know that.
Yeah,
I'm waiting on that.
Yeah,
did you?
I was gonna touch on that. I was conversing with what was his name, professional douchebag, whatever, the guy you were talking to before, AV, and I used the term. I used the term rate of change of slope in my question to him, and he was arguing that it's a malformed question basically because rate of change of slope is different than curvature rate. And we had this big back and forth because he was bitching like, "Oh, what the fuck do you mean by rate of change of slope? You're a retard." It's like, dude, like in this context, it's basically the same thing, is it not?
Yes.
Okay, so the guy was just being pedantic.
So, like, listen, if you had a curved line, right, and you made a tangent on a point, and you slid that point along the curve, that tangent line, the slope of the tangent's going to change.
Exactly.
So the rate that slope of the tangent changes is the amount of curvature that's in it.
Exactly. I figured there was basically equivalent in this context. I did a little search, and they do say it's different mathematically, right? But that's just nitpicking. It basically arrives at the same number in the end.
What QE always talks about is the slope intercept formula. So, yeah. I did you bring that up to him.
Well, I didn't use the term exactly, but he asked me what's a slope, and it's rise over run, and that's what the slope intercept formula is, right? Y equals ax plus b, right? It's a slope. So you take a ball,
Yeah, I guess QE's point was when you're using the horizon in that way, because you're trying to say if there's a rate of change of slope, then there would be evidence that the Earth is having that curvature that would be necessary if it was. But if it's a rate of change of slope of non-zero, then it's not. You can't. There's no curvature on the horizon.
Exactly.
So how do you have, and the way he puts it, how do you have horizons on a ball tart? But that's kind of the
exactly.
Yeah. But
I was just using that term. It came to mind rather than curvature rate. But I just wanted to see if there was like a distinction between the two.
It's hard because you're dealing with people that are so ill-equipped to have that conversation, Mick. So you're speaking far ahead of them. So they're trying to use what they can with their arguments, and they'll get confused right away, and they'll start saying you're wrong. You'll get bogged down with trying to get them up to speed. Let's put it that way. It'll waste more time trying to. So you got to get a bit more rudimentary with them. I'm sorry to say, like it's just that.
Oh, I get it. I was just following up with the professional. What's his name? In the chat after you guys spoke to him, just to pin him down a bit. And I was just asking for the curvature rate, basically, and how it was measured, kind of like what you were asking the other guys afterwards. And he just couldn't answer it and was jumping around on this fine detail. So I just wanted to ask if maybe there is a time and place for one term over another that I misappropriated.
No,
but I guess not.
It's not because they don't. It's hard because you'll get bogged down in the weeds trying to explain yourself, and then the audience gets kind of bored with it and stuff like that. But that's kind of why I told that guy, I was like, dude, I don't want to go into. He's like, no, if we're gonna talk about this, we need to get down to specifics. I'm like, dude, I don't want to do that. Like, I want to stay on the topical way that you can tell me how the Earth is, measured to be curving. But he wanted to do that, so I was like, okay, I'll do it because you think it's something necessary. So then we started drilling down into his knowledge base. How far back can he tell me where the Earth was first conceptualized or derived as a even in a concept form, how it was derived as a sphere. But we could never get to that point because he didn't know. So his answer was, I don't know.
Exactly.
And so it's like, what are you gonna do with that? You know?
Not much, man. But I wanted to see, whatever was derived from the parallax measurement stuff.
Yeah.
Whatever, I wanted to see what he would have actually calculated, and then I was just pointing out, like, okay, well, then what method was used to confirm it?
Uh-huh.
That's all. Simple.
But I mean, you heard the end of it, right? He didn't know. Like, so the parallax argument, for the parallax argument, in context to like with the Earth, linear distance because there's known distances, right? You know the distance between you and the mountain and you and the trees if you're driving on a car and passing these trees that are whizzing by you while the mountain in the foreground is like going slower. So there's distances that are known to give like a kind of like the change that's going to happen with like how fast something's passing between you to have that distance be measured. But when we're talking about things that are of unknown distance, how are you going to do that? How can parallax define unless you have a pre-assumed notion of like how far first you establish the radius, right? Like that's kind of a given, and then you can work up some math of like how far things are based on that. Because you start with the foundation of having like an estimated guess of how big the Earth is according to the it being an oblate spheroid. But then you've already started with that, and then using that as a foundation with the cosmic distance ladder, then you can get to like use parallax. But it can be used if it's not with that foundation.
Okay, yeah. It sounded like he was trying to get at, you can get a radius from that.
No.
With you, and then he was fumbling, and I was just trying to follow up.
Yeah, I knew we were going to, at some point, we would have to go to the cosmic distance ladder if he was going to go there, but we couldn't even get out of that because his method was bunk. He didn't have one. He was like smoke and mirrors. Like, he basically was just saying words, and then he couldn't, like, he was like, well, circumference. Like, well, what about it? Like, that's not a method, like, to measure the surface of the Earth. So, yeah, it was just...
Yeah, and I also found it really interesting that, he did even say, you can get this. He said the circumference or the diameter or whatever, and you kept, asking him like, "What's the radius?" And he actually couldn't answer that. That was really funny because the derivatives of each other.
Are y'all talking about Robert?
No, it was professional.
Robert,
no, this was professional street ninja, I think.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, he was the guy. He was an Indian guy, Indio.
Yeah, not like 15 minutes ago. Or maybe half hour ago.
Yeah, because I spoke to like 3 numpties so far.
Yeah, this was bad, man. Like, I was laughing in the fucking chat. Like, fuck. Because if you can get the diameter, but you can't get the radius, like, this guy's retarded. Like, what the fuck, man? I was even in the chat. I'm like, dude, divide by 2. Trying to help him out. Like, come on.
Yeah.
But,
and the interesting thing is, I think he thought of himself as, someone who could lay down some answers. I don't know what he was doing prior to me getting here, but was he arguing for more? Because I don't know. I
not much, man.
The little bit that I...
Yeah, you jumped in right on time. I think he started not too long before you jumped in. I could be wrong, but fuck, what am I going to remember that? Like...
Yeah, some of the more notable takedowns that you have are... I've heard you do some arguments... I would say like a week ago, I was in here listening to you talk to some guy.
Oh yeah.
But you have to have it's hard for you because you have to have the floor and nobody can interrupt when you're talking to them because I hear like as soon as you talk, I don't know why, but like 3 other people jump all over your like. I was like, fuck, dude, because I'm at work listening.
Yeah.
And I'm like, dude, fucking Mick can't get in some words, man. Like everything. Oh, excuse me, sir. Excuse me. And then like 2 flat earthers are jumping all over you and like, fuck, dude.
I don't blame them because I can drag shit on. I have a really bad habit of what's called patience, right? And some people they don't like just listening on the nitty gritties. I like getting into the nitty gritties because it's fun to see people squirm on these fine details. But some people just can't handle it. And I don't blame them.
You're talking about like what Indio says, a death by 1,000 cuts. Like you don't want to take them down right away with one fell swoop. You want to enjoy the spiral.
Because it's a good chance for me to get my reps in and see if I can actually follow. You know?
Yeah, of course.
And also, it digs them in deeper. My favorite one as of late was it was piggybacking off of you guys with the whole mass question, like what is mass and all this stuff. And I love when people get into like, oh, well, it's a number of molecules or whatever, all that stuff. I love
it was Robert. Robert was arguing for mass, wasn't he?
Yeah, that was the last one I remember, and I jumped in. I think it was with him, and I was trying to ask about the whole black hole situation because don't they say, oh, well, black holes are gigantically massive, but they're they don't have any, like they're not material in nature. So how do they reconcile that? And they can't. He tries to get into like all the whole E equals MC squared. It's basically a giant energy pool. So there's a mass equivalent to that, but they don't even get to that point.
I've heard of this already with some academics, like Brendan. Brendan came in and told me, he's like, if you want to stump a glober, like where they're truly stumped, even the ones in academia, because he's a meteorologist. I don't know if you know Brendan.
Yeah.
He said usually if you want to get them to be stumped and really stumped, not just like where they're trying to argue, but where they will say they don't know, is talk about dark matter. And of course, their paradigm when it comes to like dark matter, there's no real answer to that, because that's where things get weird. Like reality starts to be distorted in that level. So he's like, that's where things don't make any, like everything makes sense up until dark matter, and then from there it's just like, people are just trying to.
Yeah, it's a giant unknown plug-in variable to make the equation balance out.
He was telling me that. He was like, yeah, so if you ever have any like trouble where they're trying to say that everything works, that's where it wouldn't. That's the one place it wouldn't. So they couldn't say. I don't know if any of you.
Dark matter's like Bondo for a hole in your car, dude. That's all. You just freaking fill that right in, man. But, oh shit, we got a hole in our theory. Get the freaking dark matter Bondo. Just fill that in.
Well, no, that's very silly because we're equating for dark matter is on the level of galaxies. These are equations that people don't understand how to actually equate. They're missing a factor. That doesn't mean that they don't understand things.
That's what he said.
No, but far closer than galaxies to the solar systems and then inner body physics.
Yeah, but are you saying
dark
that
matter has nothing to do with like inner body? Dark matter has nothing to do with like inner body. Like when you're talking about two bodies relating, like planetary gravity or solar system gravity, dark matter has nothing to do with that. Dark matter is like the borders of gravitational theory when you're looking at like gravitational lensing.
Yeah.
In like the nebula or gravitation.
But that's another problem, Verum. Like if
it has to do with the radial velocity of galaxies. That's what it has to do with it.
No, it doesn't have to do with the radio. No, it does
you want
not.
that money? I'll bet you 10,000 fucking of anything, dude. Seashells, fucking Bitcoin money.
Seashells. Fucking hell.
Has to do with the radial velocity of galaxies. They should fly apart. There isn't enough matter to keep them from flying apart. So
No, you're correct. You're correct. When you say it that way, you're right. Okay, when you say it that way, correct. When you're talking about the fact that we don't understand what gravitational properties keep the gravitational alignment of galaxies, yeah. No, you're saying right.
Okay.
Yeah,
the gravitational property of like when people would say that supermassive black holes at the core don't account for the gravitational draw of a galaxy. Ezra. What you had said though was not right initially.
I didn't hear anything that he said that was wrong. It makes up so much of their cosmology.
No, it
right?
doesn't.
If you think about all of it between dark energy and hold on, you think about dark. Well, 70% of the matter in the universe is not visible, according to them.
No, that's not true.
What?
No one says that that's true. Who says that that's true?
Hold on. Find source.
You said 70% of the matter in the universe.
Yeah.
Hold on, Verum. He's getting receipts.
I think you're saying that large portions of the gravity are not accounted for at the galaxy level. not 70% of the matter in
This
the
is
universe?
NASA. This is NASA.gov. It says the animated pie chart shows rounded values for the two known matter components of the universe. Visible 15% and dark 85%. Something is missing.
Here,
I'm going to post the link in the chat.
Okay. What
You
chat?
gotta know when to yield, Verum, because if they're saying it and Indio's not, then you have to at least give him that.
I have to give him what?
That he's not saying it, that they are.
Where did you post it?
NASA, bro. NASA.
No. He surmised.
What do you mean no? He's saying no. The citation's right there.
The citation is where?
Side chat.
Oh my God.
It's in what chat?
The side chat, the side text chat. I posted it.
Side text chat. I'm trying to find this. I'm sorry. Forgive me.
Are you on a phone or are you on just?
No, I'm on desktop. I'm on desktop. I'm trying to find
chat bubble. Hit the chat bubble where the voice chat is to this room. There's a little chat bubble.
Yeah, it's like a cartoon bubble from a comic book. It's up top right where the voice channel is.
Yeah,
and critically, it doesn't show it unless you hover over it, so it's pretty hidden.
It's not intuitive.
Okay, when you said top right, okay, I'm trying to find this now. I guess this is what you posted. Let me go.
Now you have to at least concede that it was an Indio that was NASA that was saying this. NASA doesn't have lips, so it was the.
And I was wrong. There's more dark matter than I even said.
Yeah, there was more.
No. But again, no. I would ask that you cede the initial thing that I said. Right here is the quote from the individual article that you had just posted. It turns out there's a single problem with galaxies. Dark matter of galaxies, 85%. Visible matter, 15%. Again, you had supplanted the universe. Do you understand that that is a unbelievable mathematical?
I didn't even bring up dark energy yet.
No.
You understand? The lambda CDM
not only shows a incredible right now misunderstanding of the consequence of the two, but you had just conflated two things that are completely different. We're talking about mathematical equations for the gravity of how galaxies exist. You had just conflated what I had initially challenged you on, was the fact that you had just said that 85% of the universe was claimed by NASA to be dark matter. That is unbelievably not even close to being true. You had just said something that was so unbelievably.
I'm going to give you the numbers, dude. I'm going to give you the numbers now. It's from the chain to X-ray.
You had just said something that was so completely
96% consists of dark energy.
Dark energy is not dark matter. That is not the same thing. You have no concept of what you're talking about.
Wait, before we move on to dark energy, can I ask a question to Verum here? Verum, do you have any idea, because I don't, so I'm asking you genuinely, do you have any idea how much mass exists in the universe that is outside of galaxies? I would just guess that the vast majority of mass in the universe is contained within galaxies. So it's kind of, if that's true, it would be kind of inconsequential to say the universe or galaxy at that point.
That's a gigantic supposition. So when we begin to look at the revolution of all of the mass inside of galaxies, we can only begin to examine the galaxy that we live in, the Milky Way galaxy. We're just beginning to examine that, and we think that what early people had thought that the gravity would be divided by the supermassive. Human beings thought that perhaps when we looked at this, that the supermassive black hole at the core of the galaxy maybe accounted for all of the galaxy that would give us the rotation of the Milky Way that was this spiral galaxy. We realize now that that is completely silly, that doesn't account for the amount of gravity necessary, that doesn't account for everything. When we're still creating the model, we realize that we're not saying that there is some type of ghost matter. We're saying that we don't know exactly how this accounts. We can't create right now an accurate matter. That is dark matter. The dark matter is not something that we're attributing to some spiritual or philosophical. It's saying it's dark in the sense that we don't really understand all these
That's
interactions.
exactly what he's saying. India
No. That is not exactly what he's saying. What he just said is that there is, when we look out at the universe, he said that there is 85% matter that is dark matter in the universe. He completely got scales wrong. In right now, his insistence in attempting to poke holes because he has some concept philosophically, spiritually.
I don't know why you're raking him over the coals about this. Because it just sounds like you're making a big deal of him saying the word universe when the universe is comprised primarily of galaxies.
In the world that I exist in the scientific world, the idea of conflating the universe with a galaxy is a big difference. In your world,
let me ask you a question.
That is not a huge.
Baron, let me ask you a question. If there was dark matter not in galaxies, how could you tell?
The way we would tell is if we look at our galaxy and we say that we can't account for every system that happens. I
said not in the galaxies, dude. Listen closer. I said if they're not in the galaxy, say there's dark matter between the galaxies, how would you tell?
When we're looking at what a dark matter, quote unquote, is in a galaxy, it's because we can't account for how.
I said outside of galaxies for the last time, dude. Between the galaxies.
When we are looking at how certain systems exist inside of the galaxy that we cannot account for, we have to say that is a matter that we don't understand.
That's exactly. We're back to this again.
It's not what I'm asking. Okay, it's not what I'm asking. Okay, whatever number you come up with. You can't make any observations of quote-unquote dark matter in between galaxies because there's nothing for it to act on, right?
That's what Dan Fessler said.
Okay, so they say that there's huge voids. So there's Boots void, all these voids. When they look out, they say there's these giant fucking voids. They could be completely filled with dark matter, and there'd be no way to tell because there's nothing for it to act on.
But no, that's not true because you don't understand what Boades void is not filled with the dark matter that fills our galaxy.
I didn't say it was, but if it was, you wouldn't be able to tell.
No, you just don't have.
You don't listen.
You don't have a formal education. You don't understand anything.
I do have a formal education.
Boades void is probably.
I do have a formal education now. Good try though.
Boades void is probably a gas void that we can't see through because it's filled with certain types of opaque gases that we can't see
I didn't
through.
say
Boades void is not filled with dark matter. There's no reason to think that. Boades void is not drawing gravitational fields
really closely
beyond
to
what
my
we would
argument.
expect normal gravitational fields to be. You have no concept of what you're talking about. You are not a formally educated person. You are a god of the gaps figure. You are a person who believes that everything that you do not understand can be filled in by your suppositions. What you would like to find in your confirmation.
Are you almost done with your freaking stupid narrative? Listen, dude. I didn't say there was dark matter there. Listen really carefully. Really carefully.
You did say that there was dark matter there just now.
No. I said if there was, you wouldn't be able to tell because there's nothing for the dark matter to act on that you can see. So you just did that entire rant for fucking nothing.
And dude, that's your worldview. You've added in a universe that is unobservable, unmeasurable, untestable. You added the gap with just call it dark.
You just projected God of the gaps on me, which is crazy, dude.
Yeah, it was crazy, and now he's using it. The argument.
And I didn't even get to dark energy, man. Dark energy is supposed to be 97% of the universe, right? And you could say, well, that's energy. Its mass is different. Well, there's a mass energy equivalence, right?
That's cool. I like that.
Right?
He projected
No.
you
Okay.
and he's using it.
There's no mass energy equivalence. Does energy create gravity?
No. So here's the concept. The concept would be that in looking out at creating a model for how things are interacting, there is a constant observance. Try to understand that these things exist. It's not just two-body systems, but three-party systems. Just chaotic systems in attempting to understand gravitational relations, applying that ad nauseum until you end up with such incredibly complicated systems that you end up with solar systems, nebulae, galaxies even. Those things are dark matter, right? Which you are interpreting as being some type of like high fantasy. Please, you're interrupting me. Your realm of like interjecting your confirmation bias, what you would like it to believe. In the world of real science, these are things that people have to understand greater, to work in, to understand how these things are actually interact.
Yeah.
Nice soapbox, bro. Like that's a cool narrative, right? So dark matter was created to prevent the model from being falsified. Okay? You don't know how I think about dark matter. Stop making up shit in your head about what I think. Okay, I'll tell you what I think. Dark matter is a ad hoc hypothesis to stop falsification of the theories, Newtonian theory of gravity, as it applies to galactic rotation curves. Okay? That's it. It is an ad hoc hypothesis.
What mathematics right now are you doing right now? What examination right now are you doing right now on gravitational theory and right now chaos theory? What examinations right now are you doing? Honestly, what are you doing right now as far as it comes to astronomy? Right now in examinations?
Dude, astronomy is a pseudoscience. Why the fuck would I do that?
Hey, Vectum, look at, I just posted a clip from Neil deGrasse Tyson's Dark Universe lecture. He breaks down just how bad the model is.
Baron, what model are we talking about? Is it a scientific model, a mathematical model, a theoretical model?
Wait, dude. Baron, what in academia are you right now? What position do you hold, sir?
I have a medical school attendant, master's degree in biology, but I have a bachelor's in organic chemistry with a minor in physics.
Oh, so God, we're talking to Professor Dave clone.
Yeah,
complete bullshit. When you want him.
Yeah, no, what studies do you have in the realm of like, anything to do with astronomy? Do you have anything?
I'm getting my current master's, so I have 1.5 years formal education in astronomy. I'm not saying that I am. No, listen. I'm not saying that I am I'm only attempting to advocate on behalf of science. So in getting my master's, I have 1.5 years study of astronomy. I have more than that in obviously organic chemistry with minors in physics. But listen, as far as it comes to actual physics and mathematics, I have over 5 years. I have over 5 years of formal education at the higher level, including master's degrees.
Okay.
I'm not saying that I am the distinct. I would always defer if it came down to physics. But I'm talking about someone who doesn't.
You're not specialized in the field. I get it.
Dude, listen, Baron, you're full of shit, dude. I have a science degree too. I took physics in Physics 1 too. This is simple shit. It's not complicated. What you should have paid attention to was the philosophy of science classes that you apparently skipped.
I was wondering, and what in those studies that you've had so far, can you apply to anything that we're with the conversation at hand? Like, why do you think that you have I guess an academic say in the matter? Like, why do you think that? Because it seems like twice or 3 times you've already thumbed up your nose to everybody in here, basically shunning the fact that anybody else can know more than you on the topic, because that's what I'm getting at.
I do not believe that nobody can know more than me. I absolutely would hear someone that said that they were speaking from any position of authority that I would absolutely completely step aside and give all derision to. The point is, when I hear something I attempted to interject on, that I knew that from the use of the verbiage, they had no concept of what they were talking about. This man applied the use of dark matter and applications from our understanding of how the gravity works right now in our models of not just the solar system, but our universe. He said that we were talking about models of the Milky Way, which is our galaxy. He applied it
never said
to
Milky
the
Way. You
universe.
said
No. You said 85%.
I didn't specify Milky Way. I
You're
said
cutting me
galactic
off right now. You said that NASA had applied that 85% of all matter
No,
in
I
the
said 70.
universe. You had said that. That is why I cut you off. I said that you have absolutely no formal education concept.
You can't
of
even
what you were
remember
talking
the
about. What you are
conversation, dude.
saying has nothing to do. That is completely.
Okay, concede you don't remember the conversation.
When we were
Doctor.
talking about models of our, when we were talking about models of our galaxy, what you had misattributed to 85% of the universe being dark matter, it is very clear. You have no concept formally.
Okay,
no,
cool.
Cool.
Are you done? Are you done? Are you done?
Why do you
Are you done?
shout over me?
Are you done?
No one.
Are you done? You're
any
repeating
level
yourself. Are you
of-
done? Are you done? Now can I talk?
This
So I
person
didn't
has
apply
no
it.
concept
So
of
I
what
didn't.
we're talking about.
Okay, so can I
academically.
talk now?
They have
Can I talk
to-
now? Can I talk now? Can I talk now?
Of course you can talk now. You're
Okay,
demanding
I
it.
didn't say shut the fuck up. I didn't say 85%. I said 70%. I didn't apply it to the Milky Way. I applied it to all galaxies. NASA said 85% of the galaxies. So you can't even remember the conversation. You can't even remember what was said.
You look like an ass and an idiot.
That's all.
Yeah, now you're going to talk about me.
Either he said that or he didn't, Vernum. You can't charge him with something he didn't say. And
Okay, you don't have an answer, so it could be any amount of it could be any amount of dark matter, because most of the universe, according to modern cosmology, are voids. And those voids could be completely filled with dark matter, and there'd be no way to tell
Man is an
because there's nothing it's acting upon.
And an idiot. This man is an incredible fool.
Okay, that's not a refutation of what I said. It doesn't even address it.
That's a freak out.
Yeah, sure.
That's a straight. If you.
Oh, he left.
He dropped.
I wanted him to stay because I just read the article that he's debating about, and the NASA link says universe.
Yeah, I know.
This whole argument was just so bullshit.
Well, I mean, he came in here saying that wasn't true, and he had his whole spiel about how India was incorrect, that he didn't have. It was more. I think it was. Well, that's what I was trying to tell him too. I was like, he just provided the link. So, I mean, it says so there, but I don't know why he didn't want to look into it. I think that would have cleared it up.
To be honest about this subject, if you listen to like different astronomers, astrophysicists talk about it, you're going to get all sorts of you're going to get all different numbers. There's really no universal thing you're going to get. NASA, like if I listen to like 10 astrophysicists, I'd probably get 4 different values.
And also the numbers aren't going to be crazy different. Yeah,
they're like,
right. Like, let's say it was 80% of, or 85. Let's say 90, just for a round number. Let's say it was 90% of galaxies specifically. Well, if 80% of the universe is galaxies, then it's just simply 80% of 90%, which is still pretty close. It's not like it's a world apart.
Yeah, and like, I mean, they say things like dude. I mean, I'm not just like, I don't just only look at flat earth shit because I want to know what the enemy's thinking. So they'll say things like there's a Fata Morgana in the center of the galaxy. That like when they look at the galaxy, or the black hole in the center of the galaxy, that it's a Fata Morgana, that you're not even looking at.
Damn, whose claim was that, Indio? I'd like to know.
Wolfgang something or other. He's like a frickin' Austrian or German astrophysicist. So he's kind of heterodox. So he's like, I wouldn't say like what
on Twitter.
He uses like, no, he's not on Twitter. No. I just watch videos. So it's different. I watch these guys, dude. I listen to what they say. I like, because when these guys come in like this guy, right? And like peacocking, they have a degree in organic biology. You don't know shit about dark matter. I'm like, what the fuck?
Vernum's back.
Yeah, I think I
did your rage quit, and now you're back. You calmed down.
Something happened.
Oh shit! I'm unmuted. My bad.
No. I wasn't kicked or anything. I actually lost connection to all internet. Forget.
Oh, your bad internet's what.
Yeah, the satellite connection.
No, listen. I'm trying to tell the truth. I don't understand why. No. Listen, don't do this bit. Listen, I'll try to be honest with you. Don't do this bit where you act like I'm going to be disingenuous before you even know who I am. I lost the internet connection. I'm back.
Nobody cares about that point. We're trying to figure out whether you had any academic knowledge of the Earth as a globe, because we went from something where you thought you had knowledge on to where I think you don't even know any aspect of how the Earth was derived as an oblate spheroid. That's my contention to you, Vernum, is that even with all your academic knowledge, you don't know how the Earth was derived as an oblate spheroid. I would stand by it.
We have theories about how the Earth was derived as an oblate spheroid, but I would never sit here as an authority. I would posit right now the same thing to you. The concept is, when I look out at a bunch of theorems about how we have arrived at the current conflagration of the planet, what do you look out on? Honestly, are you looking out at things that are peer-reviewed and tested? Are you looking out at things that are confirmation bias? Truly, right now, is your worldview something that you were completely open right now?
You have a confirmation.
No, every single time that you have.
No, dude, you have a confirmation bias.
You shout over exactly like this.
No, you have a confirmation. You're projecting
any fucking concept of what was happening.
No, because you're being accusatory, right? So you have a preconceived notion of how we think, asking us if we have confirmation biases. That's your confirmation bias of how a flat earther thinks. You're exposing your bias. You have no evidence we have confirmation biases. Zero evidence at all. We haven't talked about anything of substance whatsoever. Why would you think we have a confirmation bias?
We have, but this is not my first time here.
Okay,
I agree with that, by the way.
Most peer-reviewed papers are wrong, dude. You know that, right?
You're saying, no, let's go with that generalization. Most peer-reviewed papers are wrong. Most peer-reviewed papers are wrong.
Go on Google, type in most peer-reviewed papers are wrong. You're going to get papers from PubMed, Nature, all sorts
of... If you go and Google most peer-reviewed papers, you are...
Yeah, listen. Did you listen to what I said? But you're going to get links to PubMed, right? The National Institute of Health. You're going to get papers from Science, right? Of how most peer review is wrong. Peer review is shit. It was invented in the 1970s by Ghislaine Maxwell's dad, Jordan Maxwell, to create a fucking monopoly on science. But yeah, you know Ghislaine Maxwell, Epstein's fucking girlfriend?
Yeah, that's...
That dude. You think that's a conspiracy theory?
Do I think that...
Right? It was owned by Jordan Maxwell, which is Ghislaine Maxwell's dad. He created the entire peer review system because it didn't exist prior to this.
Do I think that the nature of asking other people to review your research is the product of Ghislaine Maxwell?
Hold on. It doesn't, because it's peer reviewed, does not make it correct. Peer review is not some magical fucking...
Is there somehow the Trilateral Commission? Is somehow the Trilateral Commission tied up into this?
No, look it up, dude. Look it up. Listen, I didn't invent this shit, dude. How do you think I know about it? People in mainstream academia complained about it at the time that peer review. Okay, stop talking over me. They complained about it at the time in the 60s and 70s that peer review academic journals were being monopolized.
Not all peer review journals should be taken at face value. They have flaws. There's problems.
Oh yeah, really?
Right. But you are using some type of mechanism to completely disregard everything that disagrees with anything that you don't want
That's
to
not what I'm
confirmation
doing.
bias believe.
No, I'm not using peer review as a standard of truth, like you are.
No, I would not either. I would say that
You
would
are.
be
You
open
just said
to-
it, dude.
I would say that would be open to continuous peer review. That would be open
Okay,
to
so
anyone
you
that
said-
can come and discount it. Absolutely. There's no definite truth in science. What you were positing is confirmation bias. You were saying that
You're on your narrative, dude. I didn't say anything about confirmation bias.
No.
You
I'm
mentioned
positing
peer
that
review.
upon
As
you.
if
What
peer
you were
review
saying is
matters.
that anytime you can search to confirm what it is that you would like to
No one
view,
said that, dude. Now you're straw manning, dude.
I'm positing that on you.
To say there's no definite truth in science is wrong. Because you
No one
either
claimed
prove or
that.
disprove.
What I'm saying is he mentioned peer review
Thank
as
you.
if peer review determines the truth of a claim.
No, I
It
never
don't.
said that. You were
Then why do we
slandering
care
that
about
onto
it?
me.
Then why do
I
we care
never
about it?
said that.
Then why do we care about it? Then why do we care about it?
Because it is a continuous process for evaluating.
So what?
truth.
Why do we care? Why do we care if it's a continuous process? Why do we
Answer
care?
the question, Vernon.
What you are asking is why we should
You're not going to answer the
ever
question.
attempt-
Why do we care?
He's dodging.
What you
If
are
it doesn't
asking
lead
is-
us to the truth, why are we using it for anything?
What you were asking is why we
Answer
should
the question.
He's just a
Answer the
narrative,
question.
dude. Look, you should have never went into freaking organic chemistry. You should have went into communications because you're just a bunch of PR.
You know what? I think we could do the challenge's assumption of confirmation bias is let Dan have tee off on them.
Yeah, I just want to hear from Vernon real quick, Crit. Why do we care about peer review? Why is it important?
Peer review is a continuous process by which we have all.
God, are you reading from a script?
Yeah, he is. Sounds like it.
Peer review is a continuous. Peer review is a continuous. Like, dude, are you okay? You bricked? You broken? Do you have original thoughts?
Peer review is a process by which we continuously evaluate anything that is said, and it never ends. That we are always evaluating.
Dude, we know you're
Expose the
reading.
words, dude. Are you typing in
No, you're
ChatGPT or something?
Yeah,
Like,
that's what
dude,
it
man,
is.
This is unreal.
That's what
This
it
is the
is.
crazy shit I've heard in a while.
And he's from an academic background, Indio. He has an academic background.
He claims, dude. I don't think so.
These people are the dumbest
Yeah,
people
okay,
I've ever
see, let's get- let's
spoken
Yeah,
to.
we're dumb where you can't even form fucking coherent sentences originally. You keep saying peer review is a coherent process.
Unable to absolutely continue a conversation as an adult beyond.
Yeah, that's because you kept telling us that peer review is important. It's something that's very paramount to like learning anything in science. And then Indio asked you the question, what relevance does it have? Why do we even care about it? And you read this and you started, you didn't give us your own word, Vernum. You didn't give us your own.
Right now, is
You didn't give us your own, dude. Why are you interrupting me, dude?
Vernum, why you are?
He said it again, dude. That's 6 times, dude. It's a Who cares if it's a continuous process of anything? Why does that matter?
Yep.
It matters because it is open to anyone that wants to come along and challenge that concept, that wants to provide any study, that wants to provide any amount of information that is in any way. It is always falsifiable in the sense that the statement that you make is posited, and anyone that comes along can challenge that. And the original
that's what I'm doing right now.
He's challenging that.
You people have no concept of what real science is.
You always
In the
resort
sense
to talking to making basically social commentary on us and what we think.
And
That is your
disparaging
default
our
position
position.
when you can't refute anything.
No, because you would not exist
Yeah,
inside of
because you
academia.
keep
because
you
have no
out of your
concept
mouth,
how to
dude.
communicate as adults.
Because
Yeah, right.
you keep you out of your mouth, dude.
You can't
stop talking
carry
about us.
conversation. You only know how to exist inside of online forums.
Yeah, tell me about our confirmation bias.
I would love to talk to you. I had attempted to come in here and talk to you, but the truth is that when it comes down to carrying
should've drank less
conversation,
sauce.
and
The truth
debate,
is, you're drunk and you shouldn't be in here.
Yeah, if you had more of your wits about you, maybe the conversation would go over a little bit better. But because you're inebriated, it makes it a lot worse for the audience and for yourself, I might add.
You have no ability to actually converse or speak.
Yeah, here we go. Back down.
Yeah, I can't do this. I can't do that. Indio can't do this. He can't do that. But you are inebriated and cannot carry a conversation because you don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, listen, I apologize, boys. Listen, we do live on a sphere. I'm sorry.
Don't apologize to your parents.
In 2025, think that we live on a flat plate.
Preach it, brother. Preach it.
Thousands of years behind.
Brothers, if you just believe, raise your hand. Raise your hand.
Get that out before you laugh.
Hallelujah.
I have to virtue signal my disdain for flat Earth.
Now, for you guys in the back, I know you didn't hear me when I say believe that the Earth is a globe. I say believe that the Earth is a globe.
Hey, Alpha, I've been noticing in text chat, there's a bit of an undercard fight kicking off here. Donald C versus Vax Wax. Now, we've had Vax Wax chained up for the last 40 minutes, so I reckon if we let him off, this is going to be pretty quick. So, I think we should get this undercard.
Oh, hold on. I'll moderate, man. What's the topic?
Excellent.
Yeah, Indio moderate.
India moderates. I ban anyone that talks when they bloody well shouldn't.
Let my husband moderate.
That Indio. What's up,
I'm
Dr.
just kidding.
K?
I'm just kidding.
Let's see you in here, man.
Indio.
Okay,
I'm your husband. What? Dude, your husband's gonna be pissed.
No, my husband just said the funniest thing that you would love. He was like, he's playing Call of Duty, and he told the person that's talking crap to him, he was like, I got all your feelings, and I won't give them back.
Oh, dude, I'm using that.
Dude, this sounds like you should be in the flat Earth debate.
Let's, all right. Well, Donald, are you here?
What's the topic, dude?
Yes, I am here.
Pick a topic, Donald, about the Earth being a globe.
The only reason I volunteered to debate because I'm going to try to keep this on topic. That's going to be my goal. Is to keep you guys, whatever you're debating, I'm going to try and keep you guys from not jumping off of it and staying on it till we've reached its logical conclusion.
He's a referee, so that means that everybody else is going to just be on mute. All right, so
I have no dog in this hunt other than it being coherent and on point, and that's it. I don't care one way or another.
Donald, do you have a topic for the Earth being a globe?
I mean, me and Vax Wax were having a conversation. He wanted me to
can do it verbally. That's what we're asking. What's your topic?
Sure. Is Vax Wax around?
Yeah, he's here. What's your topic, Donald?
I'd like to make sure that Vax Wax can respond.
Here. Vax is here.
I'm right here, bro.
Hello, everybody. Just pick a topic.
In the red corner.
In chat, we were talking about, what were we talking about? In chat. You were gun shy about talking about, what?
Well, you want me to ask Vax? Maybe he'll pick a topic.
Method. That's what
Vax, do you want to pick a topic and then just...
Method.
Oh, I have the choice? No way.
Yeah,
okay.
because Donald didn't want to do it, so you pick.
All right.
Oh, no, that's not what I said. So I was just talking about, I was trying to find about what we, so Vaxwax said, okay, I challenge you to debate. I was just trying to figure out what it was.
Yeah, me too. That's why I'm asking the question. What is it about?
Well, I mean, it's multiple choice. I mean, you want to talk about Coriolis, you want to talk about latitude, you want to talk about how the Earth measures flat, you want to talk about,
I'd like to talk about how the Earth measures flat. Can you show me?
Yes. Dude, I've been wanting to talk about this all night.
My job is cut out for me, man.
All right.
Can you
show go ahead, Donald.
Can you show me a measurement of the Earth being flat?
It's called latitude.
Latitude shows the Earth being curved.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
Okay, well, support your claim. I'll go on mute.
So at the North Pole and the South Pole, the latitude lines converge. That would only happen on a globe.
What's latitude based off of?
Latitude is based off of a two-dimensional, coordinate system.
How is latitude derived? I guess I should rephrase my question.
From the circumference of the Earth.
God, that's such a third person that said that. Where did you guys get that? Sorry, I'm the moderator. Never mind.
Because kilometers are defined as the distance, a particular ratio of the distance from the North Pole to the South Pole of the Earth.
If you're, is it okay for me to talk? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm only going to moderate if it gets out of control.
Oh no, that's fair. I just like every time I can't finish a sentence for the past 2 hours without being instantly muted. So, but anyway, so if you were at 45 degrees latitude, what will your elevation angle to Polaris be?
I mean, I think it would be 45 degrees, but I'm not sure. But I don't have to know.
Correct. No, that's correct. You were spot on. It would be 45 degrees. If you were at 78 degrees latitude, what would your elevation angle to Polaris be?
78 degrees. Wait, no, it's after the equator. Wait,
no.
Okay, yeah, you're right.
Well, 78 degrees is not after the equator, dude. That's...
Sorry,
78 degrees, that's
I'm
Helsinki.
tired.
Come on.
Yeah, I misspoke. I apologize.
No, it's fine, man. It's no big deal. I mean, dude, this all just the penny just dropped with me about this whole topic about a year ago, so it's fine.
Sure.
Okay, if you were at 51 degrees latitude, no, I think London is 53 degrees. If you're at 53 degrees latitude, what would your elevation angle to Polaris be?
I mean, we have to talk about elevation angle. You said that a couple of times. So you're just basically talking about, from the distance of the horizon to the star, right?
If you were at 1 degrees latitude, what would your elevation angle to Polaris be?
1 degree.
And what is the equator?
The equator is the center of rotation of the globe.
0 degrees.
0 degrees is different from the equator.
Citation?
The equator is 90 degrees, not 0.
So you don't think a recommendation. You might want to pick up the pace before he passes out in the middle of it.
So the equator is 0 degrees latitude. It's your minimum elevation angle to Polaris.
Wouldn't call. Okay, so I don't really care about these coordinate systems. All of these coordinate systems are made up by people. None of them demonstrate that the Earth is a globe or not a globe. We can use coordinate systems we can use a coordinate system on a flat surface equally as well as we can on a curved surface. What I'm concerned about is what is measured to be true. I can measure the surface of what I'm standing on.
Correct. No, 100%. I 100% agree with you.
So I don't care about longitude, latitude stuff.
Well, latitude's pretty important because if you're at 45 degrees latitude, if I may, if you're at 45 degrees latitude, Polaris will be at a 45 degree angle of elevation from your location. And let's just say you're in the water. It doesn't matter. Let's say you're on a lake, you're on a stream, you're on a river, you're on the ocean, because the ocean doesn't. Well, actually, I mean, the oceans do hit every single latitude. So let's just say for all these instances, we're on the water. If you're at 45 degrees latitude in the water, Polaris will be at a 45 degree elevation angle.
So?
Well, right. But see, this is where it gets important.
Sure.
Could we have a definition for an angle of elevation, aka elevation angle, aka altitude angle?
AKA.
No, so we can't.
AKA. That's why I didn't understand what you were saying before, because you used different words.
Well, the thing is, an angle of altitude.
I mean, AKA stands for also known as, which doesn't make any sense when we're talking about specific
things.
It
gets confusing. It does get confusing. And that's why
it's confusing when you confuse the issue with terms that don't apply.
Sure, but if you're going to go on Google or any search engine and start looking this stuff up, you might get a definition that says elevation angle, or you might get a definition that says angle of elevation, or you might get a definition that says
different things. Those are both things.
No, they are not. This is what I'm trying to clear up.
Different things.
No, they are not.
They are different things. I'd like to explain it to you, but you don't seem to be confused.
No, that's fine. No, go ahead. I'll put myself on mute. You can explain how they're different.
I mean, you don't have to go on your mute, but okay. So an angle of elevation and an elevation angle are two different things because they have two different reference. So an angle of elevation is like a perspective from a person, while an elevation angle is like from one object to another object.
May I have citation, please, for that?
Look it up yourself. No, I don't care.
So, elephant hurling fallacy. You just said stuff, and now I have to look it up to make sure that you are actually correct.
It's not a fallacy. It's just a fact.
It's a fact that an angle of elevation and an elevation angle are different?
Yes.
Maybe you can tell us what the distinction is.
I did. One is from the perspective of an observer, and the other is from one object to another object.
Right. You're making a claim.
You have to provide the.
What do you? Well, hold on. What do you mean? I don't understand what you mean by perspective of the observer in one object to another object.
Observer is a subject. An observer is a
like
subject.
How would you measure? The best thing to do is like tell us how you measure the first one, then tell us how you measure the second one. Then we can figure out what the difference is.
So an observer has agency, right? While an object to another object has no agency. So that's the difference between an observation and a measurement.
What are you talking about?
Just explain.
Okay, an angle of elevation, AKA... Oh, my God. Okay, so I'm just going to, this is all facts. I can back it up with citation. I will post all the citations in the side chat if need be. But an elevation angle, an angle of elevation are the same thing.
No, they're not.
So an elevation angle is not the same thing as an angle of elevation. Okay.
Well, I mean, please post your source so we can talk about it because we disagree. So post your source. You said you could. Go ahead.
Do you speak English fluently?
39 people said you could post your source. Please post your source. That's the English I speak. Please post your source. Please.
Hop on Google to screenshot it and put it in the chat. Yes.
Excellent. As soon as you post your source, we'll talk about that. Otherwise, I don't care.
Well, real quick, you're saying they're not the same.
No, they're not. One is subjective, one is objective. They are not the same.
You said one requires sentience and the other one doesn't require sentience.
I never said sentience. I never said that word.
Yeah, but you said one can't happen on its own, whereas one is dependent on somebody doing it. Which implies sentience on one hand versus non-sentience on the other hand.
It does not imply that. What it implies is subjective and objective. That's what I was trying to distinguish between, was subjective and objective. Subjective is the perception of something. objective is the absence of minds. All mind.
Yeah, is a altitude angle and an elevation angle different?
Altitude angle and elevation angle. Please define altitude angle.
Okay. Hold on. I have to go on Google. I just need to get it word for word. That way no one can say that I'm lying, right? So just give me a second. Hold on, because I don't have the actual definition memorized. Word for word.
God.
Sure.
This is painful. Sorry.
I got it here.
Yeah, AV. We'd much rather talk about eclipses and shadows and how the Earth casts. Yeah, okay.
No, this isn't a reflection of you, Vex. It's him. It's not you, Vex. It's him, dude. He's like he's not being crystal clear in his verbiations.
Why are we not talking about the thing that you want?
He's about to fall asleep, dude. He's about to fall asleep.
I have it right here.
Hey, why don't you just take a nap or something, man? Wake up tomorrow and come back in again when you're full of energy. Dude, this ain't working.
Yeah, we're getting a rate delay right now. Okay.
I'm fine. You guys.
Hell no, dude. You are. I don't know what you are right now. You're not who you always are.
Yeah,
you're the opposite of what you always are when you come in here.
John, you're not on your best. You're not at your best, man. Like, take a sick day.
I'm fine.
Are you guys implying that he's intoxicated or something?
I don't know what
I've
it
never
is, dude.
you
don't want me to say what I really think he's on, dude.
Even if I were intoxicated.
Everybody has their vices. That's fine.
Donald, you're fine. Don't let them gaslight you, mate. You're all right.
Even if I were intoxicated, I could still defeat every argument you have.
Ooh.
Dude, I'm intoxicated right now, and you're not defeating shit because you don't know the difference between an angle of elevation and an angle of altitude. Like, they're literally the same thing.
So just define angle of altitude.
Okay.
I mean, it took like 10 minutes to say that one word.
Well, first off, just because I have it in front of me, I have the angle of elevation definition right in front of me, and it's Merriam-Webster.
Sure. So just define angle of altitude.
All right. Well, okay. Hold on. Let's see. Angle of altitude definition.
Just gonna say this, man.
Google.
Good job, buddy. You can type. I'm so impressed. You can type. Good job, buddy.
I think we should disqualify Donald on the technicality. Maybe we'll give somebody else in the chat.
What technicality?
You can't pass the drug test, buddy.
Can't pass the drug test. This guy, none of y'all. Okay,
say your ABCs without singing the song.
That's funny.
You can't do it, huh? All right.
So A, B, C, D.
Don't literally do it. Relax.
Well, then why would you ask me to do
it in
thing?
Spanish. Do it in Spanish.
I don't speak Spanish.
A, B, C,
do it in Greek, Cyrilla.
F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, N, O.
Good for you. Speak gibberish.
All right. So, is there anybody else that's a Glober in this chat except for Dan Fessler and Rolling My Boulder? And the other
this guy wanted to have a conversation with me. So, if you're going to stop, I will start a room, and this guy that wanted to have a conversation with me can come to that room.
We've got
sounds like a great plan.
A gap with him. What we've got a problem with, it sounds like you've just come out of surgery.
Yeah. So, that room thing that you were talking about, do that. And then take him with you. You guys will have a grand old time.
Of course, AV.
Well, he wants to take you to secret rooms, man. It's not me. It's what.
No, it's secret.
Yeah.
Y'all seem to be not conducive. Y'all seem to be not conducive with conversations happening, and this guy wants to have a conversation, so I'd like to make that happen.
Yeah.
And it seems like that cannot happen here.
Right.
So if it cannot happen here, I can make a place where it can happen. I have the ability to make a room on this server.
Excellent.
Do it.
Off you go.
So
Good idea, Don.
I would
Okay,
just
go do that,
like
Donald.
Yeah.
Go do that, Donald. Go do that.
Ready, set, go.
They'll just keep
Ready, set,
going.
go.
Gemini. This won't
Okay,
stop
so-
if I don't stop it. So I'm
Yep.
stopping it. The match has been called. There's no winner. It's a freaking draw.
What do you mean there's no winner? You didn't even let me. Hold on, wait a second. Don't
no, look, dude. Listen. Look,
what?
Your opponent is I guess you
He's
could call it.
disqualified due to his
He's got to
inability
stop the
to
fight
continue.
for medical reasons, man.
Yeah,
Like,
medical
we'll
reasons.
give you the W if you want, dude, but you really want a freaking W against the cripple?
Yeah, do you want it like that?
So anyway, yes, the angle of altitude and the angle of elevation are essentially the same thing.
Hey, easy
Oh my
with
god,
the
I can't read the definition.
speech.
I can't read the definitions.
Dude.
Okay.
Easy with the hate speech, India.
I'm not reading the definitions for him.
Fuck you,
I'm reading the
Yeah,
definitions for
please.
the flat earthers in the room. Just in case they ever
You're
come
not
across
crippled from the
this.
neck up, man. So
For the flat earthers in the room.
Yes, for the
Who's you
flat
talking
earthers in the
about, Willis?
room. I'm talking
better
about
get on.
everyone needs
You
to
better get on with that.
game. It's,
With
yeah,
the,
yeah,
for the
it's
flat earth, yeah,
2025.
you're nobody's teacher, dude. You're the one that needs to be taught
I'm not
lessons.
trying to be a teacher. I'm not trying to be a teacher.
For
I'm
the
just
flat
trying to
earthers in the
pass on
room,
good
let me tell
information.
you what's what. Nah, dude, go take your
Well, you
lesson.
spent-
Go take your lesson to what's his name's little secret room. You go over there and go chat with him.
maybe you can, I do want him to give us something though. So you mentioned all these elevation angles. How I'm just curious how you were going to tie those into the measuring of flat Earth. Like, how are you going to tie that together?
Well, I mean, you guys do realize that an elevation angle is different from all other angles. They're literally special. There's a certain.
Can you elaborate on that? Like, how are they special?
Well, for an elevation angle to exist, there's a necessary antecedent for that elevation angle. If you don't have this necessary antecedent, then the elevation angle is not an elevation angle. You can have a 90-degree angle.
You can't get an angle from a curve.
Go on.
Is that antecedent a flat baseline?
Yeah, it's basically the
You
argument.
can call it a flat baseline. You can call it a flat horizontal plane. You can call it a plane of reference. But yes, there is.
I want to know how you're going to call it, dude. I'm trying to help you, dude, because like seriously, like listen, you're kind of like weren't getting to the point, and if you're gonna if you come up against somebody that's aggressive, even Donald's typically more aggressive than that.
Oh,
you're gonna have a problem if you can't
let's
get to your point, right? And lock on to the connection between the elevation angle and the like whatever you want to call it. I'm not gonna tell you how to describe it. Flat baseline, tangent, fucking whatever.
A tangent.
Well, I mean, even a tangent's a flat baseline.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, for an elevation angle to exist, yeah, okay, sure. We can call it a tangent. Okay. Let's say someone's taking a tangent in England. Is that tangent in Bangladesh going to line up with the tangent in England? No. Why? Because they're at the ball. But the thing is, the GP for the elevation angle that you're taking could be thousands of miles away. But the thing is that baseline does not curve. You cannot take an elevation angle from a curved surface. And spheres do not have curved surfaces. There are 0 horizontal planes on a sphere because a sphere is a continuously rotating face. It's the only shape that we have that doesn't have a face on it. Well, no, it has one face, but it's continuous. If you have a trapezoid, if you have an octagon in 3D shape, if you have a square, there's all individual faces. But the sphere has a continuous face with no corners. Correct. If you were to take, in other words, if I was to take an elevation angle in London at 53 degrees or 51 degrees or whatever, and then I go to Montgomery, Alabama, and I take an elevation angle of 32 degrees, and then let's say I go to Helsinki in Finland and take an elevation angle of 80 whatever degrees. All those elevation angles and all those circles at equal altitude will be on the same horizontal plane. So if it's all on the same horizontal plane, tell me how that works on a sphere. It doesn't. So therefore,
But
all your
what if
tangents
it won't be?
will be heading
It
off in
won't be
different
because
directions.
you're taking those at all different heights.
Snake,
You're
do
starting
not
heights.
interrupt. Hello.
No, I'm literally not.
I
Because
was not
in
interrupting. I don't
Helsinki,
think you were listening.
We got a new contender.
In
We got a new
Helsinki,
contender.
in
So
Helsinki,
nighttime changes the geometry of the Earth, Snake? Is that what you're saying?
no, it doesn't.
Hold on,
No, I'm
Vax.
not asking you, Vax.
Not
I'm
you,
asking
Vax.
Snake.
Pay attention to what's going on. Hold on, Indio.
So
Like,
Snake
Vax, you
said
gotta
that
listen
if
to what's going on. Hold on, Indio. You gotta listen to what's going on in the conversation, Vax. You're not. There's no
There's a
situational
lot.
awareness with you, man. You have to listen to the conversation. If somebody else speaks, you gotta look at who's talking. Because you think you're talking to you, we're talking to Snake, and Indio was addressing him, not you.
Well,
Pay attention, dude.
Because
you guys are just
because Vax, you said I'm going to do measurements at these 3 locations are on the same horizontal plane, and Snake said no, they're not, because you're going to do them on different nights. I want to know how different nights change the horizontal.
He's
plane.
talking to Snake, dude.
Talking to Snake, Vax.
He doesn't, dude.
Well, yeah,
there's
let
no
me trust
situational
Snake.
awareness. All right, I'm gonna mute him.
Hey,
No, go ahead, Indio. You were making your point.
I just want to know, dude, how nighttime changes the horizontal plane.
What I would
I swear to God, you guys don't think before you talk.
On Snake.
India, I'm new in here. India, are you a flat earther or no?
Yeah.
You're the anti-flat. Oh, you are a flat earther?
That's irrelevant.
And you just said that other people don't think before they speak.
Yeah, you're gonna answer my question.
I do want to say before there's so many people mute in here. I do want to say.
Look, you know what a genetic fallacy is?
Wait,
Is
I
that
do want to
something
say
is right or wrong based upon the source of the information. So saying the source of the information is a flat earther is not actually an argument. So
I do.
Are you gonna address what I said?
Yeah, well, I was still talking before you started there, but I'm just gonna say, like, despite what I say in here, and I'll be in here for a little bit. This is gonna be fun. There's a lot of people in here, and this is gonna be fun. But
For
despite
us,
anything I say, I want to just say this first. I love flat earthers.
I bet you do.
You're not gonna.
Yeah, not after this conversation. You won't.
No, I swear to God, I love flat earthers. I love you guys.
Are we some zoo animals or something? You go visit or something?
Hold on. I want to ask Snake. Where have you interacted with flat earthers before, Snake? Like what platform?
Online, real life, and the third option.
Well, you haven't got a load of us, so wait till this
In
conversation's
space?
over.
No, like where? On TikTok? X? Like where?
Oh, you don't know what the third thing is? Oh, okay. Well, I'll tell you maybe at the end.
Just tell us now, man. It ain't some secret knowledge you got to withhold. Just tell us.
Alpha, are you a flat earther too?
Jesus, dude. Like, what is it with you and trying to, like, probe and just give us the goods?
Your social, listen, this social shit ain't gonna fly. Okay?
Yeah, just give us the goods.
I'm just vibing over here. And listen.
So are we. So are we.
Yeah, and you ain't feeling our vibe right now because it's irritation.
I have a question for the Globers.
You can get mad all you want, buddy.
I'm irritated. I'm not mad. I'm irritated.
Oh, irritated, not mad. You're disappointed. You're disappointed in me.
Snake.
I understand.
Snake. All right, let's.
Because like we're serious people here, and you're being a clown.
Oh yeah.
Snake, can we just cut the meta? Snake, let's cut the meta. Snake, dude, cut the meta, dude.
Hold on, Alpha. Snake,
Go
you
ahead.
can't substantiate where you talk to any flat earthers, which means you're probably lying.
I talk to them in real life. I talk to them online, and I talk to them in the third place.
Okay.
Well, where did you talk to them in the second place, specifically?
Online?
Yeah.
What platform?
Discord, Reddit, and the other
Reddit.
places that go online.
Reddit.
Yeah.
Reddit's
Reddit.
trash, bro.
Serious.
Discord, where we're talking,
Anyone
which is
that's on
also
Reddit,
trash.
dude, is
Which
crazy.
is also trash. Which is
Okay,
also
Snake.
trash.
Now, Steelman, one flatter argument. Go ahead.
Yep. What did we say?
Can I
That's
ask
good,
Snake a
Jevsy.
question? Is he a
That was perfect.
Can I
Jevsy's
ask
a fucking genius. That was the best thing. Since you interact with flat earthers, you should be able to steel man at least one flat earth argument that you heard.
I'm with
Yeah,
Jim.
yeah. Can I ask for one? Can you guys talk about when you talk about planes?
Don't ask us a question. We ask you a question.
No, I'm going to do whatever the fuck I want.
Okay.
Guy. So
not for long. You'll be doing it somewhere else, Snake.
Yep. Oh, you can't steal man one argument we have. It sounds like. So you
I think
just
you're getting
use this.
exposed as a liar, Snake. That's what I think.
You just use this very obscure way of dodging what we're saying, which is what Gemsy was asking you. And I do agree. If you think that we say anything that's interesting, can you steal man any one of the arguments that we give?
Can you guys just please talk about planes?
Okay, here we go. Duck and dodge, right? Never answer.
No. Honestly, I will answer. But,
then answer it. Answer it.
You gotta
Steal
understand.
man one argument. Gemsy asked a question.
No, I mean, you're just talking over me.
Answer it.
You're just talking over me now.
No, steal man it.
No, we want you.
As soon as I talk, you talk over me.
Yeah, because you're not steal man any argument.
So, Snake, you're going to steal man
That's what you're trying to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're trying to get you to represent. They're trying to get you to represent our side of this argument correctly. So if you can't represent the opposing side's argument correctly, then you don't really have a fight in this game.
Go ahead, Gemsy.
No, I mean,
hold on, man. Snake, wait. Just let Gemsy come through.
I was gonna say just that since you mentioned the airplane argument, go ahead and steal man the airplane argument from the flat earther view. Go ahead.
Show that you're good faith.
When you cut the grass, the snakes will show. When you cut snake, the conversation will flow.
Wait, are you guys going to talk about planes or not?
You were the one that was going to steal man. Yeah, steal man the argument that we have.
I'm not the one. I'm asking you guys to talk about planes.
Okay, wait a minute. Snake, you said
for what Snake, you had an experience with flat earthers. You claimed. We want to know what that experience was. So we're trying to get out of you what they claimed about planes.
First of all, I'm not talking over anybody. If you want to mute me for whatever reason, I'm not going to talk over.
It's always meta, Indio. Always.
That's nice, Snake. Why won't you address what's said? Do you have ADHD?
Oh my God, dude. I do have ADHD, but I'm just saying I keep getting muted, and I talked over 0 people. All I'm asking for you guys to do.
No, because you're talking nonsense. You're getting muted for talking nonsense, dude. Focus.
I'm asking you guys to focus. I'm asking you.
You just talked over me just then,
Snake. I'm going to focus this for you, Snake. You don't drop in here and tell people what to talk about. If you'd like to discuss the nature of the shape of the Earth, you're more than welcome to do so, or kick rocks.
Steal man the argument for using planes.
So I will respond.
I don't think you're listening, right? I was talking. You just started talking. Snake.
Well, no, I was just unmuted.
I know you're unmuted for a reason, dude. The reason why you're unmuted. The reason why you're unmuted, so that you can just give the conversation of what you've been hearing on the internet. Everywhere you go, you hear flat earthers say this and say that. That's fine. And Gemsy was asking a very important question. If you've been hearing flat earthers talk, then you would be able to steal man the questions. Like anything. It doesn't matter what. And the example was using an airplane, which was what maybe something you were saying earlier. Just steal man an argument if you think that we have one. If you know it.
Oh, finally. Okay, cool. So, can you, Alpha?
Yeah, we're going to get to that question that we've been asking you. It's not going to stop, Snake. You think that we've been persistent for no reason, and then we're going to be like, okay, now I changed my mind. I'll let you ask some questions now. I think it's now time for you to ask.
Let me ease it up for him. Snake, just say that you weren't being honest, and you don't know any arguments, and just concede to that, and we can probably move on. Just say, no, I don't know any arguments.
I would like Alpha, because I don't think he knows anything, to talk about planes. Can you
just
do
say
that?
you don't know any of the arguments.
Do you have that ability, Alpha? Or am I just going to get muted and people are going to talk over me and I'll just get muted?
Say that when you spoke to the flat earthers, you weren't paying attention.
No, Snake, we're trying to figure out if you're an honest person. You said that you interact with flat earthers in real life, on the internet, and in the Nazi Zombies mystery box. Okay? Because nobody knows where. It's a mystery. Okay, so the third place. We want to know if you actually have talked to flat earthers. So, because why would you want to interact with liars? If you haven't and you were just LARPing, that's fine. We'll give you a mulligan as far as your intellectual honesty goes. And you can start over. If you've interacted with flat earthers or you haven't. Don't ask another question about planes. You're going to answer the question. You are going to answer the question.
All right, wait, sorry, I got to mute my show. When I'm muted, I'm not going to listen to you. Guys, I'm here.
Then you're going to leave.
Oh my
You only got 30 seconds to fucking respond.
He's being a snake.
Bye.
Snake, you're going to get one more chance or I'm going to ban you.
Listen,
We don't
I am
care if you're here.
being intellectually honest, but if you guys keep muting me and you don't want to engage in a conversation with
What do you mean like this?
We do. You won't respond. For the last fucking time. What is a flat earther argument that you heard on the internet or in real life or in your mystery box?
Or at me, you don't know any.
Yeah, just admit you don't know.
Oh, sorry, sorry, guys. I had to mute my show. I will engage with you guys, but if I get muted in
We don't care.
between
Goodbye.
every time
Goodbye,
I
Snake.
breathe-
Have a nice day, Snake. Have a nice day. Me and Matrix from the
That was Matrix.
My God, man.
I bet you that was
Three in a
Matrix.
row.
I bet
Three
dollars and
Globers in a
donuts
row that just can't have a conversation. It bothers the shit out of me.
Yeah, well, I mean,
I know, man. Like Dan's like, fuck, dude. You guys ain't representing, man.
just looking for.
Look, we have some fucking clowns on our side too, man. Don't feel bad.
Just looking for that guy.
Motherfuckers are coming saying they're at the sweat because my crystals and my fucking tarot cards told me.
Oh yeah, well, you got the esoteric flat earthers. Yeah, it's a whole other topic. They've been growing in numbers lately. That's for sure. They've been turning on some of.
There's a bunch with Cogdis from the final experiment.
Yeah, I was gonna say they're turning on their leaders now.
Yeah, because they're already esoteric flat earthers following those two already, and now they've just gone like, I'm just gonna go all way off the deep end.
Yep.
Because if I can't trust them, I can't trust whatever. Yep. Yeah, no, you can't trust them. You shouldn't have been doing it that way anyway.
Now there's a witch hunt going on with those guys trying to get those guys. They got the pitchforks and torches, and yeah, they're going after them.
Remember one of the first things that Snake said? I love flat earthers. Oh, can you talk about what you love about flat earthers? I don't know.
That's funny. It's good to pin him on that too, man. Because he's been everywhere. He's heard flat earthers over here and over there. Like Dr. Seuss, right? And everywhere.
Like, who does that for, though? Like, when they come in and they do that, I don't know. I don't even know if it's technically a LARP. It's something, right? They come in, like, with their, like, narrative spin or whatever hell you call it. Like, who's that for? Is that for us? Is that for himself? Is that for, like... Because he probably didn't know this is going on YouTube. Like,
he's trying
I just don't know who that's for.
I don't know if it's more of a just. It's always trying to disparage what we do as intellectuals in here. Oh, I've heard of it. It was on Reddit, and it was like in this weird place over here on Facebook, and everybody's like, "Oh, those other places, like those trash can like forums." Like he wants to make it.
When you say you're on Reddit, dude, you automatically use lowest 20 points instantly. Look, I got a Reddit account, and it's like 16 years old. I like made it when Reddit started, but it hasn't been good since like the first year. I just don't use it. Like, it's trash, man.
Yep. But he was trying to make it sound like, oh, this is like that over there. Like, yeah, I know what it's all about. And then even when Jemsy's like, oh yeah, what's it all about? I just want to talk to Alpha about airplanes. Like, really?
I know, but if you think X is low tier, holy shit, go to Reddit, man. That's like lower tier than TikTok. You can't like get any lower than Reddit. Like, there's no below that. As far as the quality of the arguments are, dude, it's so bad.
I've always been surprised by that. I always assumed that Reddit would be a great place for Flat Earth to hang out, but every time I look, there's nothing there.
Well, I mean, if there is any conversations, man, it's just like low-hanging fruit. I mean, anybody can.
Yeah,
we
actually have we actually have a Reddit subreddit, but like I don't update it because when I first started doing it, it's so low tier. Like I'm not wasting any time over here, dude. It's just like it's a bunch
of probably a self-fulfilling prophecy. Then, if you don't tend to it, then you're just going to get all the people that just mock it, go in there.
Yeah, and like most of the other Reddits, like the subreddits, the Flat Earth subreddits, they're actually not because I would go in there and try to like debate people in the threads, and like the people that own the Flat Earth subreddit will ban me. So they're actually like run by Glovers. It's pretty. You'll have that. It's just something they do.
We got some new people in here, like Nobody TM. If you're brand new to the topic, you just came in here. Tell us your stance for the Earth being a globe. Perhaps you can substantiate it. Others couldn't. So maybe today's the day.
I don't know. I've been around before. Just sort of rejoined Discord after a few years. I'm not a glober, so don't worry. Just here to try to hear some good arguments tonight.
Well, I mean, if there is, I don't think much more of these globers nowadays, man. They don't. I mean, starting from even this year, right, 2025, they come in here, no evidence whatsoever. It's almost like they're agnostic for the position of what the Earth is. I don't know. Look, I'm agnostic. It's like, dudes, nobody stands on the position that it is a globe anymore. Like they used to, right? They were 10 toes down every time. You're always about business. We're talking about the geometric shape of the Earth and all that kind of stuff. Now, they run from it quickly. And even this academics that come in here, like Vernon, that was in here earlier, he's from academia, but he doesn't even, he couldn't hold an argument for the Earth being a globe. He told you himself there's no way to do it. So, I mean, if that's an indication that we don't have people in academia able to provide the evidence, then I don't know what is. That's why we're making the all call, right? Anybody out there? Do we got academics in the house? Come on in. I mean, it's a challenge. Challenge you guys. Because I think more like these globers that come in here, they're just regular dudes, on the internet. They heard some arguments from McToon or, they're all hyped up on like these arguments that Professor Dave's talking about. But that's it. We don't got like people from academia, except for the ones who self-purportedly say they are, like Robert, who's a scientist, that guy, and then, some others who say they are from academia, but there's no real, like, scientist, quote-unquote, that comes in here.
He wasn't from academia. His last comment before he rage quit was declare the whole room as schizoaffective disorder.
He actually left for good, really?
Well, no, he didn't leave for good, at least tonight, anyway. His last little squawk. Anyone with any level of education wouldn't do that. There are people, when you go to the college campus, even like, master's degrees and doctorate degrees, there are people with schizoaffective disorder. And if you were to blurt out, that person's wrong or an idiot because they're schizoaffective, that would be like, you'd be sent to like the, they tell you that's an academic break with safety. I'm trying to think of the name of that, where they say
people. You get fired because like the American with Disabilities Act, dude. You'd be shit canned instantly. You wouldn't have a job the next day if you blurted out that somebody had a schizoaffective disorder and you were in academia. You'd be gone.
Man, he thought he was like a fucking golden god. He had no clothes on. He wasn't wearing proper PPE. Like, fucking, of course he's got a schizoaffective disorder, and I'm in trouble? Fuck that
No, I'm
shit.
trying to think of, what do they call that if it's not morality, but it's like code of conduct? It's like if a student does something.
Ethics.
No, it's not ethics.
He's thinking of, it is called conduct unbecoming, right? Oh, come on, that's got to be it. Conduct unbecoming.
It's an integrity violation.
Let's give it. Is that not what you're thinking
No,
of?
there's a name for it. I'm just can't. It's on the tip
That's
of my
the
tongue.
formal
It's like
name. It's called
Misconduct?
no, it's something. It's like yeah. Once I stop thinking of it, it'll come to me. But if students break these things, like if they were to put bubble gum like under the desk or something, or like whatever, if you get caught doing that stuff, they'll put you on academic hold. So he's
Big
no
deal.
way he's going to be out there acting this way, or at least if he's unprofessional. If he's unprofessional, then he like is able to break out how he acts in different spaces, which is quite odd too.
Are you talking about hazing?
No, not hazing. It's like okay. So if
It's
you
academic
if you're in-
misconduct.
is it oh, okay? There we go. Maybe that's
Disorderly.
Yeah.
So then, like, if you're in the classroom and you're having like a classroom debate, and one student calls the other student a name, or like, oh, that's because you're schizoaffective, or it's because whatever reason, and they attack the person's identities or disability, the teacher has to report that. That's like a mandatory reporting. Hey, I was in class, student A called student B X.
That happened the other day. Do you remember? It was just like a couple of weeks ago. The professor that was videotaped calling people names because of what they believe in. That was just recent there.
Awesome.
I think it might even have been flat earthers he called idiots or something, and he was straight away.
Where the Globers at?
Yeah, that was only 3-4 weeks ago. Nobody remember that? No.
Globers. Who thinks here it's a ball in 2025?
Hey guys, Happy New Year.
What up, Godric?
Alpha, are you still fishing for Globers?
Why?
Literally,
It's an everyday thing. Yeah.
Why are we in here and not 24/7?
What?
Why are we in here?
This
and
is
not 24/7?
This is our away station. The away station is held within a server that has 92,000 people, and we can always talk about our home server from this place. That's good advertisement.
Did something happen to the
Alpha,
home?
you were postponing to me
No,
because
we go back and forth.
All right.
Are there more Globers here right now?
I don't know. They haven't chimed in. Other than you being in the room almost every day. Probably in and out. They come in and out.
They come in and out.
But the other server is actually used though, right? It's like still in use.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I can't get in. I don't know why I can't get in. I had that phone number glitched for like a year, and fucking never been able to get in since.
Maybe it's your oldest.
I think it assumes that it's like some fucking you got multiple accounts or something. But I had to Discord kept deleting them, so I was in there every day. I'm stupid.
Yeah,
It's used, but it's like binary.
The Globers. So
Sorry, I talked over somebody.
It's okay. It's just
No, it's
rolling.
cool. Yeah, just rolling.
But I was just, I'm always curious. Like, it seems like just randomly, depending on the day, everybody decides to use 24/7 Discord and then randomly not use it. It's never like half and half. So,
yeah, it's weird.
You guys
right?
have like a meeting in the morning to decide which one to use?
No,
It's like particle physics or something.
it's called syzygy, man.
Like gravity, no?
The planets align. There's cyclical.
Can I get schooled? Because right now I'm just trying to get
Why? But why? We've already schooled you like too
because
many
there's always a
times.
chance I would change my mind.
I don't think
reserve
so.
the right to change my mind. I don't think so either.
You're in a state of perpetual confusion, my friend.
You
There's
slide
no
your
changing
foot
your
in,
mind.
and then you
So
grab
I gaslight myself.
pull it over.
Help me
Can't do
out.
that. We
What
can't do
is
that.
the highest
There ain't no.
You turn yourself around.
Give him an argument that will change his mind. How about that?
No, there's no ladder that goes all the way down that well. There's no end to it. It's an abyss.
Just answer the question, and let's go from there. What
Answer
is
what?
the
Tell
you something about
Roland, right? He gets off
the current? What is the current record?
Rolling the shoulder will roll his shoulder for everything. You reply to him. He will be just like
Rolling his
Mayweather.
shoulder.
Yeah, he's gonna roll his shoulder for everything you say.
What's
That's
the
true.
current highest a human has got to so far. I got Felix Baumgartner as one.
5 feet.
Come on, man.
5 feet.
I don't know.
Is
come
there
on.
any
I mean,
thing
a
higher
friend
than
of mine ate half a sheet of acid thinking they were weak, but they weren't. So
Well, if you
probably
could-
the highest.
I'm asking for documented. I'm asking
Well, can we document it? Yeah, can we add astral projection to that?
That's a,
know what
like,
that
a
is.
bad word, technically. Like,
Well,
you
he
should be using
mentioned
that one.
Felix Baumgartner. That should be like.
No.
Because you know what I've
to
heard.
go on to the Coriolis argument.
You know what I've heard is that there was a guy in here who was supporting. Hold on, rolling. There was a guy in here who was supporting that the Earth is a globe, and he said that people can metaphysically and physically understand that the Earth could be what it is if they would astral project out of their bodies.
What do you mean the Earth could? What do you mean?
Because they could see it at a vantage point instead of getting on a rocket. You know?
Alpha.
Like
Oh yeah,
the cheapest
yeah.
way.
That is
Alpha.
See?
Alpha.
Who said that? No, I'm
What is
seriously.
the
Did you hear the guy that
highest?
just said that?
What's the height? I don't know.
Hold on,
Well,
dude.
it's like the-
I'm going somewhere with
Holy-
this.
Oh,
Go ahead.
going
Go.
somewhere. What, are you going to
Well,
where
yeah.
is the highest?
No, Boulder. You're gonna have to go to the Snoop Dogg server, and maybe you can ask that question there. Who's been the highest?
I mean altitude.
Just go to the Snoop
I
Dogg
mean altitude-wise. I mean number of.
It's crazy when you hit something profound and nobody wants to take it.
Well, I was trying to give you the floor, but
number of
rolling, you know.
over mean sea level. Who has?
I guess
got
he's
the
not going to
record?
tell you.
Control
It's
your
funny.
mic, dude. Like, help us trying to interact
Too
with
many
somebody.
people are talking.
Can we let him? Can we let
Yes.
Alpha?
Let's do it.
Too many people are talking. So I stopped.
Yeah, you.
Guess not. All right, Claw. So go ahead, man, because I think you were going to answer, and Rolling didn't want to hear. He's plugging his ears, dude, when you're going to talk. So go ahead.
I'm listening. I'm just not talking.
Go ahead, Claw.
We're on the astral projection.
Claw.
Go ahead, Claw. Come on.
Oh,
Hold on,
Claw.
He has to. He's
Yo,
gonna
sorry,
take a
come
minute to come back to his body.
Okay, so Alpha Claw flaked out. What is the
No, I'm right here.
highest, Alpha? How
didn't
high
flake,
did we
dude.
go?
I'm right here.
Like,
I
go
didn't
ahead
close
and
my
answer.
door.
Yeah, he had to close the door because this conversation is a bit deep, man. We don't want other ears to listen. Go ahead.
Three knuckles deep. Yeah. What do you need to know?
Go ahead and tell, because they were wondering astral projection can be actually done.
Well, that's a dirty word because like true astral projection takes like multiple lifetimes worth of mental refinement, right? We can kind of dip our toes into the water, like with lucid dreaming, DMT experiences, and such like that. Like true astral projection would take a lot of work to get to that point. Basically, like your lucid dreaming basically is practice for the afterlife. You can literally like older dynastic societies like Egyptians and Tibetan Buddhists were actually trying to hack, quote unquote, the afterlife.
Any success stories?
What's up?
That's funny.
Any success stories?
Yeah, actually. Anybody whose mummy is still around and they were practicing that, like as soon as your mummy, like your body turns to dust and completely disintegrates. If it's subject to just geological time and like lasts forever, you're still kind of tethered to it. Like if you ever had that experience where you're dreaming and kind of slingshot back into your body, like you're all of a sudden awake, you're still tethered to your body.
All right, so in a state of astral projection, could you see how high you can get above the Earth's surface?
Apparently, yes. To a certain point, and then you kind of get slingshotted back.
What
almost like it's a barrier.
What do you think the extent of that limit would be?
Let me look this up 1 second. I'll get you an exact thing here. One minute.
Now, this is all on board, right? Like it's above board, all this information?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, it's backed by studies and like people can...
Oh, yeah, totally. You know full well it is. Yeah, come on now. Men who stare at goats and stuff.
Well, for the doubters, right, in the room?
Did the Egyptians think they could astral project to Mars?
I don't think that was their in their purview.
I don't think they're
Mars is
ambitious.
kind of,
They were that
messed up.
ambitious, Indio, but I mean, for the sake of the ones who were on
I
here.
just like I'm like curious, like rolling the boulder, like how high is a human astral projection ever gotten?
Now that's a
drone or like
question.
limited that you can go up and you can blast off and keep going.
Really?
After a while, you got to practice lots though.
So, in the state of that, could you actually take a look at what the Earth is from that?
Probably.
Huh.
Yeah.
So, no rockets needed. You don't need to jump on a NASA rocket to go and. Okay.
You can just boogie on with your little astral form, provided that you've, become free of your constraints.
I didn't catch what you said.
Would you say that somebody who astral projects and somebody that gets on a rocket and then comes back, let's say I got on a rocket and I saw the Earth and I came back down from a rocket ride and I say, hey guys, check this out. The Earth is a globe. Now, if you astral projected and then looked at the Earth and said, hey man, it looks like a globe, you came back to your body and told everybody, hey man, the Earth is a globe.
See, that's the thing though. It's like an acid trip or something like that. Those experiences are for you and you alone, right? And having to delineate those to other people is very taxing.
So would you say that would be the same thing, Claw, as somebody riding a rocket coming back to Earth and telling us that it looks like a globe?
Yeah.
Could we say
it's kind of the similar thing? That's neat.
Okay.
Like, what if you went to space in a rocket to ISS and you went into a state of meditation? Could you astral project back to Earth?
I don't know if you'd be able to.
You're playing 4D chess over here,
Indio. How high has any human gone?
Nobody knows. Fucking roll my boulder. How the fuck would I know that?
Is there like a sense of up and down, like height in space?
Hold on, Indio.
Hold on. Come on, do it. Roll my boulder.
Indio, what is? Yeah, fine. What is the?
How would anybody know that?
Altitude that you know for sure? How high?
That I know for sure.
Gone that you know for sure. Yeah.
Me.
How high have you gone?
Like 42,000 feet.
So, as far as you know, 42,000 feet is the highest anyone could go.
No, that's a different question.
As far as I know, yes. I believe people have gone higher than that, though.
You believe?
Yeah.
How high do you believe they went?
I would guess probably like the Blue Origin, like 120 miles, maybe.
That's fair. Anything else rolling?
No.
Something else on your mind?
120 miles is.
How high do you think the highest for? How far someone's gone? Do you think they went 300,000 miles away?
I would walk 3,000 miles an hour.
Well, if they went to the moon, they went 300,000 miles above the Earth.
He's not even saying anything. He's just sitting there. Rolling, come on, man. It's your turn. Come on. Give us some answers.
Hear me?
No. That's why I'm asking.
I've been talking. Sorry.
How many miles is the moon above sea level?
Probably like the fucking extent. Where did the what is that called? The Van Allen belt start?
Hold on, Claude. We're trying to wait for rolling, but he's sounding like he had answers. Now he's just like being shady.
He's like, oh, never mind.
Well, that's what I'm feeling, but I don't know.
He passed.
He wants me to speculate.
Yeah, he passed the astral.
So, I'm just returning the favor, dude.
He's probably got his microphone the wrong way around. He probably thinks he's talking now, and he's sitting there yelling at his microphone, going, "But I'm talking to you guys."
Yeah, he's talking into his toaster, dude. You have to talk into the mic. Toaster doesn't work.
My tin can is not working.
Remember, too, there's a lot of chemical dependency problems on the globe side. So he could have just passed out.
Definitely, I'm the chairman.
Maybe.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, here we go.
Meow.
Enough time has passed, Indio, to where he doesn't have to address your question because everybody forgot what you said.
I'm trying to talk to you.
Of limitations.
I'm trying to talk to you. Can anybody hear me?
Yes,
we can.
Yes, we can hear you.
You are lagging like a bastard. Drop out, come back in.
Drop out, come back in. All right, hold on.
3rd grade, repeat.
Yeah, so when enough time passes, then the person will attempt to use it as a gimmick to forget the person's question.
Matrix, can you hear me?
Let's see.
Damn it.
Yes, I can hear you, Roland.
Am I lagging? Whatever. Bullshit mic.
No.
Okay. Is Indio gone?
No.
No, I'm still here, dude.
Okay. you said.
You forgot, didn't
I
you?
got so distracted. With
Yeah, I know. See?
Fix the mic.
Boom!
did you
I
say,
knew it.
Indio?
I freaking knew it.
I just want Indio to back up so that I can get. Indio said
42,000 feet, Roland.
Indio said something.
Oh my God! Look at Indio. Like,
Indio, please refresh my memory.
Can you be more specific than something?
You just replay what you said like 4 minutes ago. I've been.
Okay, I said I've been at 42. I said I've been at 42,000 feet, but I think, I believe people been to 110 miles. I think it was 110 miles.
Right. Blue Origin or something. I think you said. Is that right?
Yeah, with a freaking giant penis they threw in the air.
now it's your turn. How high do you think people have gone?
I'm Alpha. You're not Indio. Just chill, boss.
He's asking the question I asked you.
Cry me a river.
He's asking the same question I asked. Do you want me to say it to make it official? Okay. How high is somebody?
Okay. Talk.
Yeah. So, I just make it official. How high do you think somebody's gone?
I'm a glober, and I think that somebody went to the moon. So
300,000 miles.
Yeah, it doesn't even compare, right? But I'm trying to think. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to learn.
He's been saying that for
I want to know.
He's been saying that for years. Craig can back me up on this.
We don't know, dude.
I have been.
I don't know if they have it. Is it in the Guinness Book of World Records?
I know for a fact we didn't go to the moon. It's obvious.
Indio,
Come on now.
Indio is not in the.
Can you not
hear me? It is obvious. It violates the second law of thermodynamics.
Like
I'm going to buy you a computer or speakers. I don't know.
Okay.
That's why we don't talk to Rolling, by the way. Is this mess?
How would I know that? Is it in the Guinness Book? Do you want me to look it up?
I don't know.
You know what? I don't know. Here's some other things I don't know. Here's some other things I don't know. I don't know how far the deepest scuba diver's ever been. I don't know how deep the deepest someone's been in a bathyscaphe. I don't know how the tallest tree that somebody's ever climbed. There's a lot of shit I don't know.
He probably doesn't know how many bricks are on the Great Wall of China. So, I mean, but...
Definitely don't. I know it's more than one.
Yeah.
All right. Indio.
But Rolling, for future reference, man, this is why we don't... That's why we don't pick on you to talk, man, because of this.
It's cool. Indio, one last question.
I don't think so.
Do you know the name of the glober that has been the farthest from Earth?
It would probably be maybe one of the Apollo 10 dudes. But I don't know who those were. I don't know.
Wasn't it the ones that were ramping dunes on the moon?
Well, it depends on when they went to the moon, right? So you got the lunar distance. I think Apollo 10 was when they were the moon was furthest away. But I mean, don't quote me on that. I don't know for sure.
Yeah, no, I'm just acknowledging that you know far more about the globe and the moon and the people than you know about flat Earth. That's it.
What?
You don't know who?
Are you high?
Who went the highest?
Yeah, I think so.
That's it. No, am I high? Yeah, very.
Let me ask you a question. What does going high off the surface of the Earth? How does that correlate to knowing something about the globe or flat Earth?
I didn't say that.
That's a non-sequitur. You just
it's kind of like knowing who
you just said I know more about the globe than the flat Earth. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah. Well, it's kind of like
your evidence was how high somebody went in something.
It's kind of like saying you like cars, and do you know the fastest Formula One or NASCAR?
Oh, for God's sakes, man!
Dude, your wires are crossed, bro.
No, it's not crossed. It's do you know?
You know your wires in your head are crossed, dude.
Yeah.
I'm sure, but
someone needs to go in and do some work, man.
Yeah,
serious.
I like this thing. I like how flat Earth doesn't try to go high. They don't try to.
Because that would do what? Touch the dome. What dome?
I don't know.
Who said I believe in any fucking dome?
Why would flat Earth try to go high? Because that's what humans do. Humans.
Dude, sometimes I just want to freaking server mute him like that.
Dude, why is it so hard to communicate with him, dude?
Hey, he's been that way for years.
Look, I've dealt with toddlers, children, dude. Like, I can communicate with 2-year-olds, but I can't communicate with that guy for some reason.
Because he's wrecked. That's why.
He's a broken toy.
Is he always wrecked?
Yes.
Yeah. Even when he's not wrecked, he's wrecked, dude. Like, it's
because I don't think he's wrecked, man. I mean,
the only time he comes in is when he's wrecked. That's why he comes in.
Yeah.
I mean, he just doesn't seem like he's fucked up to me. He just seems like he's just fucking mentally handicapped.
Something.
I could be wrong. I mean, they're not too far apart from each other.
Smug.
Yeah, something ain't right. You know what I mean? Just ain't right.
That boy ain't right.
We got
Donald C. sounded like he just freaking shot up a bunch of smack, dude. He was all fucked up.
Dude, that's what I had in mind. I was putting in the text chat. I was like, man, he hit like 20 cc's of Adderall or something. Like he's on that.
No, dude, painkillers like a fistful, dude. Like that's why I said you don't drink and take painkillers, dude. He was on fucking some opiate or something.
He's got them Xannies
or benzos or something. Yeah, it could be Xanax, something like that.
Got some Xanax.
Tramadol and Targan mixed together.
Oh damn! Yeah, he was talking like that. You seen that Zootopia cartoon? That sloth that's in the DMV. Like he's like moving. He was talking like that sloth. Like looks moving around.
When I had me gallbladder out, they loaded me up on Tramadol and Targan, and that's how I felt the world was moving around me, the same speed that Donnie was talking.
Ah, man.
I don't think he was on Xanax because his memory wasn't that bad. People that are on benzos, they're freaking super forgetful. That's why I think it was opiates or painkillers or something. It wasn't just alcohol.
What is it? The pain of the Earth not being a globe? Because I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
It's got to take something for the pain.
Because, I mean, I wouldn't normally say that, but, like, I've seen Donald C. in regular action. Okay? We got audio, right? We got clips of him. He's awfully pretty worked up.
He's always like, he's down like a couple of Red Bulls, dude. He's in here like...
That's what I'm saying, dude.
Bouncing off the walls.
Yep. Yeah, normally he's complete polar opposite of what he was today. Like, it's like he was on the nod.
Maybe he just didn't have his 10 Red Bulls, and he ran out or something.
Who else is in here with us? Just us? Hello.
Max, why are you saying we haven't proved how the Earth is flat? What are you talking about, man?
Yeah, I don't know. I wonder about Vax sometimes, man. Like, I don't know if you guys... I don't know him from Adam, to be honest, man. I just seen him in chat.
That's why I was trying to get like a coherent argument out of him earlier, right? I was like trying to get him to like, how are you going to tie in the elevation? Because it sounded just like he was parroting some shit. Because he had to look up what an elevation angle is.
What I have noticed...
Did you already know?
What I have noticed from him is that he doesn't have situational awareness when it comes to like arguments. Like people that are talking to people in here, he doesn't know who's talking to who. He's very like, he doesn't have that. I don't know. He doesn't know. And then his arguments are kind of obscure. I mean, they're still geared towards flat Earth, but it's a little bit obscure. You have to kind of listen to him a little longer. I don't know. He takes a long way around, really.
You know, Max, how come you listen to us now, but when you're in the chat, you don't hear what we say?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's weird. Very weird. Very strange. that he didn't listen to the conversation I was having with the other guy, because the guy was saying that the eclipse was proving that the Earth is a globe. But what I gave him was the floor to show that he doesn't understand what he's doing when he's talking about that. And Vax was all over the place saying, "Where are we talking about the lunar eclipse?" I'm like, dude, you know that he's trying to say that the Earth is a globe because of it? And I'm going to show that it's not because it's an assumption? And so Vax was just making it sound like he was like, we need to talk about the curvature of the Earth. I'm like, dude, there's many ways to shellac these globers, and one of them is to expose how their thinking is incorrect. So I don't need to go the way that you say I need to go. I can just expose them any other way. There's so many ways.
Yeah, man, you got to play the hand you're dealt, not the hand you wish you were dealt.
Yeah, it's just, and sometimes it's fun to hear them like not give answers to the thing they think are foregone conclusions. So we don't need to do it any specific way. Just do it a way that's effective. That's all.
Vax, so let me give you a little style advice. Okay.
Sure.
You got to meet people where they're at. Okay.
That's fine.
You can't force it down their throat, right? So we're trying to meet them where they're at. Someone that comes in and says, "Hey, eclipse has proved the globe," that tells you a little bit about their mindset, what they think. Hey, this is my best evidence. Look up at the moon, see a black shit go across it. Earth has to be a globe because I see a rounding. Tells us so. They don't really know anything. They never really thought about it because they're really making a lot of assumptions to come to that conclusion. But they read it somewhere and they think, yes, there's eclipses. They model a bunch of space balls to predict when they happen, right? And all this crap that goes on in their head. So they have this narrative story. You're not going to just go, let's talk about curvature. That isn't going to make all that go away. They'll just go, you never explained eclipses, and they'll just dig into that shit. They'll just dig in. If you can't explain eclipses, there's no way the Earth can be flat, even if you measure it flat.
Yeah, that's a burden of
They don't have the logical capability to. Say that again?
That's a burden of proof reversal fallacy. If we never make claims about eclipses, why do we have to explain them?
You're not catching my drift. Okay? They have fallacious reasoning. Okay? In the beginning. So right from the go. So you have to show them their fallacious reason. Like, you can't cast pearls before swine. How are you going to go and yes, you directly measure the Earth curve, right? So that's a deductive proof that the Earth is flat. They don't understand any of that. They don't you have to bring them to that. You're not going to just go, forget your eclipses. They don't prove anything. But the Earth measures flat. They're never even gonna jump over that hurdle to even hear that shit. And I'm just telling you from experience, man.
Yeah.
Talk to hundreds, if not thousands, of people, and certain people bring certain types of evidence, right? And typically, what people do, what they bring the first is, this is what I think is the strongest evidence, and that'll be usually the first thing out of their mouth.
Right.
What does it tell me about that person if eclipses are their strongest evidence? In their mind.
Right.
In their mind, it's their strongest evidence.
That's why you have to take baby
I'm going to tell them what I want.
No, you have to take baby steps.
You can't just be like, I'm going to tell them what I want, dude. You're trying to communicate.
Right.
You have to understand them, dude, from their point of view. Empathy, man.
No, I do. Now they're
the emotional empathy part. I mean, the understanding of looking at it from their point of view.
So, in other words, when I was having the conversation with that guy, and you were, aping out in the chat, when I didn't let you speak through what we were saying, because you were like, "Oh God, this is boring. Like, why are we gotta listen to this?" And you were just saying all kinds of dumb things, dude. I'm like, you didn't understand what was happening to the guy who was actually asserting this information that the eclipses are proving that the Earth is a globe. So you don't know because you probably haven't been around the culture here. So what we do is expose their argument. Every argument that they bring forward is fallacious reasoning. But they don't know that until we take them through the ringer and show them why it's that way. And that's what I was doing.
You guys never pointed out why it was fallacious.
Dude, I pointed it out to him during the course of that conversation. Is there any evidence that shows that because he referred back to those ancient thinkers were saying that the Earth is a globe that was covering the surface of the moon during an eclipse. And I said, how do they know that? What do you mean I didn't point it out to him? You're not listening. Once again, I said it like 3 or 4 times already. You don't listen, dude.
No,
or either that, or if you do listen, you don't comprehend. You have comprehension. Your lack of comprehension is the reason why you run your mouth.
That's an ad-hom fallacy.
Ad-hom fallacy. No, that's an assessment of you not understanding what's happening. When somebody's speaking and they're taking someone through the ringer, you're just like, well, it's not what I would have said. I'd rather take them to this other argument. Like, dude, you don't understand what's happening at the current situation with the guy that I was speaking to. So if you did, you would have been like, oh, yeah, he doesn't have any evidence for the Earth determining whether it's a globe or not via a lunar eclipse. So if you understood that point, then you would have been like, oh, yeah, he didn't demonstrate the Earth was a globe through that. I see what Alpha's doing now. You didn't acknowledge that.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah. Dude, some of these dudes are mules. You're not going to get them to move by just ripping at their reins. You're just going to be pulling forever. You need to carrot. You need to make them move on their own.
It doesn't matter what direction they go. In every point that they think that the Earth is a globe or justified as one, then you're going to show them that it's not. Because they have to, in some way, empirically have the evidence that it is. And you're always going to get back to assumptions, you're going to get back to speculations or ideas or constructs of mathematics or whatever. It doesn't matter. But they're never going to come back to they derive this from any empirical means.
They're not having.
Look, it's like a. So it's kind of like. Yeah, go for it.
They're not having a crack at you, mate. They're just trying to get you to realise situational awareness. Every time a Glober comes in here, we all, myself included, want to jump in and have a bite. But if you've ever sat back and listened to this on YouTube or Rumble, it sounds like shit with 8 people all trying to scream at one person. It sounds disgusting. So just sit back and relax, mate. If someone else is kicking a Glober around, just let it happen. You might learn some new arguments. Anyways, India, yours, man.
Yeah. So what I was going to say, you got to think about this.
Hold on.
People come in here.
I'm not going to learn new arguments. I'm not going to learn new arguments when I start going into the special theory of relativity or dark matter or dark energy. No, you guys went on for like 30 minutes about dark energy. Like you guys literally you handed him on a silver platter their entire paradigm.
He doesn't get it in you.
Okay, in that case, then
Vax, you don't understand. There's something called an internal critique. Okay, so you can internally critique someone's worldview without accepting it.
Yeah, that's fine. But
you can't say it's fine. You can't say it's fine when you just disagreed that it wasn't fine. I don't understand. How do you make that make sense to anybody? He's like, it's fine. No, it's not. It wasn't fine just 5 seconds ago when you disagree with it.
Sure. Okay, if I can get a sentence out.
Okay, can I get
a sentence out? Hold on. No. Let me get the sentence out real quick. If you can take the Glober by the hand, grab him by the hand, pat him on top of the hand once you grab their hand, and say, listen, I have to explain to you why your paradigm violates natural law. You go very simply through it. I'm not getting it.
No, you're not.
You got to. They're claiming that there's a moon in a vacuum. They're claiming that
he's not getting
when
it.
Glober talks about the
you're
moon,
missing the psychological. You're missing the psychological impediments, dude. Okay, when these people come in here to defend the globe, they're dug in like a tick. You have to get their mind to move so they even question their paradigm in the first place. They don't just move on their own. You have to get them to move themselves.
How do you get them to question their paradigm?
By walking it through them logically so that they can see for themselves. They've reached conclusions irrationally. But the thing is that thinking, right, their rationale, like how they arrive to the conclusion of what the truth is, right? So they have a way of evaluating truth. Everyone does. So they have theirs, right? And they come in, they think they have the truth, and they're not going to move off that. They're standing on that square, and they're not coming off the square. But once they realize, you have to show them that, hey, that square is not tenable. You gotta move a little bit. You gotta move over to this new square. And they think they're safe on that new square with some other fallacious reasoning. And then you say, okay, no, that's fallacious reasoning. So they try to jump to another square. Oh no, that's fallacious. And then eventually they realize that they have nothing really to stand on. Now you've opened their mind to like, hey, like maybe it could take a couple ways. Some people are so dug in, they'll cog this, spiral out of here, start swearing at you. You've seen all the shit, right? All the antics. But if you actually try to communicate an idea and get them to actually honestly reflect on it, mentally, cognitively, rationally, you need to lay the groundwork for them to actually do that. And it's not simply force feeding them. Yeah, there's no measurable curvature, and just trying to jack it down their throat.
Yeah.
There is no measurable curvature, and it's very easy to explain why there's no measurable curvature.
No,
it's not. For these guys, it's not.
No,
it's really not.
It's very simple.
They don't even know what the fucking horizon is half the time, Bax. They don't even know what the fucking horizon is half the time.
That's why you have to walk them through it. It's not about. It's not about lopping off a Glober's head.
Max, why did you not do it with Donnie if it's so easy to walk him through it? He was walking all over you. He called you out for an elephant hurling fallacy, and then 2 minutes later, he did it to you.
I called him out.
And what? He said, nah, sorry. And then all of a sudden, when he reversed it to you, you went off looking for the information.
Yeah, which is a bad look, actually.
First off, I called him out for the elephant hurling fallacy. I'm the one that even mentioned elephant hurling fallacy.
Yeah, and then he fobbed it off and then threw it back in your face.
No, because when he asked me for the definition, I said, hold on, let me get the definition off the internet. I will read it word for word and then post a citation where I read it word for word.
So
that way I can't be called being a liar.
You're missing the point. When you called him for the elephant hurling fallacy, instead of sitting back and going, oh no, that's all right, mate, you should have stuck your grounds and hammered it into him. Get the bloody information.
What was the elephant hurling fallacy?
It doesn't matter. You're missing the point. You let him walk all over you. Like you should have been holding his hand, walking him.
Bax, you asked him for a citation, and he said Google it or some shit.
Right. Therefore,
and you said, that's an elephant hurling fallacy. You should have had him stick to his shit, dude, and been like, no, I'm not Googling it. Go get your frickin' evidence.
That's one. No, when he said for me to Google something, I said that was an elephant hurling fallacy.
I agree with you, it is. Right. You let him off the hook.
How did I let him off the hook?
Because you didn't say that's an elephant hurling fallacy. Go get the specific information.
I did say it was an elephant hurling fallacy. Literally told him.
But you didn't.
Dude, you told me to Google something.
Yeah, but you didn't hold him to his initial claim from which he said to Google it. You should have been like, hey, I'm not going to go look for it for you. That's an elephant hurling fallacy. I'm not going to comb the entire
literally
internet
what
for
I
your
said.
Evidence. Donald,
that's
go find your own evidence and come back with
it. But you went to look for
literally what I said.
Yes, but you went to look for the definition instead of he goes to look for it.
I went to look for my definitions for elevation angles and angles of elevation.
Vax, shut up for a second. Vax, shut up.
Yeah.
See how you went looking for your information.
Well, yeah, I don't have it written on a piece of paper on a table in front of me.
Vax. You went looking for your information when you got called out. True or false?
Not true. Yeah, I'll call it true.
Excellent.
Because
Vax,
I wanted...
Vax. We don't need an essay. I just wanted a yes or no, mate. You got called out. You went looking for your information. True or false?
To get it word for word from the source.
Excellent.
Yes.
That's a yes. Right. See how you got Jedi mind tricked into fetching your information? You should have done that to him. That's what we're trying to tell you.
He didn't have any information to give me. He literally had zero
information. You should have forced him into
all
getting
I was doing. No, all I was doing was make sure I was.
Vax, you called him out on the fallacy, and it was sort of like, let's change subject. That was it.
He said some nonsensical he said some nonsensical red herring shit, and he even got Indio with it too. You know, he held his ground with Indio as well, saying like this agency, objective, subjective stuff. He was just saying nonsense.
Yeah, wait a second. I was supposed to see the moderator. That's why I didn't challenge him on it. I probably shouldn't have said anything
wait a
anyway.
second. No, you guys are throwing shit at me because I wanted
just
to
optics,
have
dude.
my
It's
definition word for word from
Vax, you're missing the point, brother. Vax, we're not attacking
all
you.
I was
We're
doing was
critiquing
covering
what
all my
happened.
ducks.
Vax, number one, you called him out for an elephant hurling fallacy. You then went to converse with other shit. You should have stuck to your guns and demanded the information from him. That's it. You chose not to.
He had no information to
You
give.
got called out for an elephant hurling fallacy, and then like a good little boy, you went off and got the information.
No, I went and got the information correctly to make sure it was word for word.
Out. You threw
No,
it back in
because
his
I did
face
not want
and
to be called a liar.
You're missing the point, mate.
No, I went.
Look,
I
you're
said,
getting
hold
caught
on.
in the details, Vax.
Guys, you guys. When he asked me what the definition for an elevation angle or angle of altitude or whatever it was, I wanted to make sure I had
matter. You're missing the point.
You took the bait. He was being
thorough.
you know, he was.
I was being thorough. I was making sure that he couldn't say, "Oh, you didn't.
Vax, we
you
get
didn't
that.
dot your I
We
and cross your
understand
T's."
that, Vax. You're
That's
missing
all
the
I
point.
was doing.
The point is, Vax, you should have stood your ground. It shouldn't have even got that far. You should have railed him, nailed his bitchy little feet to the floor, and said, "Go and get the information, or it's just a straight up end of line." And he would have had a cry like normal, because Donnie never
Go and
brings
get the information on what? Go and get the information on what?
He's not getting it. Every time when he's asking these questions,
What information was I supposed to ask him to get?
You see, this is why this is what I'm telling you, Vax. This is why you're not equipped to have You say you're the best flat earther and all that. I saw you putting that in the text channel earlier.
Yeah,
but
no,
this is the reason why.
What?
This is the reason why you.
Absolutely.
See, he's affirming it. But I'm saying though, this is the reason why.
I am affirming it.
I know. This is the reason why you're not equipped.
You're a fucking train wreck.
Yeah. So this is the reason why you
I'm
can't
a
have these
train wreck.
conversations, man.
Yeah, you guys want to talk about Apollo moon landings and the moon, but don't
Again?
even ask where the location of this moon is?
Oh, dude.
Where did the Globers claim the moon's at? Huh?
Hold on. Graveyard to me left-hand side.
The Globers claim the moon is 240,000 miles out there.
Which is in the what?
Dude,
the vacuum of space.
Like the whole
awesome. He didn't mention the moon the whole time.
The whole spiel about internal critique that Indio gave
Not
you
with me,
just
he
went in
didn't.
one ear and out the other, didn't it?
Oh my God.
It did.
So I'm being criticized for having accurate definitions.
No.
And I
dude.
said, hey, I told the guy, I said, hey, let me go.
No.
You have comprehension
You're not
issues,
being
dude.
criticised
I
for
told you, Indio.
attention to detail. You're being criticised because you didn't rail him when you had the opportunity. You bowed down and went fetching for information. You should not have. You should have stood your ground. You called out the elephant hurling fallacy. You did the right thing. And then when Donnie went, "Oh, well, yeah, I don't really feel like fetching information," you should have said, "Fucking bullshit. Start stepping." That's what you're missing, Vax. You were a good little bitch and went and got the information. He was not. He should have been. That's what you're missing.
What was he going to
Yeah,
go
Donald
get
was sitting there
information on?
nodding out with a speed up on the desk.
What was
dude,
he
you're
going
running
to get
around
information
combing
on?
Google.
Yep.
What was he going to get information on?
What you asked him for.
What did I
Okay,
ask
what
him
was
for?
it? What did you say the elephant hurling fallacy? What was that in relation to?
I don't even remember at this point. It's been a few
He made
minutes.
some claim, right?
my
and you
God.
said,
What was his
can I
claim?
recite
Okay,
it?
so what was his
I didn't
claim?
hear. Listen, I didn't hear that part. I only heard the part where you were like, "Can I have a citation for that?"
Yes,
he was like,
Motivation.
What
and
did
he
I
said,
ask
"Go
for a
Google it," and
citation
then you
for?
said that's an elephant hurling fallacy.
Right, what did I ask a citation for?
the elevation
Whatever
angle.
he said, dude, I didn't hear it.
I asked for a citation for an elevation angle.
Elevation angle. He said elevation angle and altitude angle, they are different. And you said,
no, they're absolutely the same thing.
That's what you asked him to cite.
He said, can you cite it? And he said, and he explained it. He didn't cite it. And you said, no, you went, and he told you to Google it, and you went to.
And then that's when I said, hold on, wait a second. You're claiming an elevation angle.
And that's the problem. And that's the problem. That's the problem, Vax. He made the claim, but you're the one going to find the definition.
Yeah, because he made the claim that elevation angles and angles of altitude are different.
Excellent.
So why are you you're reversing? He reversed the burden of proof on you, and you played along with it.
No, I went and got the
dude. That's what happened.
No, I went and got the definition for an elevation angle.
Everybody heard you.
I went and got the definition for an elevation angle, and I went and got the definition for an angle of altitude, and showed how they were the same thing.
Vax, we understand you went and got it. It was not your claim. Who makes the claim fetches the data.
Angles of elevation and angles of altitude are all the same thing.
And
that was my claim.
Oh, why?
It was literally my claim that an angle of elevation and an angle of altitude are the same.
Yeah, I get that.
So I supported my claim by providing the fucking definitions.
Yeah.
Hello?
But you made a claim, dude.
I made a claim that angles of altitude and angles of elevation angles are synonymous.
Yeah, we know that.
Yeah. And then I went and got my definitions, which you guys are giving me shit for.
He said it's not. They are not the same. Why you didn't force
I got the definitions that showed they were the same.
Dude, you're too worried about the fucking details. Like you're not.
I'm too worried about details now. I'm too worried about details.
No. You keep trying to defend what the elevation angle is when that's not what we're talking about.
What's the difference between an elevation angle and an altitude angle?
This is a meta
What's
conversation
the difference
about
between
the
an elevation?
You're legit retarded or something. This is a meta conversation about the way the conversation happened. It isn't about what elevation angles are. Okay? He left.
Which is good because he needed to leave. There's something about that guy. I don't know what he does here in 24/7, but he's been hanging around a bit, and it's not working out, man. His situational awareness is like zero. When you're having a conversation with somebody else, and he jumps in, and then you direct it to the Glober, he thinks you're talking to him. It's weird, dude.
Yeah, I noticed he did that a couple times. With
it's weird.
Fuck, dude, that is weird.
Well, I mean, I'm just pointing it out because it gets a little bit, hard for us to kind of manage people who say they're flat earthers and also the Globers at the same time. And, we're trying to get the people on the flat earth side who come in here and, like, listen, man, I mean, people that have the floor for flat earthers in here, like, we kind of hold to our own, like, make sure that everybody's got their arguments tidy, they're not sloppy, like, they're not going to fetch people's, like, the data that the Glober's telling, like, that's ridiculous, dude. That's just it's optics. It's a bad look, But hey, I mean, what up? What?
Yeah, I agree. It is a bad look. But I mean, this one size fits all idea. I mean, I'll give him I'll forgive him for it because a lot of people take that one size fits all, right? They have their best argument and they just try to use that over and over again.
Yeah.
But it doesn't, everybody is different, right? So, you one size doesn't fit all. Not everybody comes to the truth. There's lots of roads to get to the truth, but there's only one. But I don't know how to describe it, dude. There's lots of roads to get there, but it's not like it's. But there's only one methodology to get there, right? So you have to use rationality and reason to get there. Now, how would you use that rationality and reason to get to the truth? that can take many ways. But if the people you're talking to don't even know how to evaluate things to get to the truth, there's no point in having a rational conversation with them until you guys get on the same page of how to determine the truth in the first place. Right? Yep. They think, right? Ask a scientist. That's how you find the truth. Or the other dude, read a peer-reviewed paper. That's how you find out what's the truth. Right? Like, no, you have to show them that, no, that's fallacious. Like, those side things don't determine like what the truth is. You got the claim and the evidence for the claim. All the extemporaneous shit, they don't tell you the truth of the claim. If they don't see that, right, then like you're not going to go anywhere. You know that. I know all of us in here know that, but I don't know why he can't see that. Like I don't.
Well, it's just been a thing, man, that I've been noticing with that guy.
I've talked to him one-on-one, and he didn't get it. Like I said, dude, you gotta find the flat smack. Every single person has something that's gonna snap them out of it. And he said, you gotta learn who they are, what they value, what they care about, what they think would make the globe falsifiable by getting to know who they are. He said, I don't give a fuck who they are. I'm like, oh man. I'm paraphrasing, but he said, yeah, fuck them. They're globalists, they're stupid, they're a waste of time. And I'm like, geez, dude, like, how do you square that? So you don't want to talk to them, and you want to talk to them, and you want to tell them about space is in the moon and shit is not real, but you didn't give them a reason to challenge that. What you did is you said you gave them a reason to not challenge it. Like, you sound like an idiot, and they don't want to sound like you.
I mean, it's real simple. Why does one person come in and they say Eratosthenes, another person says White Routes, another person comes in and says Coriolis, and another person comes in and says some other thing, right? They're presenting what they think is the best evidence. And the one they fixate on, right, the one they presented is a window into their mind. Right? So if you say, they say, pictures of the Earth from ISS. How did they determine the truth? Well, they watch TV and they listen to what people say on the television, and imagery is what affects them, right? How many times have we heard it? How would you prove the Earth is a globe or the Earth? Oh, I'd have to get up in a rocket and look at it. How many people have said that? That tells them, like, that's how they determine what, like, at this topic, this specific thing. They need to see it because that's how they've been presented with. So to overcome what they've been presented with already, they need some flashy pictures and some imagery. And you have to show them why that standard of evidence is crap. And you can use examples why it's absurd, right? There's lots of pictures of Santa Claus. And for me to conclude, like, if there's lots of pictures of Santa Claus, he has to be real, that's absurd. So, but that's the same argument they're making. There's lots of pictures of the globe. How can they all be fake? It's the same argument, but you have to show them that, right? You can't just be like, okay, I'm going to talk about curvature. You think they're going to just snap out of it because you start talking about the globe geometry that they don't understand? And then you're trying to describe it, but because we've been talking about it for freaking years, right? It's easy for us to talk about the geometry and visualize it and all those things, whereas this is completely foreign. When you say, hey, drop over distance, how many times has Miggy had to talk about drop over distance and fucking explain something that's very simple?
Yeah, it gets difficult because, like, some of the people don't really understand any of the concepts or why they think the Earth's a globe. They're all in full belief mode. So if you start talking about the second law of thermodynamics and expect to get somewhere with a guy who's like, left high school and just, first years of college or something, you're not really going to get anywhere because they don't look into this topic. So everything they're thinking is a, foregone conclusion, and their information that they're going to be arguing you with, they're thinking you're making words up. They're like, what are you talking about, man? You don't know anything. So you kind of have to, you can't go too in depth with them about any of the arguments. You have to meet them like where they're at. Hopefully you can come out with some semblance of like something they can really identify with as an argument. But if you don't, I mean, it's just some pretty basic stuff you got to stick to.
It looks like he left, Wax.
Dude, most people don't understand when you describe what the problem is. They don't understand it. They can't visualize it. They can't a tangent line to a ball is the horizon. They have no idea what the fuck that means.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people struggling with that,
Chinese, dude. A lot of people struggle with it.
They were struggling in the chat with that, and I'm like, dude, it's not, in my head anyway, it's not that hard to understand, but they don't know what it means, like the value of it being like working over the surface of a globe. And so, I mean,
well, the thing is, because, well, if they learned it in school, right, you'd have a chalkboard, right, and the professor would get up and he'd draw a tangent line on a circle, right, and then they'd understand it. But we're just trying to do it purely in voice. We're talking about like geometric figures purely in voice. Yeah. So they have to have some concept already to visualize it in their mind. And like, they're literally like starting from scratch if they've never done that before. They never heard these terms before. They literally have to take it. Like, you know, people are visual learners to like some degree. Like, where sometimes just words alone aren't enough.
Yeah, but I'm saying though,
as I said, imagine space picks, right? Like, show me a space pick. That's all I need.
Not having to critically think about things in this world and just take expert advice and, you know, rely on other people. That's what most of the general population has been doing, and they don't really like contemplate things like what we're talking about in here. None of that's ever going on. So of course, to them, it's laughable. Because how can we think that the Earth is flat when experts figured it out? Like, you know, we're over here on the internet like some fools, like memeing on the internet, talking about the Earth is flat. So, yeah, you got a lot of that going on. So they have never really critically thought about any of the things that we talk about in here. So jumping down their throats with some arguments, it's not going to help the situation, man. It really isn't. You got to meet them right where they're at. What do they think? Examine, critique. You know, I don't know. I think we'd probably beating a dead horse. Anyway.
I mean, yeah, we kind of are because Vax isn't even in here, is he? Oh, yeah, he is.
Who, Vax?
He's probably just like, you know, he's not like probably even really listening to what we're saying. Dude, he thinks you go in a shoe store, there's just one shoe for everybody, dude. There's not one shoe for everybody, Vax. Sorry.
And he was just moaning and groaning when I was talking to the guy about, you know, the subject.
Vax, we'll unmute you if you're going to focus, dude. Focus.
I'm with that. Oh.
You want to unmute him? Do you want me to unmute him?
Yeah, I unmuted.
Yeah, you can just unmute him.
And he took off as soon as you unmuted him.
I don't. Yeah.
My bad.
This is what, like you didn't even listen
to do that. I'm sorry.
Dude, you're like whack-a-mole.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I was trying to. The thing is, like, you guys don't understand how the Earth is measured flat.
Huh?
Oh, really?
Do you guys comprehend what latitude
Who is this character, man? Like, I've got a good mind just to, like, remove him for good.
Okay, Vax, I need you to understand something. You've come from FED. There's another group called 24/7, which do some fucking good flat smacking. So maybe just mic up, sit back, and have a listen. You'll be surprised what you'll learn, mate.
The idea is to find some sort of human connection with a person when they come in here. Because a lot of them are coming in with this concept that flat earthers are subhuman mongrels. Like, they're barely alive. Like, they barely recognize your humanity. So if you start just barking at them and talking down to them...
I don't.
Well, let me ask you, Vax. I'm gonna play Glober, because if I was a Glober, I would cook you. So let me do this.
Yeah,
I'm in Johannesburg, South Africa. What's my latitude? I'm gonna measure my elevation angle to Polaris. What's my latitude?
Did you see Polaris from Johannesburg, South Africa?
No.
So how would you measure elevation angle to Polaris then?
I'm asking you. You're the one who claims the elevation angles of the elevation angle to Polaris. So how do I measure it? How do I know my latitude now?
Oh, yeah, you're beyond the equator.
Yeah, so
what is the equator, buddy?
The equator don't exist in reality, dude.
The equator. So the equator is not real.
No, it's not.
The equator is your minimum elevation angle to Polaris.
Okay, so am I at the equator? If I'm at, so if I'm in Johannesburg, South Africa, I'm at the equator.
Is Johannesburg, South Africa, at the equator?
I don't know. How would I find the equator?
It's not.
How would I find the equator?
Because the equator is your minimum angle of elevation to Polaris.
Okay, minimum meaning 0, right?
Right.
Okay, so at Johannesburg,
words, if you're at the
I'm not going to see Polaris because it's going to be right on the horizon. It's going to be 0.
No, it's going to be exactly. You'll be able to see it, but it'll be kissing the top of the horizon.
Make up your mind. Is it 0 or not 0?
No, it's literally 0. But the thing is, if you go to 1 degree above the equator, Polaris will be at a 1 degree elevation angle. Think about how small that angle is. If you were at 15 degrees beyond the equator, oh my God, you guys don't let me finish.
Well, 1 degree isn't small, dude.
It is
really not.
When you're talking about between 1 degree and 0 degree, it's very small.
The sun is half a degree, dude.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so 1 degree is not small. You can easily see the sun. You can easily see the moon. That's also half a degree. So say I'm at your equator. Wait, okay, so say I'm at the equator and I go south 100 miles. What latitude am I at? How do I find that with
100 miles? 100 miles south of the equator?
Yeah. What was my latitude?
Your latitude, it's just copying and pasting what happens in the north.
To where?
From Polaris.
From Polaris. I can't see Polaris.
Exactly.
But I can't see Polaris.
That's the whole point.
So is there one latitude from everywhere on Earth that you can't see Polaris? It's just one latitude?
So this sounds like, why can't I see the Statue of Liberty from China?
No, so, so my point of I'm doing this is because I'm knocking you off your script.
What script?
The elevation angles to Polaris script. Okay?
Yeah, as you move away from Polaris, Polaris becomes lower in your horizon.
Great, that's awesome, but when you go past the equator, all that shit falls apart because that whole coordinate system is not based upon Polaris.
No, it literally is. It's literally copying and pasting what happens in the north to the south.
Yeah, using what?
Using
don't have a Polaris in the south.
Yeah.
The Polaris in the south is a southern Polaris?
No, if you're at 90 degrees at Polaris and Polaris is at your zenith, you're going to flip that over and make a ball. That's the whole trick.
Okay, dude. If I am south of your so-called equator, how do I find my latitude? I have a sextant. I'm going to measure my elevation angle to what?
Are you measuring your elevation angle to Polaris?
Yeah, in the south. No, I'm not because I can't see Polaris.
Right. Yeah, exactly. That's the whole point.
Then what do I use?
It's perspective. They're hijacking.
Then what do I use? Then what do I use?
To what?
To measure the elevation angle past the equator.
To what? To measure the elevation angle to what?
Dude, in the south, right, south of the equator, you said it's all just reversed. Okay?
Right.
Cool. So I can take a sextant and use whatever the reverse thing is for Polaris in the south. What's that?
What's the reverse thing?
I'm asking you.
That's a good question. No, I'm asking you. What is it? What would you be doing?
I'm asking you, dude. It's your claim, dude. Like,
is there an equivalent to Polaris in the south? Yes or no?
No.
Exactly. Exactly.
So there's no latitudes in the south?
There's latitudes in the south, but they're just
how do you find them
from the north?
Okay, there's latitudes in the south. How do I find them?
That's the whole mystery, isn't it?
What is the
procedure? That's why there's all these discrepancies because Polaris isn't
No,
You're the
it's
best flat
because
earther,
you
huh?
or no.
This is the best flat earther. This guy. Are you shitting me, bro?
This is the reason why flat
Dude, you wouldn't even make it
don't
on TikTok.
understand the difference between elevation angles and altitude.
Okay, so what's the difference between an elevation angle and an altitude angle?
I told you in the chat.
Tell me now in chat.
Several
Now that we're talking.
But you don't care.
What's the difference between an elevation angle and an altitude angle?
I told you several times
tell me
in
again.
the chat.
Tell me now that we're talking.
Really detracting from.
I just get muted again, really?
No, you're not.
You didn't get muted,
okay.
dude. Calm down.
I thought I did. What's the difference between an altitude angle and an angle of elevation? I'll wait.
So Heretic cuts out because he loses connection and you think that you're muted. How does that work?
I get muted literally when I speak. Like, I get muted in between all my sentences.
Yeah, but it doesn't make you not be able to hear.
Well, I can't hear the guy if he's cutting out, right?
Listen, Vax. Listen, okay? One time, listen, okay?
Okay. I'm listening.
Okay, an elevation angle is taken from the surface of the Earth in respect to sea level, right? So the surface of the Earth in respect to sea level. And altitude is taken from the distance above sea level, right? This is the difference.
And again, I say, when you're in an airplane or a blimp or a hot air balloon, are you not taking an angle of elevation?
Why are you doing that? Why are you acting like it's the same thing instead of different
literally
things?
is. What's the difference between an altitude angle and an elevation angle?
I just told you, but
no, you didn't. You said they're taken from the surface of Earth.
We got Flat Earther on Flat Earther Action in here, baby.
And you don't accept the difference.
No.
Because you're not telling me that how they're different. Does an elevation angle require a horizontal?
Yes.
Does an angle of altitude require a horizontal?
Yes.
Are the horizontals parallel?
It's not.
No, they are not.
The horizontals.
They are not parallel.
So the horizontals are not parallel.
No, they are not.
Go on.
Horizontals are parallel to the horizon, like the plane of the horizon. Yes.
You guys don't know. Okay, so
yes,
thank you, Flashy. No. I was going to say.
But this guy, whoever is talking with me, you stop acting like you don't have some sort of situational awareness.
So that's the new thing. So situational awareness is the new, that's the new thing to attack me with now?
That means you're actually listening. Okay, really, we could just say you're not listening. Do you prefer that?
Well, no, I don't have my fucking phone screen on because I'm at 13%.
So if you're at elevation, so let me get this right. If you're on top of a mountain versus at sea level, do you have to correct for your elevation?
On a mountain? No.
Yeah, if I'm on a mountain versus I'm at sea level, do I have to correct for elevation?
What kind of sextant would you be using on top of a mountain?
Whatever one I want. Do you have to correct for elevation?
No, it's not whatever one you want. You wouldn't. So you would be using a Mariner sextant on top of a mountain?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so then you would need to know your height above sea level.
Zach,
if you're going to use a Mariner sextant on...
Zach, shut your hole, dude. Lewis and Clark used the sextant to cross America.
If you're going to be using
Lewis and Clark used the sextant to go across America. They used the sextant to go across America. That's right, dude.
What kind of a sextant? What kind of a sextant?
A Mariner sextant, dumb fuck.
And what were they doing to go across America? Were they going down the Mississippi?
Look, listen. To find the elevation angle of the sun, they would take a bowl of mercury, and they would reflect. The sun will reflect off the mercury.
So they would use an artificial horizon.
That's right.
What's your dip correction from an artificial horizon?
What dip correction? That's why I asked you.
Exactly.
That's what I asked you. I said, do you make a reduction? Do you have to reduce the mountain elevation to sea level? Yes or no?
Well, I didn't realize you had a mercury table on top of a mountain.
Why, dude? I'm
I didn't
muting
realize you were
answering my
using a
fucking
mariner
question right
sextant
now.
with a mercury
There is no
table
reason
on top of a mountain.
There's no
One,
reason to talk to you
I'm
because
actually.
he won't actually see the difference in the argument that we're. Look, there's a difference between elevation and.
Nah, he's done, dude. There's no more of that.
Damn, bro, got cooked.
There's no more of that. Dude. Fake ass flat earther, dude. Trying to he don't understand the arguments. And when he said dip angle, he revealed himself to be a Gober.
Ooh.
Because he had previously argued with me that it wasn't a tangent. He's been LARPing the whole time. You hear that, Alpha?
Yeah.
I don't know if you're still on here, Alpha. I caught that motherfucker.
Got him, bro.
The way he was saying, you're gonna reflect more to the south, you wanna copy it, and then he's saying, oh, then you have a globe.
Yeah, he almost fucked up and said, then you have a globe, right?
Yeah. And I was going to jump in, but the conversation was a little bit hot, and I go like, okay, I wait. But you got it in the end.
It is interesting, that phenomenon of where globalists try to LARP as a flat earther. Because they get a kick out of triggering other globalists. But also presenting flat earth as kind of like this dumb shit that is incoherent.
Dude, he's a horrible flat earther.
Damn, bro.
Dude, I said to him, Stevie, that he wouldn't even make it on TikTok, bro, as a flat earther. Like, they would be cooking his ass there.
And also, he probably doesn't have to worry about that anymore because TikTok is banned.
Yeah,
in America.
What the fuck?
Dude, it sucks that it's banned because I just found someone just coined a new phrase for it. It's called TikTok instead of TikTok.
Oh, please no.
Tonight.
No more TikTok for America. Good night.
Trump's going to turn it back on.
I was hoping the guy or gal, the person who's going to pull the lever, would say, I can't do it. It's immoral. This law is illegal. It's unconstitutional.
So the thing about TikTok is that this is what so shocks me about it, is that TikTok is a social media platform with the most percentage of females. Like more than Facebook, like the female to male ratio is the majority of users in TikTok are women. Why aren't they out in arms saying this is sexist patriarchy fucking trying to shut us down?
Ooh, hey, listen, they fought for their equality, man. Hey, it's too late. Sorry.
And now they're killing the female platform, right? And now they're killing the female first platform.
That's a really good point, India.
They might not even know yet. It's like maybe they're not following the news. And all of a sudden they try to log into TikTok. They're like, what the fuck? Why can't they get on?
You're probably right. They're going to find out the hard way. Then they're going to be up in arms.
It's because women aren't leaders, so they're going to just sit down.
Well, I will say one thing that is going to decrease. The amount of women screaming at their phones in their car.
All right, love you.
And a lot of women are going to get broken up just because fucking TikTok doesn't exist. They're just going to blame their boyfriend somehow.
Good.
Oh,
Hey,
it's man's fault.
I'd save that man's life.
Where are they going to migrate to?
Hey, India, check this out. Just a quick shout out. We'll see you back in here tomorrow, Lo-Fi Guy.
Yeah. That's funny, man. Well, where are they going to go? Where do you think the chicks are going to migrate to now? Are they going to go to like YouTube Shorts? Or are they going to like?
No, they're going back to IG, fam.
Yeah, I was going to say IG.
There was some kind of other program like Red Carpet or something like that.
They need a platform they can have 8 people come up and start yelling at each other. IG doesn't do that.
Oh yeah, you can still TikTok on IG or
Well, like
on
meet
VPN,
me.
dude. I gotta listen, dude. I need to start a fucking company like ASAP of a female VPN that advertises geared to females, dude. You can
I'll just
still use
bring
TikTok
back
with VPN.
Vine. Bring back Vine. It'd be a
Musk was
good
talking
time.
about doing that.
That'd be a Giga Chat move.
Oh yeah, here Red Note.
Dude, no one's going to Red Note, dude. They got the Chinese all hating the Jews.
I mean, cha-ching.
Dude, because Red Note don't censor because in China they don't care about any of that crap. So people have gone there and just gone to freaking, full board anti-Semitic, man, and like they're turning the Chinese into freaking anti-Semites.
Anybody here watch UFC?
Don't no spoilers. No spoilers.
Okay, I'm gonna shut up.
Yeah, you're gonna hold off because I'm the one guy. No one else really. None of these flat earthers give a fuck about that. Okay.
You didn't watch any matches today?
Brother, I'm literally working. Well, almost done working, so I didn't have time to watch it. I'm gonna go back and watch them, and then I'll connect. I'm gonna send you a message. We can talk.
No, we can talk about it.
I can't get into the UFC, dude. I mean, I liked it in the beginning, dude, but just like the fighters don't have shelf life anymore.
Hey, man, don't be. All right.
No, just one personal preference.
Just watch
dude.
tonight. Just watch tonight.
I saw a fight. I don't want to say anything because CB hasn't seen it.
Down. Yeah, down. Let's be nice.
We'll wait for CB.
It was good when they put the fighters on mic and they would talk and say like ridiculous shit. Like Ken.
They still do that.
They still do that, Crit.
Oh, okay. I haven't seen.
It's just that some of the fighters are not really good at shit talking. That's the problem. It's mainly people from Dagestan that English is not their first language.
Listen, smash everybody, brother.
It's like the yellow pages, let your hands do the talking.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. I like that.
All right, bro. So we got some flat earther on flat earther, fake flat earther crime. Is there an actual Glober in here? Who is Ice Scoob? So they were chiming in earlier. Is he with us or no?
Yeah, Ice Cube. I'm here. Good morning, evening, wherever you are.
Okay, that's a nice little entendre there, Ice Cube. Okay, so it's not like Zoink Scoob. All right, cool. Got you. You a flat earther, or what is that?
You straight out of Compton, bro?
Yeah, I actually had a question about the nautical sky miles formula. Is anyone familiar with that?
I mean, I only fly Delta, so I've got a lot of sky miles. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know, bro. It's not me. Anybody else?
The North Pole Sky Miles formula. No, never heard of it.
The nautical sky miles formula.
Oh, the nautical sky. No, never heard of that.
So that is something that was pushed on Flat Earth images, where you multiply the zenith distance by 54 degrees, by 60 degrees. Sorry, I just woke up. You multiply the zenith distance by 60 nautical miles per degree to find the distance to a substellar point. That's commonly understood to work that way. It's fundamental to navigation, and I had a question about that.
I have literally never heard what you're talking about.
Okay, well, it is a formula that Oakley, for instance, had on his images a lot.
Navigation.
Well, none of us here are Nathan Oakley, so I mean...
Friday.
If you wait around, he might be here. I don't know, what day is it? Does he do a show tomorrow? Today?
No, it's Friday. You just missed it.
Navigation.
Are you talking about the 21,600 nautical miles in relation to 1/60th of a degree? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, if you multiply that 60 by 360, in other words, if you use 360 degrees for zenith distance and then divide by 2 pi, you get R. So what's up with that?
Oh, because you're assuming first that there's an arc distance that makes up your 1/60th of a degree, whereas whereas in fact the azimuth angle that you're measuring, 1 degree, is a linear distance in nautical miles. That's what we're doing here. We're not assuming an arc.
No, I mean, if you take the nautical sky miles formula, so if you plug in 360 degrees for zenith distance, you get 60 times 360. If you convert it to meters, you do times 1,852, you get 40 million meters. Divide by 1,000 to get 40,000 kilometers. Divide by 2 pi to get r. So the evidence for the radius is in the nautical sky miles formula that is fundamental to navigation. How does that happen?
Beautiful.
Oh, it's someone mute Jada.
Oh, is he talking? I thought he was hot micing the whole time.
No. I'll mute him. I got him. Go ahead, Jada.
Why are we inserting sky? Why are we inserting sky? The reason why we insert sky is because we're calculating from a celestial sphere from a horizontal flat plane to get our arc. But in real life, the horizontal flat plane makes up our nautical straight line linear distance. It's only the arc measurement which are hijacking to create a 1/60th, i.e. 21,600 divided by 360 to get your arc distance for a sphere. That's only because you're using the celestial sphere as an arc distance, not the linear distance of a nautical mile, which we actually use for navigation.
We should be getting, 183,000 strength per punch. Let me see what the different bosses are. This guy's using 400 million.
So if I can show you 12 screenshots on my Nautical Almanac app that show 6 distances between 4 points that are all the same, then that's not a problem for you?
No, it's not a problem for me at all, because each of those azimuth angles...
If it works for you, keep it flat. Good for you, man. Good for you.
I was just answering her question. No, it's not a problem for me, because each one of your azimuth angles to get those particular 6 GPs is all taken from a flat horizontal plane in linear distance. So we're not really concerned about the celestial sphere arc distance, which is placed in almanacs recently in the last 30 to 40 years.
I think he doesn't understand that, like, say the Earth had a different size, right, and we used the celestial sphere for that. It would just spit out a different radius value if you say, hey, there's an Earth sphere under the celestial sphere. How big would that Earth sphere be? Right? He doesn't get that. He thinks he's not getting the linear distance part, and that it's just an arbitrary conversion. And saying, hey, we're measuring a linear distance on a flat surface. What sphere has the same linear distance relationship? And he's going, hooray, a sphere with this radius would, which is just affirms the consequence.
I have a question in good faith, but after, y'all are done.
Oh, God, that scares me. Whenever someone has to caveat their shit. And this time, I'm really going to be on.
This time is really in good faith. Who is that?
No, it was me. Like, I really wanted to hear the argument from the flat earthers. Like, when they hear this, this question always asked. I'm just curious.
What question?
All right.
So like when people that are trying to contradict you and stuff like that, they always say, okay, well, if you believe the Earth is flat, why haven't the flat earthers made an argument or presented these types of evidences to the scientists that are strawmanning your argument? I'm really genuinely curious. Like, what would you respond to?
Hold on, wait. What forum would we do that in?
That's a good question. I wouldn't know. That's why I was curious if maybe some people would come down and use that as a a straw man or a steel man against your claims. You know.
Well,
I'm just curious, what would you say?
got to think about the premise, Waste. The premise is that the Earth is a globe already has a foregone conclusion. It's already established as such, according to just like academia. That's the way they look at it, right?
Right.
So something that's, for lack of better words, a settled science, right?
Mm-hmm.
Something that nobody wants to dispute because we've already understood. That's just the case.
Right.
So if we were to put something against that, which means that in the cosmological aspect, it's not the case. How would we go about demonstrating that to somebody who has already a paradigm put in place with, orbiting planets and galaxies and all that other good stuff? So essentially, you'd be undermining everything that their pseudoscience is built on.
Right.
So how could you submit something that would be academically approached as a viable explanation for something other than what the current paradigm is?
Is there a simpler way to explain that to me? I'm so dumb.
Oh, okay. So, no. Like if I was to take a paper as a flat earther to these, these academics, and they would be like, okay, we'll accept it, but if it has something to do with other than what we've already demonstrated to be true, then we'll go ahead and take a look. If it's something else other than that, then probably not.
Okay,
because it's,
so no, continue. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, but because it's like it's already known as something, so it's like within somebody that challenges the paradigm, they do it within the framework. So they're not saying that the Earth isn't a globe in the vacuum of space. They're arguing like internal like components. So whether or not gravity's working in this specific way or not, those are the arguments that can be had and papers can be submitted. But if you're trying to do something where you're saying the whole cosmological aspect is incorrect, that's not going to fly, dude. They're going to be like, dude, what are you, some tinfoil hat wearing conspiracy theorist? You follow?
Right. Yeah. That makes sense.
It's not looked at as like, oh, welcome in. Come on, let's see what you got, sir. That's not how it goes, dude. It's like a club, and that club only allows for within the framework, within certain parameters, you to be able to say, whoa, let me think about this way. I can think about, this specific thing, and I'll challenge, talk about
like they're not being fair. Innately, if you try to dispute that, they will not be fair because there's already a lot of people that are the majority that believe this blindly.
Yes.
And if you come in and you dispute this, like, for example, somebody that is an atheist and they dispute Christianity. Well, there's a lot of Christians. There's not a lot of atheists. So they just look at the atheist as a dumb person and they just write them off. They're like, forget him,
Right. They're not allowing for fair discussion to be had in order for there to be at least an entertaining conversation about it.
And you shouldn't.
Not gonna.
I should say, and you shouldn't expect it. Okay, because science, these peer-reviewed papers, and all this shit it's not like they're different than any other human grouping, right? They're not different than like some pro-choice group or someone that wants to feed the children or something. They're not going to let you come in and be like, no, we don't want to feed the fucking children. Like they're going to get the fuck out of here, right? So you can't go in there and be like, yeah, I'm going to go to the Astronomical Journal and tell them space is fake. They're like, no, dude, this is the Astronomical Journal where we think space is real. You have no place here.
Right.
Do you follow Waste? Why it would be?
Yeah. And that's why I asked the question, because I know that would be a talking point for people that believe the Earth is round and stuff like that. Yeah. And it's kind of like I'm curious because there's so many approaches of how you would answer that. That's why I was curious.
Well, it's an exercise in futility, man. People aren't just gonna go, let's throw away the cosmology, all of it, and let's redo it. Like that's not gonna happen.
Right.
They might challenge things within the paradigm, but not completely, kiboshing it all.
All right. But thank you for answering my question. Thank you, guys.
Imagine if we did throw it all away, though, and we started over from scratch. Seems like Flat Earth should have had something in the last 7 years to go off of by now.
We do. I mean, why would you say we don't, man? Because I think that's being dishonest of you. To say that, to that statement right there is as dishonest as you can possibly be if you've been in this discussion for as long as we have.
Yeah, so the Walter Bislin model isn't really good evidence since it doesn't point to your conclusion. What evidence do you have?
Straw man.
Business model.
That's a straw man.
I'm just asking for evidence here.
Yeah, that's a straw man, though. You just built a straw man and you beat it up, and you're like, okay, I defeated Walter Bislin's model. Okay. Did anybody here claim that?
No, when I was asking what evidence, like, yeah, I get I was flippantly throwing it out there just because it's kind of like what, but. Right,
no
so
doubt.
What evidence would you have to prove your position is true?
That the fact that
evidence.
I'll let one of you guys go. I can't listen to two.
Empirical evidence is what we got, not models.
Where? Yeah, where? What evidence of what? Where can I find it?
Long distance observations, infrared, radio waves. I mean, reflections off of the Bolivian salt flats. Like, name it.
I'm asking you to name it.
Okay, so if you go to the Bolivian salt flats, which are in Bolivia, they're salt flats, but they fill up. It'll rain there, and they'll fill up with like 2 inches of water, and it'll form a giant perfect mirror. Now, the important part is that the reflection of the sky and the sky are a perfectly symmetrical reflection. Now, if the surface of the Earth was convex, this would be impossible.
Sounds like you just made a straw man that you beat up. But the truth is, you can't go to Bolivia.
It's not a
The
straw
armies
man.
will
What's the
stop
straw
you and
man
turn you
part?
away
Don't
before you
make a
can go
basis
there. So you've never
accusation.
been there. You can't actually do that, and everything you see from there is fake.
No, you're straw manning our position now. Oh, he fucking bounced, dude. What a pussy.
He came in all anxious and hyped up and stuff right away. You could tell that he was just ready to fight and then to run like a coward as soon as he had to.
Can you re-explain what you just said about the saltwater thing?
The salt flats. So it's like it's a salt flat. So the water fills it up and it evaporates and it leaves a deposit of salt. So most of the time it's just a big salt flat. It's something like I don't know. It's 43,000 square miles or something. What's it? 60 something miles across in its longest part. Yeah, so Bill G posted in the chat. I can't call you Bill G. So if you look in the side chat, there's pictures. So what'll happen is it'll rain, and it'll rain and it'll fill up with water, and it'll make this giant mirrored surface.
Mm-hmm.
Now you've been like, I'm sure you have a car, you have a side mirror, right? The side mirror is convex, right? And it distorts the image of what you're seeing. Like in a store in the corners to stop shoplifters, right? You have a convex mirror and it distorts the image.
Mm-hmm.
If the surface of the Earth was curving, it would distort the image because there's something called the law of reflection. So whatever angle a ray of light hits something, it bounces off at that angle. So if it hits it at 45 degrees, it bounces off at 45 degrees. If it hits it at 30 degrees, it bounces off at 30 degrees. So when you have a perfectly symmetrical reflection, that means that surface has to be flat because the light rays that are hitting it, they're not spreading out. Because if the surface was curved, a light ray would hit it at 43 degrees, and then if you move to like up a little bit, then it'll hit it at another angle because the surface curves. Right? So that the angle that the light's hitting is constantly changing. So you'll get a distortion. But we don't see any distortion. Like if you look at this image, it's perfectly symmetrical.
Yes.
Like you can actually measure this because I've actually done it. I've taken images from the salt flats and actually measured like the dividing line. So how many pixels is it, like the top of this cloud from the horizon? How many pixels below it is from the horizon? And they're all perfectly symmetrical. Now what you would see is if the Earth was curved, the further away, like from you it got, the more the surface of the Earth would curve down away from you, and the more distorted it would look.
Right.
So,
all right. Thanks for explaining. That's really cool. These are really cool. These are really cool images, actually.
There's just videos of it. It's like almost mind blowing. It's surreal, like these salt flats. Because people like drive around in cars and shit, dude, and like the sun will set, and it's like It looks like the sun is setting into the sun. It's really fucked up.
Oh, there you go. That's cool. Thank you.
So yeah, this is just one piece of evidence. I mean, so when people come in and say, "Oh, you guys haven't come up with any evidence in 7 years," it's just like, man, you ain't paying attention.
That annoys me when they do that.
Well, what annoys me is that, like the other guy, right? And I was saying it, like, when they come in and they try to set the groundwork, a narrative framework, they're going to come in, poison the well, and then try to start talking. That shit annoys me.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask, bro, who hurt you? But I think we already know that answer. One of you flat earthers always hurting these people, man.
Some Becky.
Don't blame me. It wasn't me.
No, not you. Becky is just like a generic name for white chicks.
Okay, well, that happens
Have you
to
ever
us.
had a person that came here that gave you a decent challenge?
You gave a decent challenge?
Yeah, like honestly, like someone
we had any
came in.
decent opponents.
Yeah, like you had a decent opponent.
We haven't had a decent opponent since never.
Well, at least like,
because we can always ask them one question: how do you know the Earth's a globe? And it falls apart from there for them. Because fundamentally, for most people, it's a belief.
Yep.
And the only people that claim they know are the Apollo astronauts, right? They're the only people that say, "I've seen the Earth in its full glory and it's a ball." But apart from them, everybody else, they just believe it. They're relying on images, the words of strangers, shit like that. So they don't have any knowledge themselves. They have to rely on other people's knowledge at best. So if you say, "How do you know that?" Like they'll say something like, "Okay, how do you know that?" And then it just all falls apart. Like we call it the magic science guy fallacy. So what they'll say is, "Well, I'm not a scientist. I don't know, but I'm sure the information is out there somewhere. Some scientist must have done it." Okay, what scientist? What did they do? They don't fucking know. They don't know anything.
Does the scientist have a name?
Also known as phantom expert syndrome.
They'll tell you they've debunked flat Earth. You're like, well, certainly. You're like, what is it? Well, I don't know. Or they disagree. I disagree with your position. What's my position?
Or they'll Google it. We got to Google it for them. We got to go find the evidence for them. They're like, "I don't know. Google it. It's all over the internet." Like, okay, so we got to go find the evidence that you said you have, since you know it already. Since you just be able to tell us.
That's how to go find the edge and show it to them.
So no one has came here with like everything that they need, like everything already.
Hell no.
Not
like, one time.
Not even prepared. Not one time. Oh, okay.
Nope.
I'm just curious.
We would have already had whatever they could bring.
I would invite you, Waste, to come in here day in and day out and just be as a lurker in here. You're gonna find out for yourself, man. There isn't.
Yeah, I already do that. Yeah, I like every day I come in here and then like at least an hour, and you guys are usually arguing with somebody
Have you heard
or
some
discussing.
flat earth debate?
You know, if you want a visual, the way I look at it, it's like blindfolded people walking, and they don't know there's a set of stairs there, and it's just person after person falling down the fucking stairs, dude. That's the way I look at it. Because they come in, right, like they're all with their chest bust out, and then within 5 or 6 minutes, they're fucking just head over heels, breaking their neck.
Yep, deflated.
Like
Scrambling.
They'll come in here and say flat earthers are uniquely extreme religious cult that has all these crazy Christian beliefs, and you're like, okay, so that makes them wrong, right? And they're like, yep. And you tell them the current director of NASA said he has personally spoken to God, who told him to come out of retirement because he's the only person who can return America back to the moon. And us and they're like, oh, that's fake. He didn't say that. And you just start dropping all the different quotes at press conferences. I talk to God. And they're like, oh, that's fake. That's not the real director. Just one excuse after another. You're like, dude, do you not realize like how religious people at NASA are? So if your hang up is that religious people are wrong, go talk to NASA. Don't worry about flat Earth.
Yeah.
It's stuff like that. They attribute some kind of thing like flat. They're against uneducated people. I'm like, okay, well, there's a lot of uneducated people in your globe, so go talk to them. Or deniers, like flat earthers.
I mean, Newton was a religious zealot, even by today's standards. Like, he could go to the Bible Belt South, and they would be like, dude, you're fucking a religious nut.
Yeah, that's the best part. It's like they think somehow they've attributed things they don't like. Like they'll be like, flat earthers are homophobic. I'm like, do you know that they say that coming out as an astronaut is, like, I quote, a career killer? Why there are no openly gay LGBTQ astronauts? So if you got a problem against flat earthers being bigoted or homophobic for whatever reason that you can't explain or take questions on, you just took a homophobic sticker and slapped it on flat earth for some reason, why are you not talking about, like, NASA, the astronaut corps?
So for most of you here, how long have you been a flat earther? Like when did you start looking into this more seriously?
Class of 2017, stand up. Sorry, I might have jumped over. Yeah.
Shout out to my day one 2015ers.
All right, bro. You don't gotta one up all of us, dude. Just chill.
December 7th, 2018.
10 minutes ago.
My day oneers, 2015s.
Yeah, I'm not joking. I was a flat earther in 2005 or something when I was like.
Really?
No. I'm not even joking. I mean, I wasn't probably a full-on flat earther, but I was like, "There's no fucking with the Earth's a globe," and my aunt was like, "Yep, it's a globe because
I'm 10 years sober.
Gravity." I was like, what?
Everyone's born a flat earther. They just get lied to.
Nah, man. Long story short, we're in season 9, bro. I mean, I don't know. We might have moved on past season 9 with this 2025 now, but yeah. There's no way, bro. That's cap, bro. You're not a flat earther. That was never a thing, dude.
I did question the globe.
That's not the same as being a flat earther, to be fair. No one, dude. It's like, listen, man. You take a glass of white milk and you put a little chocolate sauce in it. It's not white milk anymore, period. It just doesn't go back to being regular white milk. So flat earth is really no different, dude. Once you go,
man, you gotta throw over some bone. Like,
man, there's no going back, dog. So that's not true, man. It's not true, dude.
You guys win here all the time. Let Glovers have something, 1W for the G boys.
Nah, no dubs for the G boys, bro. Sorry, dude.
They got come up with fake shit. Like they do fake mod mails and they clip things out of the context. They try to drop TOS claims. They play, copyrighted music. That's a game. That's how they're trying to get W's. They're not coming in here trying to debate or have a conversation, go point by point. Their goal, their idea of winning is either you shut up or you die.
Yeah, I had trigonometry man come in here and made a clip out of me saying that I said there was gas pressure without a container. And he was like, I got you on clip. I have it. It's recorded. And I was like, dude, what? I never would say something like that. He's like, yeah, you said it. And I was like, well, if I did say it, it was in context to something that I was speaking of. It was probably like the, remember the argument they were having with that machine that has plasma inside of it, and it's with the magnetic field that it holds.
Tokamak reactor.
Yeah, that thing. So he's basically saying that was his argument, and I was saying that, well, inside of a container, yeah, I could see how that would be possible, that you can have that gas pressure without containment inside of it. But it's got to be in a container, it's contained environment, but inside of that. And then so they were like, heard me say that. They were like, oh, you said you can have gas pressure without container. You said it, clip it. So, and they just kept putting it forward saying that I said that. That's the case for the air outside. And I was like, no, dude. Nope. Didn't say that.
Are any of you open to be proven wrong with concrete evidence?
Yeah, there isn't any. There isn't any waste.
That's good.
Check this out. Check this out, man. If there was concrete evidence, there would be none of us in here right now.
Yeah, facts.
Let's put it that way. So if the Earth, let's see. I know you're kind of like, I don't know, if tippy-toeing around, dancing around or whatever, but let's just cut right to it. Do you think there is any evidence for the Earth being a globe? Waste.
I'm just here like, yeah.
I know. You're agnostic earther. You have no part to play. You're just an observer. We've heard the whole spiel, bro. But more of this is psychological for the person coming in there because they want to take part in the conversation without taking part in the conversation being held accountable. That's what we know. This is not something new, Waste. So it's more of like, don't be afraid to get some skin in the game. I mean, jump right in, ask the question, and be truthful about it. Perhaps you can challenge your own worldview by being honest. Now, when you're not honest, then you're never going to get anywhere. So just be unafraid, ask the question, and see what happens. Or answer the questions that we have to give you, and then maybe see where we go from there.
My level of proof is very easy. Just explain to me why the globe model can't handle any disagreement or use any explanation that they have baked into their model on how to handle disagreement. Just simply saying I disagree causes them to flip the fuck out and just completely deny their own model, all their science.
That is true.
Let me ask.
Remember XO used to hold on a second, Alpha. Remember XO, MG42 pillbox? He'd come in and he'd go, "I'm gonna have you denying the globe in 1 minute," and he would, because they would deny that there's curvature. They would deny that you can feel motion. They would just start denying all this shit when he would press them. They actually end up denying the globe inadvertently. They'll claim the opposite of what they're claiming is happening is the observation, and that the opposite of observation, what they're claiming is happening, is evidence for the thing happening.
Yeah, I got a few tools in the tool bag. So, Waste, we can go any number of directions with what you might want to consider as what you think evidence is, right? So, I'm going to let you kind of take us in any direction you want to take us. Is there any evidence for the Earth to be a globe, an oblate spheroid?
No.
Damn.
That'll be all.
Back it up.
That'll be all, Your Honor.
Yeah, I think that's it here, boys.
Do you think anybody else has that evidence? That there's somebody out there that they know?
This is going to be the
You think
American.
there's somebody in this world that knows the Earth is a globe, like knows it for certain.
The American.
I would have to trust the person first, and I don't trust people too often.
Well, what do you want us to do with that, Waste?
Is it just basically? Then? You just say it's a belief system that they 51%.
It's just repeated over and over and through the system, and it's just like I never had a chance to challenge it to begin with.
Safe and effective.
I just kind of I hate it.
Safe and effective too.
You gotta be careful with repeated news. It doesn't mean it's like a good idea all the time.
See, the main thing too, if the globalists want the flat earthers to believe, say I want to get the flat earther to 51%, so they believe too. What they should do is offer something worth believing in.
Give me something to believe in. But check this out, man.
But
if you're already agreeing with our points, Waste, wouldn't that be like a great way for you to kind of critique the reason why people think it's a globe? Because you already think that way. Why would you at least help the person understand, hey, maybe there's things you could get wrong? Because the glober would even say they don't know the Earth to be a globe 100%. Now, if they do, they're lying. They're lying if they say that. because every
right.
If we can call them honest Globers, the ones who would admit that if there's any evidence for the globe, they would only know it to a certain percentage. They wouldn't know it like 100%. It's not like absolute truth, at least not from them saying it.
I want to talk about like what he said about repetition. So I'm gonna read you something real quick. So this is from Scientists' Responses to Anomalous Data, Evidence from Psychology, History, Philosophy of Science, published by the University of Illinois. Okay, so you said it's repeated over and over again. Well, prior to being exposed to this repetition, children think the Earth is flat, and so I'll just read this. So Vatnsdal and Brewer have provided evidence for peripheral theory change in children's belief about the shape of the Earth. They discovered that young children, ages 4 to 6 years old, tend to have a flat Earth theory of the shape of the Earth. Then, when young children are told by adults that the Earth is round, they are faced with anomalous information. Many of the children account for this anomalous information by making peripheral changes to their flat Earth view. Some of the children integrate the data from the adults to indicate the Earth is a flat disk, while other children adopt a two-Earth theory in which there's a flat Earth on which they live and a round Earth up in space. Okay? The point is that nobody thinks the Earth is a ball until it's beaten into their fucking head over and over, and they're told, people used to think the Earth was flat. This is like one of the very first things they teach you in school. They teach you that the Earth is a globe. They say, hey, there's a globe in the classroom. We live on a ball. A dumbass freaking caveman from the past used to think it was flat, but we're super smart now. And this guy named Columbus, he proved the Earth was round. That's literally how they teach in the school. That's how I was taught in kindergarten.
Bro, they never brought up anything flat Earth related at all. Honestly, I never even heard those words put together, flat Earth, until 2017. That was never really part of my childhood.
They never talked about how people in the sailors thought they would sail off the edge. You never heard any of that crap?
No,
I heard that one.
Not once. Everything else, yes, where they were like ball and but dude, yeah, they never were like, and then here's another idea. It's kind of like with Santa Claus. They weren't like, well, here's one option and here's another option. That was the only option.
I mean, I was in kindergarten in like 1976, so maybe it was different.
All right, OG.
Yeah, I was in 1980s, and I would have the same instructions with what Indio said. That everybody thought the Earth was flat, and Columbus went to prove that wrong by not sailing over the edge.
That's why they took 3 boats, because if one fell off the edge, the other 2 could turn around.
Yeah, it takes 2 boats to tow the other boat back off the edge, right? So you catch them. Were they all roped together? So if one fell,
Right.
Come on, that's funny.
Like mountain climbers, right? You just rope each other together, so if one falls, the other 2 can hold them from falling and dying.
Damn, I'm just having major deja vu right now. I feel like I've heard you say that already. It's weird.
I don't think I have, but whatever.
Hey. What is deja vu?
I like when I just talk.
Hey.
Is waste of flat?
No.
You're a flat earther. But you don't have any evidence for the globe?
No, I don't. But that's why I come in here and I listen. So I'm always open to any idea to be proven wrong. I'm open-minded.
Would you say that we do have evidence for a flat Earth, right? Would you agree?
With the demonstrations that you showed in the chat with the reflection and how it is true that when a person that believes that the Earth is a globe, they tend to just tell you and straw man well, I don't have to prove it's already out there in the world. You have to prove your model, which is, I don't think that's fair. or not even a good argument, you know.
Okay, so you're like, you believe that that a flat surface is actually that a ball, if it's big enough, it'll look flat. Do you believe that?
Hey, Bong, is your mic plugged in all the way? It's just
Yeah, it's very staticky.
It's a little scratchy.
I will answer this. I'm open to be proven wrong. If it all checks out, I could change my mind, you know, and that's me being honest, you know.
Well, let me ask you this, and this is usually where it falls apart for Glovers, and I only use this on like people that are dug in. So usually, I'm gonna bring it up to you. If nobody told you the Earth has evolved, do you think you would have came to that conclusion yourself?
No.
Okay. And typically, I've never had anybody say yes. That if left to their own devices, no one ever said the Earth was a ball. That they would have like walked out their door one day and like maybe this is a giant ball. No one would have ever thought that. Right. Some fucking Greek dipshit, fucking Plato, thousands of years ago came up with the idea, and it's contaminated the fucking world like a virus. Now, if you know the theory of how ideas spread, ideas, it's like the evolutionary theory of ideas. It's called like the mind virus or memes. Technically, memes are mind viruses. That's how the term was originally used back when the term was invented, back in the early days of the internet. So ideas don't spread because they're true. Ideas spread because they're good at spreading.
And they get repeated.
Yeah, so the idea itself, it's very easy to transfer that idea from one person to another. And that person is good at, like, it's easy to remember for that person. And then when that person, it's easy for him to push that idea on somebody else. And the information of the ideas is retained and it spreads easy. So the idea, right, that Earth is a big ball and that everything in the sky is balls and that everything is just a bunch of balls, people are fascinated by balls because it's not a form that appears in nature, right? You don't walk around the world and like, if you see a rock that's like almost a perfect sphere, people get fascinated by it. It's like, oh my God, look, that fucking rock is super smooth. It's almost a perfect sphere. It's something innately in human beings to like be fascinated by this form. And this is when they came up with the idea of Earth being a ball. These are the arguments they actually used, like Plato and Pythagoras and Copernicus. Even though they're separated by thousands of years, their argument was, well, a sphere is the most perfect shape, and that the universe is perfection. That the Earth must be a sphere. This was their reasoning. They didn't have any like scientific reasoning behind it. It was philosophical, aesthetic. Like that wasn't a problem for them then. It wasn't like they didn't think about the world the way we do now, right? That everything has to be some rational, scientific, empirically proven shit. They didn't think about that. They were like, they thought metaphysical and logical arguments, especially Plato, were stronger than the empirical evidence, because to them, like Plato, I'm not sure if you're familiar with what Plato thought. Plato thought everything in reality was a bunch of forms. When I say forms, is like, if you have chairs, right? Each individual chair is different. But the abstract chair, the idea of a chair, that exists in some other place as a perfect form of a chair, right? So you got your lazy boy, you got your kitchen stool, you got your wicker chair, like we got like lots of different chairs, but none of those are the true form of the chair. The true form of the chair is this abstract chair that exists in some other realm. And this is called the Platonic philosophical viewpoint. So that's how they thought about the world. So when they get when you say, what's the Earth? Well, it's this abstract perfect form, this perfect sphere. Doesn't exist. Like the Earth we see, like it's a representation of a sphere, but it's not actually the perfect sphere. And this is how they thought about it, as like there has to be a perfect representation of this form. And to them, the Earth and the universe were spheres because they were perfect. To them, they were like, this is a perfect representation of this Platonic abstract idea that exists in some realm, right? And like, we've taken that and we've taken it too far. Okay, it's been just taken too far. They didn't come to this idea through like, people think, oh, this is scientific. They come up with the idea that Earth's a sphere. They didn't come up with it scientifically. That idea of outer space, that was also not scientifically come up with. That was also come up with during the same time period, the Greeks of 300 BC, right? So like, nobody discovered space. It wasn't like someone was like, I'm going to search around. Oh my God, I found the vacuum of space. Build a statue to that man. It wasn't like that. They thought of it in their head and said, there must be this thing called space. This fucking, I don't know if they conceived of a vacuum at that time, but Newton conceived of the vacuum because he had to make the fucking orbit shit work. Anyway, the point is that if you talk to the average person, they think the globe has been proven. Like the whole thing is like some basis. It's based on science. No, it's way more complex than that. And like the idea was good at spreading. And that's all it is. It's like, it's a Western tradition. It's good at spreading. Everybody passes it on. Yeah, we live on a ball, you know, and that's it.
Right.
So the point is, well, I wouldn't call it, maybe it's not the point, but the thing is, in our experience, how we experience reality, the world, we experience the Earth is flat and motionless. At some point in time in our childhood, someone comes along and says that this experience is flawed, that there is a greater reality, that we're just ants on a big ball and you can't perceive the Earth, this ball, and that you just see it as flat. But that is a naive perception because you're a child. But there's some people over here, and these people are super fucking smart. And they figured out that it's actually a ball. And you're told if you don't believe it, you're stupid.
Right.
So it's not a purely scientific endeavor. It's more of a social fucking thing. And people don't want to like admit that it's like this is actually a social construct in a way. Because it's not experiential. No matter what anybody thinks, they can think they're going to space, they can think whatever. All those people that are NASA fanboys and think there's rocket ships and satellites in space taking pictures of the Earth, they can think that. But they're never going to experience that.
Right.
They will never, ever experience a ball Earth, ever. They're never going to go to space and look at the Earth and see a ball. They're never going to go up high enough and see a ball. Never. They're going to live and die thinking the Earth's a ball and never experience it. It's always going to be something out of reach.
Right. Well, thank you for nicely explaining stuff. I'll continue to peek in here. I'm going to go to bed. But have a good night, everyone.
All right, W's in the chat.
Thanks for being cool, man.
Yeah, of course.
All right, next person has to bring the smoke.
He wants UFE.
Man. Hey, as Miggy would say, I need my pound of flesh. Pause. Did he leave?
It was too much for him. India blew him away. He had to go to bed.
He's gonna be tossing and turning.
Those wretched flat earthers. All right, bro. Who's next?
You know, people say we're fucking rude or we got bad attitudes. So, like, you know, like we're just a mirror, man. Whatever you are is what I'm gonna be.
Can I respond to something that was said earlier?
Yes, brother.
Yeah, because the previous guy was talking about Plato and the Platonic idea. And I just want to also add that I do think Aristotle at the time did also use, empirical arguments from science to motivate the idea of the Earth being a sphere. For instance, he pointed out, and whether you agree or not, but he did point out to things, that are empirical. For instance, the lunar eclipse he used as an example, the shape of the shadow on the moon. He also pointed that star trails in the northern and southern hemisphere. He used that as an argument, and mountains disappearing as you sail away from them. Those were, I believe, three main arguments that he used as motivation. And so whether you agree with that or not, it was not just pure philosophical. That's kind of what I want to point out.
Yeah, I know, but Aristotle's after Plato, right? So what I'm saying is the foundation. If you look at the historical record, what's the earliest that anybody mentions a sphere, Earth being a sphere? It's in the Dialogues of Timaeus by Plato. And his rationale is that a sphere is the most perfect form. That's the rationale.
You know that Aristotle learned from Plato, right? Plato was his mentor.
Right.
But people just one more thing. What people use, so they had their metaphysics, and physics was used to prove the metaphysics, right? That like they so the empirical observations, those were used as a method of proving the metaphysical idea.
Right, and so what I also wanted to add about Plato, the article that I wrote on metabunk.org that I've been sharing in the chat, it uses an old idea from Plato, namely tetrahedral points, tetrahedra on a sphere. I show in using 12 screenshots of the Nautical Almanac app that I can do that on the Earth's surface. I can find those points and measure the distances. And that's not something that I would be able to do on a flat surface. So that's also an ancient idea that I'm trying to use to help people understand the geometry of the situation.
Hey, you say metabunk? The heck?
Did you? Do you mean calculate the distances?
Yes, I calculated distances by using celestial navigation and the formula for distances that Oakley pushes on his images by multiplying zenith distance by 60 nautical miles per degree. I've used that formula 12 times to show the contradiction and that it's not based on anything flat. And it's using an ancient idea from Plato. I hope you appreciate it.
Okay, that's all fine. I don't agree with that anyway. So I don't know why you keep bringing up Nathan. We're not Nathan. I'm certainly not.
Is there 12 flat spots then in the ball of Earth?
I have a bunch of slots of I got this bread, I've got this amount of clothes, something like that would require me to do something different in my everyday life that wouldn't involve Nathan, but also deals with, density and relative density, whatever.
I didn't get that. What were you getting at, Flashy? I did not get that at all.
Yeah, you lost me there, Flash. I was trying to,
I thought she was hot mic. She started talking about
I started to say bread, and I'm like, okay, she's making sandwiches. Yeah.
I'm making sandwiches, and I'm saying, hey, by the way, relative density doesn't apply to everybody. You got people that have their own source of whatever.
Yeah, I don't even buy the fucking 60 nautical miles. I don't even buy that shit. Y'all don't have any measured distances.
Yeah.
Well, that is the formula that is used in navigation. It's fundamental to navigation.
So what?
I guess that's why they push it on the images on flat Earth channels as well, because it's kind of hard to deny that this is what's used in navigation for distance calculations.
So what?
So I can use my nautical almanac to figure out the underlying geometry of the system by putting in numbers to checking the output.
Hey, real quick.
It's the underlying geometry of a model. So it's the underlying geometry of a model. Okay, you're reifying the model.
I'm figuring out the geometry of the model.
Okay,
My nautical
cool.
almanac.
So,
What the geometry is. What
okay.
my nautical almanac
So
is.
let's take that. Let's see. So if the model works, the underlying geometry of a model works, and that means that model has to represent the physical world.
Well, it's a pragmatic argument that is often used about navigation. It works,
I have
therefore
no
there must be
problem
some
with
truth in it.
I have no problem with the pragmatic argument. It works. You go have at it. I don't care.
So I would say let's figure out then how it works by using it. That's what I would suggest.
Yeah, that would be a pragmatic fallacy. So you need to be careful about how you would use such quote unquote model.
Yo, chat, real quick. I'm just trying to tell Indio, if you got some headphones or something, bro, your audio is just looping. Is all. But keep cooking.
Yeah, I'll take care of it. Hold on.
All right, W. Thank you. All right, so Latsy, what was that about sandwiches or something? I'm sorry.
You shithead.
Yeah, you know we love you.
I was just saying.
Is that better?
Yeah, no, I was okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's fine now. Mic check, mic check.
Okay.
Yeah, you're good.
Well, I was just going to say, before you go making a round of sandwiches, Flatsy, no thanks, because I'm just about to go to bed.
All right, I'll take two. I'll have Matrix.
Of his, man. We'll have Matrix.
Yeah, facts. Don't make less. All right, we'll keep cooking, guys.
Alrighty, guys.
Make more, and not less.
I'll catch you all tomorrow. So you have yourselves a great morning, afternoon, evening, or good night. And I'll catch you around. Peace, guys.
All right, Matrix. Yeah, guys, spam W's in the chat for Matrix, guys. Yeah.
Later, dude.
All right, peace, bro. All right, are we live? Oh, wait.
Is it live or is it Memorex?
Okay, we are live.
Like 3 people in the chat know what I'm even talking about.
Yes, someone was trying to explain to me that I have to be careful about using a model. And well, what I use is my Nautical Almanac app, which is known to work as far as I know. So what? How do I have to be?
I have no problem with it. There's no problem with models per se. It's the reification of models. You know,
right? So it's like all models are wrong. All models are wrong. Some are useful, right? It's
yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, some are useful to some degree, depending on what you're doing it for. And I'll give you an example. Like I have specific examples. It's not like so Maxwell's equations of of electricity and magnetism. They're a mechanical model of the ether. Now they work, but nobody believes that the ether exists anymore. But if I was to reify it, I'd say yes, the ether has to exist because Maxwell's equations work, and they use a mechanical model of the ether. So there has to be an ether that is physically mechanical with little spheres that are incompressible spheres that are rolling against each other.
Yeah, and I
now that would be a silly argument, right? And no one would buy that.
Rebut that.
But when go ahead, Classy. Sorry.
Oh, I would say that as a flat earther against a flat earther, I could rebut that, and I could say that you cannot actually give me any evidence for some, a substantial measurement of curvature beyond a certain point, right? So we need curvature directly measured, drop over distance. That would be something that would substantially prove the globe, right? With a radius of 3,959 miles.
And we are still live.
Yo, what's good, gamers?
Oh, here we go.
Oh my gosh, it's Creation Bear. It's Care Bear.
What up, Riri?
Do you play Fortnite?
Nah, fam.
You know the
I don't
Fortnite
really
map
do
is
gaming.
flat, right?
Hey, show me a map that's not flat, gang.
There's this game I play. It's called No Man's Sky.
Okay.
It has very curvaceous planets, I might say.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
used
it's
to
super
play.
realistic. It's a very realistic game.
Planets aren't maps, dude. He asked you for a map that's not.
Oh, Mario Kart 8 for the Wii U has a three-dimensional map.
I mean, there's Super Mario Galaxy. Okay, I see.
Yeah, Mario Galaxy. That's a good game. I 100% of that game.
W.
With Luigi too.
So what are we cooking on today, Ree?
Oh, I'm just playing Fortnite here to listen to the flat chat.
Ooh.
I mean, I'm playing a flat Earth game, so it's like only suitable.
I mean, what do you think is what's the craziest thing you've heard this panel of flat earthers say, you think?
Sometimes people say too much and they accidentally like poop the globe, which is funny.
Oh, how?
The other day, someone said you could have like cyclic north-south, concurrent with a cyclic east-west, but that like gives you a topological sphere, which necessitates curvature just mathematically, and so that was a complete L.
You say cyclical east-west?
Yeah, topologically speaking. Like if you imagine the topological map that would describe the surface, you have like a square, right? And the top and bottom surfaces are colored like red, and the left and right edges are colored like blue. And
Can you post a visual in the chat?
No, I can't. I'm playing a video game, but if you can imagine that, in the sense that if you walk to the right, and hit like the red barrier, you'd be like teleported to the left side of the square. Likewise, if you went up or if you went down. But that actually is like the topological map that uniquely describes a topological sphere or another surface diffeomorphic or homomorphic to it. And the interesting thing is that all topological spheres necessarily have pointwise curvature. So you're kind of cooked.
It sounds like you could probably put this in it sounds like you probably put this in the chat, bro.
Well, right now I'm playing a competitive video game, so maybe after.
All right, man.
Just pause.
It's an online game. What the hell?
Does anybody else want to address? Does anyone want to address this, or
they can't?
It's just not worth addressing.
They can't because it's mathematical. And they hate
it
math
might
in
not
the
be
chat.
worth addressing, bro. Honestly, just be honest with you.
I drew it in the whiteboard if you want a demonstration, by the way. It's probably still there. I doubt they erase it.
So they said there was a cyclical east and west, and you're like, it's it.
If you
it's a
have
globe.
Concurrent with the north and south. And these two ranges of freedom that are cyclic give you a topological sphere, definitionally.
If you have a dinner plate, it's circular. So
Yeah, dinner plate is a topological sphere.
It's
impossible to have a topological sphere that doesn't have curvature pointwise.
So then I guess you don't have a topological sphere.
Have you ever had dinner? Ever.
So, I mean, he just said
You understand that a dinner plate has curvature, right?
I think Heretic's trying to get through, guys.
I'm sorry, Heretic. What's up?
He just said that it would be impossible to have a topological sphere without curvature. Well, the Earth outside has no curvature, so no topological sphere then.
Well, that's the contradiction, right? Because the person claims the Earth is flat, simultaneous to claiming that the Earth has this like topological sphere-like thing. Those are in contradiction.
Topological sphere-like thing, which is what?
Topological sphere-like nature or constraint.
Yeah, cool story. It's got a topological sphere-like thing going on, except for that curvature, which is a crucial aspect of it.
I don't know, man. You get upset at me when I use like the technical jargon, so I try to like keep it casual
has to
here.
have curvature, like you just said. It would be impossible for it not to. Yet it doesn't. So then you had to downgrade your stupid.
Well, no. The interesting observation is that there's a contradiction in the mind of the flat earther.
You're gonna talk.
Damn, Reed, just let him cook, bro. Reed,
I'm sorry, you can cook, chef.
Yeah, downgrade your claim to topological sphere. Like that was a quick backpedal. Anyway,
Re-spelled his name wrong.
That's true.
It's Reed.
It's not topological sphere like. It's just a topological sphere because the
just said topological sphere.
is
what is it?
Well, topological sphere isn't a particular figure; it's a topological map, and so it describes any number of figures or any number of shapes. But all of them have curvature, so you're equally cooked.
Is that topological sphere use that Cartesian coordinate?
Maps, to claim that the map would be the terrain would be reification, so you're cooked there, and you also cooked yourself.
So when I say topological map, I don't mean like geographic map. Those are different.
Impossible for it to not have curvature, which it doesn't. It doesn't have curvature outside the actual Earth. So
right, but that's why the flat earther cried about it, right? Because they had a contradiction, because they said the Earth is flat, but then they said something else that until the Earth wasn't flat, and both of those can't be true. That's the law of excluded middle.
Yeah, cool, but that shit that never happened.
It's on recording. This was like 2 days ago.
Yeah, who claimed the Earth was a topological sphere?
Oh, they claimed that you could do that like east-west cycling while also doing the north-south cycling, which would uniquely characterize the topological sphere, which I pointed out actually.
What do you mean cycling?
What I mean is that if you go north enough, you inevitably go south. But it works for any direction, right? If you go in a particular direction enough along a geodesic, you'll loop back. And this works for two orthogonal directions.
He's so excited, Indio.
We're talking about a polar coordinate system on a plane, dude.
Yeah, this doesn't work on a plane. No, it doesn't work on a plane.
A polar coordinate system doesn't work on a plane. Well,
no, because the planar polar coordinates gives you 1 degree of cyclic freedom. It doesn't give you 2. Because the polar coordinates on a plane is like isomorphic to, what do you call it? A cone. It's like the topology of a cone. But the topology of a cone doesn't allow for 2 degrees of cyclic freedom, so it fails.
What are you talking about?
Can I ask a question about this topological sphere?
No. Just let me.
I'm trying to figure out what he's talking about.
I mean, he's doing the big words thing.
He's talking about nonsense. So
he's talking absolute trash. He's trying to make it obscure with a bunch of jargon that he thinks nobody will comprehend.
He's saying if you start at one place, you get to the same place.
I want to know if bullseyes exist.
That would be a sphere.
Oh, do bullseyes exist?
So a bullseye, you keep score with a polar coordinate system. You're saying they don't exist?
They exist, but they only exist with 1 degree of cyclic freedom. The Earth model presented by the guy in chat had 2 degrees of freedom, which necessitates a topological
Who was
sphere.
the guy in chat?
His name was like he's an Australian dude.
So somebody nobody heard of, probably not even in this channel, probably doesn't exist. You probably made up.
No, Tito will remember. Hold on. But no, I was thinking of uploading it to YouTube, but it was a bit like...
go find that guy and go debunk him because nobody knows who he is.
Well, I said this because it happened 2 days ago and there was overlap.
Yeah, like we don't represent him. You don't represent us. We have nothing to do with each other. We don't even know who that guy is.
Well, unless you have a name, bro. Unless you have a name. You got a name?
So you've gone beyond straw manning into just like straw flat earther.
No, I don't think that's quite right. Give me 5 seconds.
All right,
what's his name with it?
It might have been. Give me 5 seconds. I have a clip of it.
Was it Witsit or Jan Campanella?
He said Australian, so, you know.
It was most definitely Australian, but...
Wait, what are we talking about? Who was it? I had my name.
T-Dub, is that you?
I know all these
what are you talking about?
Who was the guy 2 days ago that I talked about topological spheres to? Do you remember his name?
About what?
Topological spheres?
No, AJ? Matrix?
Are you blowing smoke up our ass, Reed? Because your story seems to be falling apart.
Ooh.
Wait, it was. I found it. It was the. I found it. It was the upside down Australian new flat earther. He was completely embarrassed back into the global view. It was quite something. An anti-conversion.
Yeah, don't.
Like he was just talking about automatic drifts, but obviously you don't understand.
So an imaginary person.
No, I just pinged him in side chat. He's a bona fide flat earther. You can ask T-Dub. I think he's even in the Flat Earth Discord server. He was pretty adamant about it, but he like completely fell on his face, and he had curvature proven to him, and he was just
Yeah,
like
sure he
aghast at the miracle.
Yeah,
I mean, sure you did. Just go back to the live stream 2 days ago. What the hell?
I know the name, but
Well, you find it. You will find it.
Wait, T-Dub can't even attest to this happening. So what are you talking about?
Yeah, we don't have any tests. All we have is your baseless claim.
T-Dub, you can attest that this conversation did happen between me and this person, and we did talk about topological spheres.
Yeah,
right?
your word is good for nothing, dude.
Yes? No, I'm asking T-Dub. Says T-Dub, and T-Dub will, attest.
Dinner plate is a sphere. He claimed the dinner plate.
I do not remember if I was in the chat. I may have been AFK. So.
Matrix was there. Daz was there.
Yeah, man, this panel right now.
Flat Earth Ranger was there. Let's see.
Were you there?
No shit, I was there, gamer. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Something about this topological sphere.
So ask Matrix, ask Ranger, etc.
Imagine your life was so pathetic. You have to.
Dude, I pinged the dude in side chat. You can ask him yourself. Holy shit.
Can you tell us in 2 minutes how you prove curvature, please? Go.
Sure, I just did it. The topological map given uniquely characterized as the topological sphere.
Outside though, bro. Yeah, outside.
Curvature of the Earth, not curvature of your abstraction.
I mean, curvature is an abstraction, gamer.
No, it's not.
Yes.
Where's this topological sphere?
Wouldn't it be a physical feature
in real life? In real life,
physical features are also abstractions. Yeah.
He doesn't believe in real life.
The world is just raw sense data that we interpret in meaningful ways. That's how humans do things.
man.
Listen, I try not to make it philosophical, but like,
no, you're a retard because I already did this yesterday. If you're brain dead and can't reason, and you can still sense things. So it doesn't require interpretation.
Can you repeat that? If you brain dead and you can't,
yes, you can be. You can be cognitively brain dead where you cannot make rational thoughts.
Yeah, but can you speak about it?
You can still. Are you gonna? This is what you always. This is what you did yesterday too.
I'm sorry.
Just interrupt because you know you're wrong.
I'm sorry.
So give me an example of how you're wrong. People get in accidents and they end up where they can't rationalize anything. They don't have any rational thoughts, but they still respond to external stimuli of their senses. That means the senses don't require a rational faculty.
I don't even disagree, but like I would think that speaking about them, communicating about them,
they don't need to be
using language would.
The rational faculty does the interpretation.
No, when you say interpretation, it doesn't mean rational. It just means like second order. But I think even more interestingly, someone who's brain dead can't communicate in English, surely. Right?
You're brain dead and you can barely communicate in English.
Well, I mean, if I'm the standard of brain dead, I mean, I don't know what that says about this chat. Not good things.
What do you mean if?
What I mean is hypothetical.
Can you show us the curvature?
Can you show us the curvatures? That's a good point. I did it. Yes, I did it 2 days ago in front of Matrix, in front of Flat Ranger.
Do you have anything empirical?
I did it twice now.
Do you have anything empirical? We don't care about your stories, dude. We want something empirical.
Oh, like a direct measurement? I don't think that's possible. I don't think that's possible. One, because curvature is like a second order phenomenon. It's like acceleration.
What?
Because slope is the first derivative, second derivative.
Okay, you're a retard. Bye.
I mean, dude, I wish I had the soundboard out right now because there's a perfect freaking clip of this guy right now, right? You guys have probably heard this.
Second phenomenon, guys. This is good shit.
So, Ree, can I have 4 equidistant points on a topological sphere?
Dude, he isn't being unmuted. You're asking the wrong person. Ask him in the chat.
Yeah, thanks, bro.
Oh, he's muted. Oh, I just want to... I waited all this time. I wanted to ask him this question because it sounds like he may know something about this.
Not really.
So you never answered my question, how many flat spots are on Earth? And you said you were measured 12 or 10 of them.
Oh, that's distance calculations that I did based on 12 screenshots from my Nautical Almanac app using a formula that most flat earthers agree with and is also fundamental to navigation. So, yeah.
You got a screenshot of the survey where you determined that most flat earthers agree with it? Come on, dude, don't make shit up.
The thing is, it is fundamental to navigation. So whether you agree with it or not, I've heard many the flat earthers that I've been discussing this with, mostly for the most part, do agree that this is fundamental to navigation and is indeed used. So maybe you don't agree, but yeah, if you want to find the distance to the substellar point, you multiply the zenith distance by 60 nautical miles per degree, and that's how it's done. So I'm thinking that maybe my nautical almanac app, I haven't proven to myself what it's based on, but I've proven to myself that it's not based on anything flat. So I'm wondering, maybe Ree can explain, what I found, if it might be based on, a sphere.
Dude, he thinks a curve is an acceleration. Didn't you hear what he said while I muted him?
Yeah, like he said, the curve is an acceleration.
And then the following statement was just as interesting.
Yeah, he likes to flex with a bunch of technical sounding gobbledygook, but it's just complete absolute nonsense that he's actually saying.
They have the perfect sound clip for this too.
Well, it's literally like he's probably in uni, and it's like whatever the current chapter is that he's learning, he comes here and tries to spew it at us.
No, dude. Honestly,
next week it's going to be a different chapter, and he'll be in here talking about fucking exponential functions.
If it's such a great sound clip, why not let him talk? If it's such a great sound clip, why not let him talk?
That's not what I meant.
Because he said absurdities. He said a curved line is a fucking acceleration.
Well, maybe he can explain. I would be interested in his explanation for why he says that.
Okay. No.
By Kuru,
look at what he's posting in the chat, dude. He's doubling down. Stupid.
By Kuru,
you can graph an acceleration as a curve, but that doesn't make a curve an acceleration. If the person can't think, we don't want to talk to him.
Yeah, if you want to listen to the nonsense, call him on a private call and fucking rattle away to each other.
Oh yeah, dude. You guys can fucking cup each other's balls.
You guys heard him. He proved curvature 2 days ago.
I mean that in the astronomical way, not the gay way.
He proved curvature 2 days ago, guys. Just get ready for it.
Yeah, he proved curvature to someone else against someone else's presentation of curvature. That person he can't name has no idea what his name is. The witnesses never saw him. But yeah, that guy.
It was the guy from Australia. Come on, it was real. Australia.
Did he say he had his name upside down?
So, yeah, something V upside down Australia is what he said.
V
upside down. Home server. Banned for LARPing and trying to get the place shut down and stuff. That's the guy that he's argued with.
Dirty bastard.
Oh, so his partner in crime? So basically, they had a plan. They're like role playing. Go in there and pretend to be a flat earther, and I'll debunk you. WWF.
Every time, bro.
That's kind of my least favorite thing. Like, if you're going to be here and you're going to present an argument, then everyone can critique your argument, right? So it doesn't matter who you are. Your argument can be critiqued.
I heard him say that he proved to the Australian flat earth and then he fell on his face and you had a conversion. He's just converting people, bro. It's just like left and right.
Guys, I'm here for the long run. You better keep it going.
I just found what this idiot did. This is just going to disgust you.
Probably because I'm disgusted by these Globers.
Is the chat not deleting anymore? How'd you find it?
He just posted something to back his bullshit that a curve is an acceleration. Well, he cropped out the rest of the quote, but here it is in full.
Can you read it out for the chat?
Playing harsh
Yeah,
games, dude.
please.
It's the magnitude of the acceleration of a particle moving. So it was a thing moving that they were talking about specifically, and that's what this equation is to do with. And he's just talking about curvature in general and trying to use a quote mine like that to back his claim that just a curved line is an acceleration of some sort.
What a fucking
So
idiot, dude.
curvature.
The guy's a fucking scumbag, dude.
So curvature is not the rate of change of slope to him, right?
Now he's changing. Curvature is a measure of acceleration. So he's just dancing all the way down.
Feel acceleration, so there's no curve.
Yeah, honestly, there is no acceleration. There's no accelerating, so.
Yeah, I guess you could use that. Sure.
But that's just retarded of them to say that. Bro.
Hey, Indio, do you know that I used the quaternion lines earlier? Man, are you here, Indio?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah. So with Roland my boulder, you know how he'll act like I don't experience the earth as flat and stationary, so I don't know why the flat earthers are telling me that I experience it this way. And I said, hey, the horizon, it's actually a quaternion line. And I gave him the you have a video on your YouTube channel that I like. I like it. I like it a lot. And people should go and watch that if you want to learn about like quaternion lines and how they're used in video game programming. You can also.
You explain it like I was Booger?
Yeah, I am. I feel like I'm.
Yeah, it's just a rotation in 3 dimensions. That's all it is.
Yeah, exactly. So you don't need an actual rotation to explain what you're seeing in the sky. You can use quaternion lines and rotations and how you see the stars in the sky, how they'll give you some sort of apparent rotation and at the equator a translation. So you can actually use this knowledge to your benefit if you want to.
Yeah. So the thing that people miss, at least from the Glover side, is that everything. If you're saying my evidence is looking at something, you're looking. It's projective. So you're looking at a projection of what's in the outside world. Now, something happens in 3D space. It's getting projected into the 2D world. It's not what people intuitively think of with the way it should happen is not correct most of the time. And like what Klachi was saying about quaternions, it took a long time for people to even discover how to do mathematically a 3D rotation. They actually had to create a 4th imaginary dimension to even do it. So the rotations are if you want to calculate a quaternion, there's actually 4 dimensions, not 3, that you actually have to do. So one of the dimensions isn't even seen. So when they point is when these guys come in, it's like math is reality. Yeah, so hyperspace is real. I mean, get the fuck out of here.
What is it? It's like a E-0 or something like that, or E0, like to the.
Oh, that's the
power of 0.
Geometric algebra. Yeah, like
yeah, and it's like it's 0. What we
the square root of this. It's just I can't remember off the top of my head. I haven't watched in a long time.
I got you. I was just saying, like, it's like the base or the default axiom of the plane that they use, and it's like a sphere in the sky. So, well, it's a hemisphere, I guess. So if you do the base axiom for the quaternion whatever, it will be like a sphere in the sky, right?
Look at it, it'll look like a sphere, but it's actually a plane. Like, so it's like,
Yeah, exactly.
it's hard to describe to people, like, without, like, the visuals and shit. This is something that is especially.
I know what you're saying, and I've watched the video, so I know what he's like. He's at the end of
It's easy to understand when you see it, but just like describing it verbally is nearly impossible.
Yeah. But when he gives you the visual, it's like an arc and a hemisphere of the sky and the clouds and stuff. So
Like, it's like in the 1800s, geometry as like a field. There was like a fork in the road. Some people tried to simplify and generalize it, and other idiots tried to make it more complicated. And right now, we're in the more complicated shit. Is the prevailing viewpoint.
yeah, I got
4D, space time, Riemannian geometries, and all that shit, right? This guy's talking about fucking manifolds and topology and shit like that. So, like, there's people that are, like, deep dived into that shit. But it's like, it's in this, like, crazy abstract space, dude. There's more simplified forms of this shit.
Yeah, I think it's really like more important that people understand what we see in reality that would be conforming to such a quaternion line, because we have the horizon and then we have that what they call the Milky Way. It's a line also. It's a quaternion line, right? So we don't have to like guess what these things are in reality.
You're just like saying that.
Reality?
No, quaternion. No, I'm just messing.
Quaternion.
She's amped up about it.
Hey, man, good for you, dude.
I am. I love it because you can understand what we're talking about more if you're kind of more in tune with the way that we use the world. So,
Somebody asked me the other day. Like, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, basically, without quaternions, video games wouldn't exist. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, exactly. So I was going to say, quaternion lines are used in video games to make them more realistic. So you use things that we have in reality, like quaternion lines in reality would be the horizon and what you would consider the Milky Way line in the sky, those things aren't actually lines, but they're apparently lines. So you have to utilize those to make some sort of video game realistic, right?
Yeah. The other day, somebody asked me, it's a dichotomy, right? Either the Earth is spinning or the stuff in the sky was spinning. And at first I was like, well, yeah, it must be. But then the more I thought about it, it was like, well, actually, maybe neither are spinning. Maybe it's just an apparent thing. Nothing is actually moving.
Exactly, because the way that we see, like, I love that video that I was referencing with the quaternion lines, because the guy gave us a complete random set of dots with something, the same set of dots on a transparent sheet behind what he had given, as a random set of dots. The same random set of dots he gave as a transparent sheet behind it, and he can like twist and turn or just shift the dots, and you can see some sort of, it seems like it's some sort of point of origin of rotation with those dots. It's crazy because he can shift it and it'll shift the point of rotation. And if you shift it enough, you can even see a point of translation, like we see at the equator with the translation of the stars in the sky. And that's what I think about, anyways, when I'm seeing the supposed random dots being kind of shifted against each other. They'll give you this illusion of some sort of point of rotation or point of origin for a rotation or translation, because a translation doesn't necessarily mean rotation, but you can imagine that it is some sort of rotation around an origin just really far away from it, you know?
Yeah, so it doesn't necessarily have to be a dichotomy of one thing spinning or the other. It could just be all apparent.
Exactly. Yes.
There we go. Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that, Jessica. It's like, nobody knows. I mean, maybe that's a bold claim for me to say that, but I don't think anyone knows what the stars are, what the moon is, what the sun is. These are unknown phenomena, the way I see it. So to go forward and say, well, it must do this, or it has to behave this way, or these things are definitely happening, things like that, it's just something I avoid. So.
Well, I didn't want to bring this up at all, but I found this. I don't know how I came across it, but so there's a lens type. It's called an Axicon lens, and it's shaped like a cone, but the tip of the cone is cut off so that it's flat. Right. So when you take this and you set it onto something, like say I had a sentence on a piece of paper. So it's not that's not the purpose of why they make these, but the demonstration, this person was demonstrating, like, hey, I bought this Axicon lens, and then he took it and he ran it across like a sentence on a sheet of paper, and what it ended up doing is taking that sentence, the letters and words, and when it was looking through the lens, it made two counter-rotating circles, even though it was a straight line sentence that he was just going left or right across.
Exactly what I'm talking about. And also the reason why I'm saying that, yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about, is because Indio has the video that I'm talking about on his YouTube channel.
There we go. I see you studying, Batsy.
Yeah, it's his food for thought, and he has like a revision of it or something. Like, I guess the audio wasn't good or something. I don't know. But
The audio was bad low, so I had to redo it.
But you go into that and you listen to that guy explain the quaternion lines. Sorry that I'm boring you.
No, who's gaming their heart out right now, bro?
Is Discord flat?
I don't know. You tell me.
You're the one whose name is Discord flat?
Yeah.
Anyways, all I was trying to lay out is that Indio has a very good video to go and look at quaternion lines and how they're utilized in video game programming, and also how we see them in reality.
Oh.
So, how about that 24-hour sun?
How about it?
Pretty neat, huh?
If I live on
Not
a
really.
chocolate-covered strawberry, I will see a 24-hour sun. I see a 24-hour sun. I live on a chocolate-covered strawberry.
If the strawberry is in Antarctica, then yeah.
Yo, wait. If the Earth is flat, then how did people see the SpaceX rocket ship at different locations? Why didn't everyone see
If
it?
the Earth is such a globe, then why do you speds have to spam like a bunch of disconnected arguments that never reach a conclusion?
Why is
That's not a rebuttal to his question.
What we're talking about?
Yeah, but
Why
you
do
guys
sound like a
spent
genuine
a bunch of
retard?
different.
Wait a minute.
You wait a minute. First thing that was brought up was 24-hour sun. What does that prove?
Well, that guy brought up a strawberry. I don't know what that's
proves
about.
that the sun goes behind them.
So what does the 24-hour sun prove?
It proves
it proves that there's a sun 24 hours.
And it also proves that
Anything else?
the night and moon. So that
Then
means
shut your mouth. We're trying
Who's
to
yapping right now, bro?
shut your fucking mouth. When somebody else is speaking, shut it. Unless you have something.
So because there's only one spot where that's true, that means that it's not flat. Because if it were flat, then you'd be able to see the sun.
That's not true.
Everywhere, always. Yeah, it is.
That's not true. No, it's not true.
Yeah, it is.
prove it.
You're confused.
Okay, prove it. Okay, prove it.
I don't have to.
Wait a second. He just said.
Just dismiss it, and we'll just do
If she
No, that's fine. I don't care
bare
if you believe me.
assertion, I don't have to prove anything. I just get to make baseless fucking claims. Earth is flat.
Yeah.
I don't have to prove it.
Well, yeah, I guess you don't.
No, I don't have to prove it. I don't have to prove
No,
it.
yeah, you're right. You don't.
Nah, but this idea when you say, well, if it's flat, then we see the sun all at the same time, that's not true, bro. Listen,
Yeah, it is.
at least, no, it's not true. Right? This is,
Sure it is.
Sorry, guys, real
Hold
quick.
on.
This is just
By
a
his
sloppy.
standard. Yeah, we get to win the argument by his own standard, though, because he gets to just assert something and then run away from it and say, I don't have to prove it. So Earth is flat. I don't have to prove it. I win.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, you win. I lose.
This is
You win.
something I typically like to address.
I don't care.
Is
It doesn't really
when you
matter.
say
I mean, there's more
almost
important things.
anything you say after, if it was flat, and you make a claim after that, you're going to be wrong because you don't know.
No, that's not
Earth
true.
is. Okay, why don't you put the flat Earth in the chat? Let's take a look. Let's have a look at
The
this
flat
flat Earth
what?
you've been discussing.
Oh, the flat Earth. Oh, I don't know anything about that.
All right.
Yeah, I didn't think so. So you're wrong when you say we should all see the sun at the same time. That's not true. Right? This is,
Sure it is.
sorry, guys, real
Hold
quick.
on.
This is just
By
a
his
sloppy.
standard. Yeah, we get to win the argument by his own standard, though, because he gets to just assert something and then run away from it and say, I don't have to prove it. So Earth is flat. I don't have to prove it. I win.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, you win. I lose.
This is
You win.
something I typically like to address.
I don't care.
Is
It doesn't
when
really
you
matter.
say
I mean, there's more
almost
important things.
anything you say after, if it was flat, and you make a claim after that, you're going to be wrong because you don't know.
No, that's not
Earth
true.
is. Okay, why don't you put the flat Earth in the chat? Let's take a look. Let's have a look at
The
this
flat
flat Earth
what?
you've been discussing.
Oh, the flat Earth. Oh, I don't know anything about that.
All right.
Yeah, I didn't think so. So you're wrong when you say we should all see the sun at the same time. That's false.
Well, yeah, because we don't see it all at the same time.
Yeah, and you wouldn't. You never would.
Well, yeah, of course you would, but we don't because we're not.
That's not how flat Earth works.
It sure is.
No, we want to know what flat Earth that doesn't happen.
No, we're on a spinning ball.
Post it in the chat.
It is what
We
it
want
is.
to know the flat
Let's
Earth.
take a look.
We want to know the
I didn't
flat
make the
Earth
rules.
you're
Don't be mad
thinking
at me.
about. No, we want to know the flat Earth you're thinking about where it can't happen. We want you to post that in the chat.
Let's take a look at this because you're saying that if it was flat, this is exactly
so if you
how it
have
works. Let's
like
take
a
look.
dinner plate,
Just
if
put
you
it
set
in
a
the
dinner
chat.
plate in front of you and then you put a light above it, does the light light up the whole dinner plate?
Yeah, it's
You
just
really
a yes.
think?
Yeah.
You
And
really
like, if
think
you move the light a little bit to the
position.
left or a little bit to the right, it still lights up the whole dinner plate, right?
Is that anyone's position in here that's how
But you know what it doesn't do? It doesn't light up.
Hold on.
You're straight yapping right now.
Fuck, dudes. I've been trying to get through. Listen, you said if
you're low, Rabbit. Sorry.
the sun 24 hours. So they saw the sun 24 hours. That means it's flat.
Don't answer that, bro.
Oh, what? No, it means that it's a circle, a ball, not
Wait a
flat.
second. You said if it was flat, you would see the sun for 24 hours. They see the sun for 24 hours, then it's flat, right?
Well,
Got
yeah.
Got him.
If the Earth were flat and the sun were above us, then it shouldn't matter where either of us are standing. we would be able to see the sun.
You'd be able to see planes for thousands of miles as well.
What? Was
You'd
that
also be able
really
to
your
see-
argument? Wow, that's crazy. Next
I
guy.
said you'd also be able to see planes for thousands of miles too. You'd also be able to see mountains from thousands of miles away from a plane too, if that were the case.
Well,
No, you wouldn't.
They're changing
Let's
it
see.
up now. They gave up on the 24-hour sun.
Ridiculous. So why does my local media visibility say 10 miles?
By that Trump.
I'm looking at the weather right now. It says visibility 10 miles. Why does it say that? Is that the Earth curve calculation on the Weather Channel?
No, that's how far you'd be able to see, like, not things
Why?
like the sun. But you can see
Why?
the sun from farther than
why?
that because it's the sun.
Yeah, cool story. What's your evidence?
Yeah, you know that big, huge, bright thing in the sky all the time? Yeah, it's pretty big, right?
It's
Once you-
I agree. It's not that bright.
Oh, it's not in the sky? Oh, okay.
It takes up.
Bro,
No,
you're
you
straight
stop man what I
yapping,
said.
bro.
Listen closer. I said it takes up half a degree in my vision. It's not big.
It's not going under you as well, by the way. So yeah, it is always in the sky. Facts. And it doesn't light up the whole Earth at the same time, ding dong. At least try
So
to
let me
address
ask you-
our position. All right,
Did he leave?
no, I still.
Oh, he's muted.
No, I'm not going anywhere, guys.
I'm gonna ask you a question. How
Yeah.
come if I look at the sun at noon, I'll blind myself, but I can look directly at the sun when it's at the horizon, and I do not blind myself?
Because when it's on the horizon, half of it is underneath the horizon.
No, I'm not talking about half of it underneath the horizon. I'm talking about
you
right
should-
on the horizon.
You
I'm
should
talking about
not
right
look
on
at
the
it.
horizon. I'm talking. So I'll go blind if I look at a sunset.
If you look at it before it's setting, then yeah. Well, you might not go blind, but you'll definitely damage your eyes.
Okay,
So you've
we
never seen a
know that the
sunset, bro. Got
sun.
it.
Yeah,
No,
so,
of
yeah,
course I have.
Stop the cap. You have to be a.
So your eyes are
phony.
damaged then.
So
your eyes are damaged then. Yeah.
I've
We
looked
know-
at it for a second or two. I haven't stared directly at it. That's bad.
Okay,
you should
but
not
you
do that.
can. You can when
No,
it's
no,
on
you
the
can't.
horizon. You know, on the
Well,
horizon.
yeah, when
you
it
can.
starts to dip below and get darker, then yeah.
No, not when it dips below. Before that,
No, yeah, you shouldn't stare at it before
the
that.
sun is
Bad.
23,000 times less bright on the horizon than at noon. That is more. That's more brightness cut than a solar filter does. A solar filter only cuts 10,000. So why does that happen?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking you. Why does that happen?
I don't know. What does it have to do with whether or not the Earth is flat?
Okay. Yeah. God.
You are
You
ridiculous.
guys are so dishonest, man. It's disgusting. You make.
Well, I'm just asking what it has to do with the shape of the Earth.
It has to do. No. Oh, hold on. It has to do with
I
your
didn't bring
claim.
up the brightness.
It has to do with your claim that you would see the sun no matter what.
Yeah, you did bring
Well, yeah.
retard.
It's
Okay.
not.
Why does the sun lose brightness?
I don't know. But you can still see it.
Yeah, that's right. But when it goes further away, you won't see it. Do you know why? Because it has, the light has to go through more air. And the more air it has to go through, the darker it gets. It's really simple.
Yeah, but what does it have to do with the shape of the Earth?
Dude,
What is it? You brought up the sun. Listen, you brought up the sun. You brought up the sun in the shape
Well,
of the
yeah,
Earth,
not how bright it gets at different times. I don't know what that has to do with anything.
You're saying we should all see it at the same time.
Okay, in any
Well, yeah,
scenario,
no matter how
what does the
bright it
sun-
is.
in any scenario, what does the sun have to do with the shape of the Earth?
Well, if the Earth were flat, then we would be able to see it always, all the time when it's above us.
I just disproved that just now.
You
What I
didn't.
just said.
No, you didn't.
Okay, the air absorbs the light, dude. If the sun's too far away, its brightness can't penetrate all that air.
Sure, it can because it's
can't
huge.
see it.
No.
You're fucking looping, dude. Like he's it's like
No.
No, you're looping. You said all that shit. Each thing you said, I already debunked. You must not have listened to the answer because you're just repeating it over again.
The sun will not be visible for everyone once it gets past a certain point. And even when you're seeing the sun at the horizon, you're seeing it through the medium of a very dense amount of air. So you're not, it's like a lensing effect. And it even flattens out the sun vertically.
He probably thinks he sees sunsets on cloudy days.
Exactly. I'm just saying, like, you don't see what you're claiming at
I've
all.
seen a sunset on a cloudy day.
I don't think he's this stupid, Flatsy.
I didn't say that.
You're just trolling, bro.
Can I ask him, since he's not getting the air attenuation thing, you said...
Wolfgang's going to save your ass. Because I was about to just kick his ass off. Go ahead, Wolfgang.
Well, just quickly, because he's making these claims, and he seems to be implying that he thinks he knows the size and distance of the sun. Is that true, Discord?
Yeah.
Okay, what's the size and distance?
1 sec.
Oh, so you don't
So you don't know.
Well, I have it in my note.
You have it in your note, but you don't know it.
Got notes on what he measured.
Your whole
So the sun in diameter is approximately 1.39 million kilometers. That's 864,000 miles, with about a 40-mile error. Give or take 40 miles.
How did you measure that?
Huh?
How was it
How did you
measured?
measure that?
Oh, looking at it with different instruments.
Looking at it with different instruments. What instruments?
Satellites, telescopes. This a little bit of this, a little bit of that.
Which one did you use?
Oh, me? I used here. Do you want the exact make and model? I can post it.
Yeah, post it.
Of what?
Sure. My telescope. Yeah.
Yeah, we want to see his telescope.
No. How did you measure with your telescope?
Hold on. So
I can tell you. I can show you that.
I thought you were just saying that you didn't look at a sunset because you were scared it would hurt your eyes. But now you're staring at it through a telescope.
Well, yeah, you can look at it. Do you know some telescopes, or any good telescope, you can change the lens to reduce the amount of light you're seeing, so that you can look at things that are bright.
Okay, so you looked at the sun through the telescope. Then what did you do?
Well, then you got to do a lot of math, and some telescopes, like the one that I have, do it for you because it has a fancy schmancy computer in it. But it's a lot of math
So you
stuff.
looked at the telescope, and so what did you do the math, or did it just come up with a number for you?
Well, I had to do the math years ago as part of a physics paper, but now it just does it for me.
Okay, so when you look at the sun,
Dude, you're
what
such a
math do you
pathetic
do?
liar, bro.
Let's just
fucking
let's
sad.
hear it.
Well,
Let's
that's
hear
not
it.
an
Let's
argument,
hear his-
but okay.
Let's hear his method. Let's hear his method.
I can
So you
prove
looked
you're
at the
lying.
sun, And then what did you do? What was the maths that you did to figure out its size?
Oh, geez. So you would have to calculate the diameter based on your relationship. Well, first of all, you have to know exactly where you are standing on the Earth and the Earth's rotation at the time. Then you have to point your fancy schmancy telescope at the sun, and then you have to pretty much take a sheet of paper and put it up against the. So this is why the computer's better, because it does this digitally. But you
No, it
have
sounds
to.
good. You take a sheet of paper and you put it up against the telescope, or what?
Yeah, and you have to plot out different points around the circumference of the object, and then using what we already know about the Earth, like the size, the shape, the distance.
You don't already
these
know
things.
that.
Well, sure we do. We had that figured out 2,000 years ago. Probably more
We'll
than
go to that just a bit.
Yeah, we'll get back to that.
We'll go back to that, yeah.
So go
Yeah,
on.
and
You take your
then you
sheet
do
of
the
paper.
calculations.
So you drew a circle around
Do
the
you
sun.
want the name of the calculations or whatever?
No, hold on. Yeah. So you drew a circle around the sun. Is that what you're saying? You drew a circle. You looked at through the paper at the sun, and you drew on the paper the circle of the sun. Right?
I mean,
Is that how you did it?
Kind of,
Okay.
sure, yeah.
So from that circle, right? That's how you got the size of the sun.
That's a very crude explanation of it, but more or less, yeah.
Okay,
it was a lot of math. It was a group project.
No, it's not a lot of math, dude. It's not a lot of
project.
math. Stop just saying it's a lot of math. It's not a lot of math.
It's a good amount of math.
Because there's something called linear perspective. It's a linear relationship. It's really fucking simple.
Well, so you draw your circle on your piece of paper, and it's a group project. So I guess it took a few of you to put the paper to draw the circle on the piece of paper, and then what did you do? What values were you inputting into that math?
So you have to. Well, I mean, you guys aren't going to like this, but in order to calculate the diameter, you have to also, accept other things that have already also been calculated, like the mass, like the distance, like the, circumference, all these things.
Been measured?
Yeah, but hold on, dude. Hold on. This is your problem. You can't get the size without you can't get the distance without knowing the size.
Yeah, and you can't get the size without knowing the distance.
Yeah. So which one did you? So which one did you get?
Yeah, which one would go first?
I don't know. I don't remember. What's your point?
That would be pretty, important, don't you think?
Oh yeah, sure, it's important, but it's, I mean,
this kind of
it's
sounds
neither
like
here
you're
nor there. I
lying.
mean, you do either of them.
And you didn't do.
Well, this is something that I did like 7 years ago. I don't remember which one we did first.
Oh, so when you did your basement, did it burn down and you can't find the information?
Can you hear me? So you said you did this as a group project, right?
Yeah.
So you had to submit this somewhere?
I mean, yeah, I guess, yeah, technically.
Okay, could you show us your paper? You can redact all your names and all that kind of stuff. Show us the calculations. And the work
it wasn't a paper; it was a project that we all did outside together.
Oh, and did you handwrite the notes and then burn them after the fact? So there's no record of you ever.
I actually don't remember if I was the one who wrote anything down. All I know is that I was operating the telescope because that's what I wanted to do.
Okay, so there's no, so you've got no record of you actually doing.
I can try to pull up my Oh man,
yeah, we want to see.
I don't know. Probably not. I mean, this is years ago.
Taking a piece of paper and drawing a circle around the sun.
I mean, you guys don't got to ask me all this. You can look this stuff up for
yeah, we can. Because remember, your entire argument you were presenting was based on your understanding of what.
Yeah, but my ability to provide a 7-year-old physics paper is irrelevant to whether or not the things that I'm saying are true.
No, it's relevant to establish whether or not you.
No, it's only relevant because you don't have an argument.
No. It's because it's your argument. Your argument was the sun cannot do this. The sun must behave in this way.
We don't need an argument until you provide evidence, dumbass.
Well, no, I mean it's just common sense. If the Earth were flat and the sun was above us, then it would be day for all of us. It's common sense. No, you didn't. You just said words that aren't true.
Yeah, that's what people do when they say things. They say
so do you guys have any evidence that the Earth is flat?
Dude, are you a retard?
Yeah.
Are you a retard? Like seriously, when people say things, they say words.
No, I'm not a retard.
Thanks for the. Yeah. So when people say things, they say words. Are we not supposed to say words? What are you supposed to say, grunt?
Hey man, at least we're saying correct words. Because this whole "if the Earth is flat, we'd all see the sun" thing is wrong.
Okay, I'm just gonna go back to the beginning. You said that we would see the sun from everywhere, and I demonstrated that the air absorbs light.
You didn't demonstrate anything. You asserted things that I don't believe.
He demonstrated.
Saying things is not a demonstration.
And why is the sun brighter at noon than on the horizon?
Yeah, again, so because of the atmosphere and the position of the sun, like I said.
Okay, that's right. It has to go through more air, right? So
yeah, and also the position of the sun relative to the Earth because it's going below the horizon, therefore it's less bright.
No, stop straw manning. I said not below the horizon. I said on the horizon.
No, I'm saying because it is going.
Oh man, that's how weak your argument is.
No. I'm telling you what I believe. I'm not restating your position.
No. You asked why it happened, dude. Okay, why? I think that you can see the sun forever. I'm telling you why you can't. You can't fucking use your own bullshit.
Yeah, and this is what I was pointing out. This is what I was pointing out because you're making that argument, and when you say based on the position of the sun, what you said before was based on the size of the sun, because you are directly implying in your argument that you understand the size and distance of the sun and what the sun is, and we're just pointing out that you absolutely don't. Which is why I asked you to explain how you know it, and you just made up a bunch of shit.
How's that different from me saying that you're also making up a bunch of shit?
Because we're not
making up a bunch of shit about the sun.
Oh, yeah, I see.
You are. Yeah, that's exactly it. We're not making stupid claims about the size and distance of the sun. Only you are. Which is why we're exposing it, that you don't have any clue at all. So your argument can just be dismissed.
Yeah, I mean, it really makes sense. When you have a light above a flat pancake, it definitely.
Yeah, dude, we've already addressed this. I don't know how many ways. You're gonna have to move on from that. 'Cause you're just point blank
Just
wrong on that
copium.
one,
It's
dude.
just copium. Anyway, we can simplify it. So if your argument was correct, Discord, then that would necessitate curvature of the surface of the Earth. So can you show us where that's been measured?
Sure.
Great. Who did that?
You gotta
Well,
let him
maybe
Google
for
it real
starters,
fast.
do you even know what the claimed curvature
Oh yeah,
of the
sorry. I'm
Earth
not
is?
like an encyclopedia. I can't just answer all your questions off the top of my head, always, forever. Yeah, I do have
you
to
don't
look
have
things
to.
up
That's
sometimes.
fine. That's fine.
You can buy
That's
enough
fine.
time to
But
Google
just
it.
say, hold on.
I don't know. Is
That's
it fine?
You
Because
don't
this
have
faggot
to-
keeps saying it's not.
No. Whoa.
Whoa. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Do what you gotta
Listen,
do.
if you
Do
don't,
what you gotta
can
do.
I ask you a question though, Discord?
Yeah, we go.
Discord, I just want to ask you a question. Real simple.
I mean,
Why did
hey
you
man, if
say
he's gonna
yes
say it,
if
I'm
you
gonna say
don't
it too.
even
I'm just
know?
saying.
Why did you say yes? It has been measured, but you don't know if it's been measured because you're going to look to see. You're going to look for the information right now about the measurement, if it was or if it wasn't. What if Google returns nothing?
Yeah, but also my point was going to be, it's okay not to know, but don't say yeah I know and then I'm just going to go and look it up. Just say I don't know. I'll look it up. See, what you're trying to do is maintain this idea that you somehow know about this shit when you clearly don't. So just drop the pretense and just admit, oh, I don't know that. I'll have a look. They'll be like, yeah, I know. I'm just looking it up.
Mods, are we making a decision here? Because
Yeah, I mean,
if you guys drop the ban hammer on people for this, so if
he's
we're gonna open
breaking
up them
that.
gates, I'm
Yeah.
definitely saying that shit too, bro.
I mean, I'm up for whatever. I don't know.
I think
Maybe
tomorrow
I can
we're
find-
allowed to start doing that.
Where's Heretic? Where's Heretic? That's his
Heretic,
fault.
bro. You gotta make a decision, dude.
Wait, what are we doing? Sorry.
Oh, you missed it?
He spiraled out, though. He spiraled out, though. Like,
he dropped an F
whole
bomb.
world, he lost his whole world.
He already said that he's going to be banned. He knew that he was going to be banned.
He hit that bundle of sticks, Heretic.
I think we can just leave him on mute. I mean, I don't know. We got to do something. I mean, we're streaming this and stuff.
Yeah.
True.
Oh well.
Yeah, we are on YouTube,
listen,
guys. We are.
Discord. Spiraling out.
I
This
think
is
it's
what
enough of
happens.
a censure, but there's also this other clown who wanted to jump all over everything he was saying anyway. Ox Draco. He's been chat skanking, so we can have that.
He said mountains prove you live on a ball.
What are you yapping about?
All right,
bro.
Well, Discord
Yep,
managed to
hooray.
pull the eject
That
button.
is-
Who's the new guy?
It's Ox Draco. He was all over it when the last guy piped up. Now he's got the floor to himself. He's a bit more timid, but maybe he'll get into it.
Flat Earth Discord live.
Well, I don't know about you, but I've never really.
Anyway, is anybody active? Why is the room so dead? The room is typical one that complains about body has been muted. And any opponent says that's why is the room so dead? Why is the room so dead? Why is the room so dead? Why is the room? Why is the room? Why is the room so dead? Why is the room so dead? Dead, 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 dead. Why is the room so dead?
Saying that the camera was
Because the
The truth. Okay. Okay, I will try.
Yeah, yeah, it's all right. It's all right. This guy is just an asshole.
Yeah.
You wouldn't know an asshole if it slapped you in the face.
If you saw it in the face, well, it would. Yeah, it would definitely look curved, right? Asses. Unlike what you saw. Unlike what you saw.
Oh, I saw a spherical Earth. So
What height did you?
plane.
What height did you see curve from?
I can't remember the height of that.
Is it on a plane?
It wasn't
like a liar. 3 layers of glass. He saw curve through 3 layers.
Oh, it's always the glasses. It was the glass's fault. The glass makes it look like it's round, right?
You sound like a retard saying
And
you
you
saw
can,
a
you
curve
can see
from a
the
plane.
curve. If you look at the edge of the glass, you can see it curve through the edging of the glass.
Crazy talk. Then how come when I'm on the ground,
an optical illusion?
How come when I'm on the ground, nothing else looks spherical?
You're a dummy.
You wouldn't know dumb if it slapped you in the face.
You're an asshole.
Lying. You're lying.
And flat's not a shape. I don't know why you think that flat's a shape, because that's a weird thing for you too. Flat is a surface description. The only one that brought up shape of the Earth is you.
Hello. How are we doing today, guys?
Doing great. How are you?
Good.
Is there a reason why we were talking about going to Mars? Is Elon Musk talking about going to Mars again or something? Where why was Robert talking about it?
Trump's wanted to plant a flag on Mars.
Hey, we tell me.
What up, dude? Yeah, that's all. Thing. He
Yeah.
did it in his speech today.
Yeah.
That's what he
Okay.
said.
I haven't been picked. I see the inauguration room is full. I guess something's happening today. I missed it.
Yeah, Trump got inaugurated 47th president of the United States.
47. There's that number. What's that movie? Hitman. That's the name of the guy, the main character, 47. Trump is here to 47 people.
Yep.
So what do you say about planning to flat out on Mars? Like, when is it happening? Any like?
No, I don't think it was anything like that. It's just I was telling Britnat, because Britnat asked me the same question. He's like, "What do you think about what Trump said?" I was like, "Well, presidents before him say similar things. That we're going to the moon. We'll be on the moon on such and such date, and Mars on such and such date." But those guys don't know anything. They don't know any of that stuff. There's a lot of things that they say. It's just what they say, you know. It doesn't have any validity to it. You can't hold them to it. You're gonna be like 2 months down the line, be like, "Hey, you remember your inauguration speech where you said that we're gonna plant a flag on Mars? Are we doing that anytime soon?" He's been like, "Well, I gotta build my big beautiful wall first, but."
Dude, it's so fucking weird, man. Fucking Elon Musk have this thing going on with the gaming world, you know, where people play games. And, you know, he's trying to make out he's a gamer, you know, and then there's this game. I guess the character was really advanced, and Elon Musk didn't even know what to do, and people were calling him out. And then now he's trying to, like, defend himself to, like, some big gamer, Asmongold. And it's so fucking cringe, you know what I mean, and pathetic. And then you see him next to Trump, and it's like,
yeah, it's weird, right?
What's going on here, man? Where's Lil Pimp at? Is Lil Pimp somewhere?
But it's like the guy has more money than anybody that's ever lived, you know, and he's not. He could do anything he wants, and he's, I don't know, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
there's nothing really. Because everybody says that, oh, Elon Musk, he's going to Mars, and like, he's not gonna do anything. He's a big bag of money, and everybody, like, he buys companies, and then he, like, you know, making profits off. He's not. He doesn't. He's. I don't know. People take him for a genius, dude. Like, he's.
Well, I'm just
business-wise,
looking
maybe,
at,
but not.
I'm just looking at how they're going to use the technology, like AI, and this chip they want to put on your brain or near your brain on your. I think eventually it's going to be as easy as putting it on your forehead or somewhere on your hand, you know. And then the AI It's going to be some kind of like interface with some kind of hive mind. Goddamn demons, man. That's what I'm looking like. Like, you know, that this is like there's something spiritual.
But you know what? I'm gonna say it like this, man. I'm gonna say it like this. They don't even need to do that, Bong. You know why? Because the spiritual side that's holding people back is already on them. The whammy's already on them with the idea that the Earth is a globe. They religiously defend it, man. Like it's a spiritual demon that's like withholding. You know what I'm saying? Like that. If you're pointing to a demon, I would say that's the one right there. Why they don't need technology to do what they've already like. They got it right now. Like, you know how hard it is for somebody to realize that they've been duped? And this whole thing that they believe that the Earth is a globe is like, it's all a sham? That's a real spiritual battle right there. Like, yeah, they could put a chip in your brain and make you think some things or whatever with that chip. But why do they need that to happen if they can just do it now? Like, just telling them to believe something, you know? Like, I don't know. I'm just thinking they don't need a chip to make people do what they want. They already got that.
Many conversations in here, you see, like, you guys are doing an exorcism on some people.
Dudes, think about it. Like, they're so reluctant to let go of the globe. Like, they just don't want to do it. They can't even say the word flat. If that says it, it's like saying, like, demons, like, trying to say the name Jesus. Like, they can't even say that. Like, no, I don't want to say flat. Like, you know what I mean? It's so against. It's a spiritual warfare, man.
Yeah.
It's a battle within.
Yeah, I think it depends on who says it.
Just
Sorry
saying.
for interrupting, Bunk. Just want to check the mic, Veritas. Doesn't sound better now, Bunk?
Yes,
My mic
yes.
was...
It's good. Yes, it's good now. Yep.
Okay, so I don't need to jump from the PC to the smartphone. So it's
No. All you had to do was like hit the disconnect button and then hit the connect button again. It resets
yeah, I had to change in the preference. I had to change the preferences. Okay. Sorry, Veritas, for interrupting you.
No, that's fine. No, I'm really ranting about the fact that just going off of what Bong was saying, that Elon Musk got this Neuralink that he can implant into people, and they're gonna give them people with PTSD or something, like beneficial for humanity, that they're gonna use this technology. But I don't think even if that was demonic in some way and like get people to like do what they want or whatever, I'm saying they already have that control over the people right now without the chip, as it is.
Yeah. But what I was specifically pointing at is like what Neuralink, right? What they show is needles being stuck into your brain, right? That's a definite no, like for most people. But then the competitors of Neuralink, right? I think one of them is called Precision something. It's just this little piece of thing. A strip of plastic they just lay on your brain, okay? And eventually they can put it in between, like on your hand. So that's like a mind trick, where you're definitely saying no to Neuralink, but when you see this other more accessible, a way of using the technology, people are gonna go to it. You know what I mean? They're gonna run to it the way they embraced all this other technology. First came out, it was like no.
I don't think that would work. I don't think that would work. It's fake. It's like the heliocentric faker.
Yeah, I'm just wondering how, because transhumanism seems to be a thing, right? And how it's going to be used. Because autonomous robots, you know what I mean? How people lose their limbs and then they get their artificial limbs. Well, now they get full control and sensations back. They're working on those kinds of advancements.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, it seems possible.
Yeah, we are the Borg. Resistance is futile. The hive.
Yeah, no doubt, man. Humans can achieve great heights, and
Bible says it.
That's kind of the thing that it was written about. Knowledge will increase, and people, when they collab together, they can do almost anything. It's That's kind of what the creator was talking about.
Yeah, that's what the Tower of Babel. Yeah. God said, if we don't confuse their language, then with one language, anything they put their mind to will be nothing will be impossible for them.
Exactly.
And I was like, the world is going back to one language, through this technology, and English seems to be that one. But go ahead.
Think about this, man. Me and AI were talking about this before, like AI overlord. So the new paradigm synthesis would be such that there's a segue into all of this. Maybe what flat Earth was what it was before. So when Nimrod led the revolt against the Creator, he had a great army, which was all of humanity at the time. And everybody with one voice wanted to build this tower, then do this thing, right? They wanted to war against the Creator. Once they knew that he was up above at a specific, height. So what they did was unified together. And if you read the book of, I think it's a book of Jubilee, where it's written about the Tower of Babel, it talks about people rising to the heights that they did. And, when a worker would fall from that tall tower, there was a ritual that they did, but they were all saddened by it, because, there was one less worker. But essentially, what they wanted to do was usurp their idols and put them in the place of the Creator. So they wanted to war with the Creator, essentially, and replace their idols against the Creator. So if that was true, everybody knew that the Earth was flat at that time. But once they found that out, they knew there was a Creator. But what they wanted to do was, take the Creator down. That against, Nimrod was leading the charge, of course, but they wanted to, because they knew they were here in this place where, the Creator was above them. So they didn't want to be held against, they wanted their own gods. They didn't want to have the Creator, bound them to this place. So essentially the same kind of conversation is happening right now with the individuals that you speak to in here. Because they can't conceive of being inside of a place, but what if all along we've been supporting the narrative of the segue into that with the new paradigm synthesis? So if the people, at some point, truth is going to overtake them. They're going to start to realize, hey, what if this is a flat Earth or whatever? Because it's going unimpeded, right? There's a little resistance, but it's going unimpeded from the fact from people to their minds to them processing the information. Whether or not they like it, they're still in here, right? The anti-flat earthers.
I think I get what you are pointing at. I mean, are you saying that maybe when they realize that it is a flat Earth and enclosed, maybe they will try to do, or maybe they would try to accomplish the same thing which.
Yes, dude. That's exactly what I'm saying. So remember the Tower of Babel? They didn't achieve their goal. So what good would it be if Satan, what he wants to do is keep people from repentance. He doesn't want to keep, and so the great war that's going to happen in Armageddon, right? There's going to be a battle.
I know this feeling, mate. Sometimes when things go according to my plan, then I start to think, this was very easy. Is someone playing reverse psychology? Yeah.
Well, no, but the thing is like this, it's almost like no contest. When we speak truth about what the Earth actually is, it's like
that is strange. Yeah.
And so
that is strange.
You got to think about like this. At some point, perhaps those will, because this is kind of like what you would consider a soft rollout. People know about it, but they're resisting it, and then they start slowly creeping into other, you hear it in media, famous people are saying flat Earth and all this kind of shit. So more and more people start knowing about it. But once it gets to a certain amount, right, what's going to happen, then the tides will change. What it looks like to me is that the same as it was in the days of old, in the days of Noah, so it shall be again. People will then figure out, okay, we are in an enclosed place, but now that we know that, let's finish the job that the Tower of Babel didn't finish. You know what I'm saying?
That's a rebellion. Yeah.
Yes, exactly, and that's why I was thinking. It was in my head, like, how would somebody resist the Creator in the Battle of Armageddon? Like, it's not a battle to me as much as it would be a battle for a human and a worm. You know, like,
Yeah, you have to speak
there's
to
no
his
battle.
ego. You have to speak. Yeah, you have to speak to his ego somehow. And yeah.
Well, to them, their story, like their cosmology, is different. Like Nimrod slash what the Masons believe. You know, these people, the way they see the Creator. You know, the Demiurge. They think that he's the bad guy, and
Yes,
Lucifer
dude.
is the good guy.
That's
So
what I was
that's
saying.
what
The
they
new
believe.
paradigm.
Yeah.
The new paradigm synthesis is what I'm talking about. So everybody will be synthesized to the new paradigm, which is the opposite. You know who was in here yesterday? His name was Party Poet. I don't know if you guys know him. He was talking crazy nonsense.
That guy's different. That guy's lost. That guy's he's lost in his own little forest down there.
No, he was actually saying what we're talking about right now. Everything is in reverse to him. He's like, heaven is down.
Someone. Sorry for interrupting you. Someone asked him if he was a Gnostic. You know, Gnostic, that God is evil, and the Demiurge, and these stories.
Yeah. I heard him say, like, right when I heard him say the first page is the only real page, and the rest is broken. I was like, yeah, this guy hasn't read anything.
Bro, did you hear him say? Did you hear him say that Christianity? Did you hear him say that Christianity didn't exist until a couple of 100 years ago?
He said a whole bunch of things.
He said hell is up and heaven is down. I was like, yeah, this guy.
So that's kind of like the mentality behind why somebody would rebel against the Creator, because they now think that since we can do all things, when we're unified, that, you know what I mean? Because it does say so in the scripture, like when people get together, they can accomplish great things. But I think that's kind of the idea that people are going to have in their mind, that there's some chance that they can, for all intents and purposes, if they are in an enclosed place, then we can rebel. There's some kind of achievement that we can access once we rebel. Like, we're going to be able to overthrow the one who made this place. That's kind of like the whole idea.
That makes sense and goes along with the phenomenon that the rebels are always painted in movies as the good guys. For example, the rebels in Star Wars.
Yeah.
Well,
think about it like that, because the rebels are not supposed to be. Yeah, rebels are not supposed to be good. So, like, think about it like this, man. You got the people right now that are resisting the fact that flat Earth is even a thing, right? But if there was a great shift, in knowledge, and they found out that space was not real, and they knew that they were in an enclosed place, how many bitter people do you think there would be? There would be a lot of angry people, right? Bitter, upset.
Exactly.
This can't be. The first thing that it would entice them to rebel. There would be a great rebellion against the Creator.
Yeah, the problem is that then chaos will break out, and then they will lead the so-called rebellion in the way in which they want it to go. I mean,
right, but and this is what I'm saying.
Even when some people had good intentions, I mean, okay, there could not be good intentions here, but for example, the French Revolution had good intentions, but you saw how it ended. At the end, they had a new dictator, and Caesar.
Yeah, there was a movie called Fury, with Brad Pitt, and there was a quote in the movie where he said, what is it? Ideals are peaceful, but history is violent. So, I mean, the idea behind why somebody wants to do something is like a good thing, right? But then how it actually turns out in history is completely the opposite. Like, it's bloodshed.
Exactly.
So,
Yeah, I mean, look at feminism. Woke culture. Shit.
Yeah. I mean, you could think about it many different ways, but like what I'm saying though is the field is being prepped right now. The reason why we'll never have the united front to overthrow like the idea that the Earth is a globe, like is because they have to hear it from their quote unquote leaders, right? So if those leaders at some point say, okay, guys, you know what? It was meant this way because of the fact we had to, for good intentions, right? We had to keep you from this truth and such, yada, yada. And they say, but in reality, it's like they were saying, it's an enclosed place. There's no way to get out. The creator, there is a creator. And so like people, if they put it in their heads, they're going to be like, oh, wait a minute. So you're good guys. And the one who kept us here is bad. Like just Party Poet, what he's been saying. Then people think that all we got to do is come together. Because to me, it was like when I was reading the scripture, right, in the end, the Battle of Armageddon, I'm like, what are these fools thinking? Like, do they really think they're going to overthrow the one who made this? How can you possibly fathom that? Like, what would make you stand in an army against it? But so, and it was just, it's clear to me now. So it was like the reason why people are resisting right now, because they can't imagine themselves. Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can hear you. Both of you.
Yeah, people are resisting the fact that the idea that the earth is flat and stationary has anything to do with the physical and natural world. So until their leaders tell them such a thing, they will never succumb to it. They will always resist. I'm saying though, if it does come to that, then there would be a great shift, and it's going to be like a massive turnover to like, okay, now we're angry, now we're bitter, we're gonna resist where we can, and then there's gonna be these great leaders that are gonna be like, okay, so if you really want to go against them, like we're gonna do this together, like it's because how else could you unify behind a cause if there isn't a cause to unify for? Like, you know what I mean? Something about it. Let's say, let me give you an example, right? Let's say for instance, if let's say a Christian who believes that the earth is a globe and such, like if they're all thinking that their God that put him here is a God who made the galaxies and ever-expanding cosmos and all that stuff, because they have a twisted idea of who God is, right? If that's who it is, then they would have an opinion to rebel against a creator who is not the one they thought it was. Like the creator of the Bible, if it's not the one who made the earth as a globe and we got galaxies and stuff like. If it's just someone that keeps us in a terrarium, then we're gonna fight against that one. You know what I mean? Because that's not the creator. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like a lot of effort can be easily put into their minds to sway them.
Yeah, it could be interpreted in a way that he is imprisoning us. He is imprisoning us.
And the reason why I'm saying this is because you can just tell the hallmarks of the way people react to the information right now. When you have a discussion with somebody whose heart is so hardened against like what we say, they resist at all costs. They don't even care if they say, well, we can't know reality anyway because we can, we're like a brain in a jar or something. Like they'll say ridiculous things for the sake of keeping no one at any idea of what's going on. Not even us. We can't even say.
Neil deGrasse Tyson says we are a simulation in a 15-year-old's computer in his basement room.
Yeah,
shit like that.
Yeah, so.
And the quote from Elon Musk where he says, we are summoning demons. The quote where Elon Musk said, have you heard Elon Musk the quote from?
Yeah, is it with AI, we are summoning the demons.
Yeah, we are summoning demons.
Yeah.
Or a demon.
Yeah, I mean, but then again, it's gonna take every ounce of like, if Satan is running this world, it's gonna take every ounce of every army, every ounce of like whatever he can muster up for the last run, for the last battle for Armageddon. So what's being spoken of in biblical narrative is laid out right now. We can see it before our eyes. Like when we talk to people about truth, they resist, and we're kind of wondering like, why is it possible that somebody? All you need to do is go outside and go look upon the beach. It looks flat. I mean, you can't say it's a globe by your observation. And then when you topple that with, doing measurements, angle measurements to any of the stars, you need a flat baseline. So we understand It's a very simple truth, right?
I experienced that firsthand in the Navy. Man, when we were out to sea, whenever you come outside, you look at the ocean, I experienced that firsthand, man. I looked at the horizon, and it looked flat. So, I mean, in my mind, I'm trying to, make it look like a globe. But that's what I experienced. I was like, man, look at how big this globe, this beautiful world is, this planet is. It's so big, it looks flat. I experienced it. I remember experiencing it. It was a sunny day. It was like, you could smell the salt in the water. It was like, yeah.
I guess the reason why, like, for me, it's always been like Scripture has the truth like written in it, is because of the fact that I can see reality reflecting what it says in the Word. So for me, it's a reflection of like how people are in the times. Like there's something happening, something's brewing, something's getting ready to like become like we're moving towards our destiny, which is going to be assimilation to this new paradigm synthesis at some point. We're moving towards that, but people are resisting of the truth that's being spoken of, which is what we're about the earth. But at some point, because of the soft rollout, people will not be like not knowing what's happening. They're gonna be, oh, okay, it's telling us now that the earth is flat. We've heard about this before, but now if the government comes out and says, "You look, the militaries have examined the earth, and we want to make you guys understand that for sure." There is no way that, this is not a flat earth. This is what these guys have been saying. But we had to do it in a way that rolling it out this way so that people wouldn't be shell-shocked altogether. Because you can't drop a knowledge bomb like that on somebody and expect for it to go over well. They have to at least hear it, in some way, even if they're resisting it. So when it does come out and they do find out that they're inside of an enclosed system, the only option for them is what they're going to probably propose. It's going to be like, well, there's one way we can take care of this. Like, Nimrod led the charge, so, possibly the Antichrist will be doing that.
Isn't that what Hillary meant when she said we will break this ceiling of glass and it has already millions of
cracks in it? No, it was... Yeah. Basically, you could take it as double entendre, right? So it could have two meanings, which... Yeah,
it could have the meaning about feminism, I know. Yeah,
feminism. So that's what it was actually. And if you would ask anybody that's, on the globe side, they were like, that's what it actually meant. It was not hitting a dome, you flat earther. Like, they're going to just tell you that. But really, man, right now, just... If you just focus on telling people the truth about the nature of reality and what it is, then that's all you need to do, right? There's no more than that. The only reason I'm telling you guys this is I can see a reflection in like the word being spoken in the context of the Bible, and then of course reality reflecting that. Like I can see how people are upset when we tell them the Earth is an enclosed system, and the space boys they're all up in a tizzy about it. They don't like that. They don't want to be that space doesn't exist. They want there to be an ever-expanding cosmos. So at all costs, they're going to say no to that. No to a flat Earth. No to an enclosed system,
Yeah, and actually, what NASA is doing confirms with or goes along with what God prohibited, to worship the armies of the heaven, or how did he put it? Something like the host of heaven. Yeah. Don't worship the host of the heavens. Yeah. Look. I mean, take a look. Take a look at the Space Odyssey. I mean, I just mean the heliocentric model. I mean, Jupiter, Mars, Saturn, Pluto, Neptune. These are all the names of Roman gods.
Yeah, according to biblical cosmology, the wandering stars are the rebellious ones who were colluding with the fallen one. So they are in league with him in some way to distort humanity. People, they went out of the divine, cyclical nature of like the way all the other stars obeyed because they were in tandem with. If you look at the Book of Enoch, what I'm saying is kind of a little bit far ahead of a lot of people, but Uriel, who was the leader or the host of the army of heaven, the stars, the rebellious ones were the planets. They were the wandering stars, so they disobeyed God's ordinances in the times of year. So there's a judgment coming upon them because they're, of course, according to the biblical narrative, the stars in the heavens are angelic hosts. So they're not they're spiritual beings. So the wandering stars.
He says in his might he called all the hosts of heaven by their names.
Hmm. One of the things that people like I was talking about, like with the star that appeared above Jerusalem, when Yeshua was born, Jesus. So they were saying that star was, and some people think it was a good sign, a good star. It wasn't. That was one of the wandering stars that was above Jerusalem, that was leading, or Bethlehem, excuse me, that was leading the people, King Herod and such, to go find him. They wanted him to be found, so they were actually. Yeah, they were leading him to him. But King Herod and his wise men were confounded. They didn't know how to do that. So those wise men and such were the ones that understood astrology and such at the time. So they're the ones that were on the journey.
They were reading his birth chart.
Yeah, the star that was above Bethlehem was, I think it was Jupiter. I want to say. So yeah, it wasn't Did some people put that like nativity scene? I don't know if you've ever seen it, but they put the star above, Bethlehem and the scene where the manger is. They're trying to make it sound like, it was like the angels were singing and stuff. But that one right there, the star that was above, was saying he's here, he's right here, come and get him. So they didn't want him to fulfill his mission. So they, of course, the Herod's astrologers were confounded. They didn't understand how to read. They knew that there was a king, but they didn't know where he was, because King Herod knew that there was a king born that was going to be overthrown.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
This is a little off topic, but I always found it interesting that the baby Jesus needed carrying. You know what I mean? I think that's another. When we say he was fully man, that he actually became left his glory and everything. Yeah, sorry, it was a bit off topic. I just wanted to share that with you. Sorry.
Yeah, I think you mean, for example, he needed to be protected from Joseph. That Joseph had to go to immigrate to Egypt. That's what you mean, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Well, but there's, I don't know. It's far beyond like a lot of conversations we have in here, so it's not really too much. But the idea, the only thing I'll bring it back to Flat Earth. The only reason why I brought this up is because of the fact that it's like when you talk to people about Flat Earth, there's a resistance that goes far beyond just it being an intellectual disagreement. It's more of like a fundamental, rooted inside their being, like disagreement. Like, this cannot be. It's not going to be. I will not let this be. So they don't just disagree on the face of it being intellectual. No. Even if they fool themselves and say, no, I disagree on it being on the grounds of being intellectually incorrect. No. It's deep-rooted in their psyche that this cannot possibly be, that they live on a flat earth. And one has to wonder what spiritual battles they're fighting in order for that to be because they keep coming in here, right? You see them day in and day out. The anti-flat earther is resisting. They're resisting. And no matter how many times we come at them with the truth, no matter how many times we take them down, they're still coming back. So it's unnatural. It's almost like it's not even, at some point a person would be like, you know what, forget you guys, I'm out of here. and they'll never return. They'll be just like, I'll just live my life as a glober and be happy.
It's a familiar spirit.
Yeah, bro.
I mean, think about it, right?
They're even saying it. They're even saying it openly. They're even saying it openly when they come. They express their frustration, and sometimes they tell us, "Stop talking about this idiotic flat Earth."
Yep. They're mad. They're upset.
Yeah, they're mad.
They don't want us to keep speaking. The whole purpose of the final experiment was to shut flat earthers up. They wanted to stop the conversation. They want to end it. And every single attempt at ending it only inflames the conversation. It doesn't end it, it just makes it even more.
That's why it was called the final experiment. That means, there's nothing happening here. Just
Do you think there are? Do you guys think there are more globe Christians than there are globe, other religions or cult beliefs?
I think
is the majority of the believers in the globe Christians?
Well,
I mean, the majority are atheists. I think they are atheists, the majority.
No, I do believe that they believe the Earth is a globe, and they think that God is the one who made all of the globe and such. I have a very different perspective than most about it, because I feel like it's a spiritual battle. Like, I think you can know the truth, and the truth sets you free. That's the way I look at it. And my take is a bit different than most, because some people say, well, it's not really a salvation issue. I think it is, but a lot of people say, like, if you say that, that's heresy. You cannot say that it's a salvation issue. My only justification for that is that if you were told the truth and you reject the truth, then that can only lead to, like, you disobeying what God has created and made the way He did, and it's not like a mockery of His creation. If you can get that, but and then anyone can take their own opinion on it. It's fine. If you think it's not a salvation issue, it's fine. If you're a glober, you'll still go to heaven. Doesn't matter. It doesn't deal with.
I see it as like blatantly worshiping Satan, because people marvel, right, at the ideas of the model, right? A big bang happened out of nothing, right? This is the creation of Satan, right? Because God created the world totally different, like opposite from that. And instead of marveling at what God created, they're marveling at the creation of Satan. This thing called the heliocentric model. Boom, from Big Bang into whatever it is today. Talking about visiting other. Man, it's so bad. I used to think when I go to heaven, okay, when God creates a new heaven and earth, I imagine myself like hanging out in space, right? Making music in front of some cool planet in space, something like Venus or Mars. I mean, the moons of Jupiter or one of those things. I used to think like that when I was a glober. I was like,
that's funny.
Thinking back, like so cringing at myself, like so stupid, man. So it has to be. I'm like, this is it, man. It's gotta be, because sixes are everywhere in this model.
Well, I mean, even, let's say that's the case, and you can take it, like I said, you can take it one way where
of the Earth. We can't
people can take it like,
or is it just me?
People can take. Can you hear me, Berserker?
Okay, I will wait.
Can you hear me? Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
No, I don't think Berserker can hear me. I think he's waiting to see if I'm going to speak or not. I don't know. Can you tell him I'm talking? I don't think he can hear me.
He's learning the timing.
Okay, now I can hear you.
He's getting better at it. He's getting better at the timing.
That was only for a short moment.
Yeah, I think he's dropping signal or something. Yeah, man, I'm just like, I had a beef with that, because there's a lot of Christians that would argue for flat Earth and globe Earth, but they draw a line to say that it has anything to do with anyone's salvation. Like that's only Jesus and the cross, and death, burial, resurrection has nothing to do with globe or anything. So
Can anyone hear me?
Can I make a statement real quick?
Yes, we can hear you, Berserker.
Yeah, of course. Who is it?
I was just gonna say, like, how are you supposed to know, like, the creator if you don't know his creation? That's my whole perspective on it.
Well, that was my argument, part of it anyway.
Maybe you should wait for...
Yeah, my whole argument was that it's like another. Yeah, Berserker. I think you're having a latency
Can
issue,
you hear
man.
me?
Yeah, he's having trouble, man.
WH end, right?
Berserker, you're speaking right when Alpha is talking, so...
Yeah, reconnect. Can you disconnect and reconnect?
Yes, I have a problem with my audio preference.
Oh, he can't hear anybody. Here, let me. Can anybody disconnect?
Okay.
Once he disconnects and comes back, then we'll. There he goes. Let's see if he. Can you hear me now, Berserker?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, you had every time that you can't hear people in here, just disconnect and come back in. It'll usually fixes it.
Okay. I didn't know that. This is new.
Yeah, it's like I view it as a spiritual battle. So we're not just fighting the fact that people don't intellectually understand, like through empirical means. I'm thinking of it. It's like a dual layer for me. Like you have to get past this psychological spiritual battle. Like it has more to deal with like that part of it than it does for them to overcome just like the knowledge base. Because the knowledge base, if you're really honest with yourself, you can get that really quick. You can just go and see if like how angle measurements are done. You can test water for how flat it is and all that stuff. It really makes sense if you think about it. It's the spiritual side. It's the psychological side of it that people argue with.
Yeah, and about it being a spiritual battle. I mean, it has always been a spiritual battle. The theater of world.
So yeah, I mean, we can. I mean, like I said,
you nigger.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah,
it's
what a great commentary on the globe.
Hello, niggers.
Exactly. Hey, stop talking to your family like that, man. You can talk to us in here, though.
Dude, it's like it's like MLK Day, and you're talking this way.
MLK niggers.
And like Crit, they have no shame. These guys.
I know. I support
none whatsoever.
How about this? We'll just ignore it and give you a second shot. Try to be functionally normal. Somewhat
I'm just fucking around today. I haven't been in politics in a long time.
Okay.
But you don't have to be saying those things, man. Like honestly.
I apologize.
As a person to another person, you don't have to do that, man. You really don't.
I really appreciate you guys not muting me right away on it. Thank you. My bad for fucking around, boys. Fucking.
Alright. That's cool.
One of those things.
We get it. So yeah, just back to the conversation. We have had conversations with people that it's been real difficult to actually talk to about this. So I don't know because how more plain can we make it though? To be honest, like there isn't anything else we can do. And I know it's hard to listen to somebody actually explain, like Jedi, when he's making it very plain to somebody and they just don't get it. I don't think it's that they don't get it. I think they're refusing it. They're rejecting it.
Yeah.
That's the difference.
Yeah, I mean, you can ask Crit. He was here all day long or all night long, depends on where you are.
But who really knows, honestly?
12 hours ago, I got very frustrated and I told Crit, bro, it will not help because they are just dishonest and they are not willing accept the facts. For example, the habitat rig oil, the second rig oil, the habitat, which is at 9.4, and then they always come and ask us, how about you explain to us how the seasons work, or how can you explain the first law of Newton? Do you remember, Crit? I mean,
yeah, it's like two Italian dudes who their only goal was just to be as dumb and as frustrating as possible.
Yeah,
they got Berserker a little upset, and I'm like, dude, don't, take a breath. They're here. That's their goal. Their goal is to try to get people upset. They don't give a shit. They don't care to really have a conversation.
Yeah.
Look, after I kept on mute for a while, he finally decided he actually did want to talk. And then he kind of changed his tune a little bit.
You mean Pippo Franco? You mean
the Pippo?
Yeah, but he couldn't overcome his ego and his bad.
Were you guys talking to the guy from Twitter, Franco?
No, just some random Italian. The first day on the server, they came right to the channel, and they just didn't understand why flat earthers are so dumb. Basically, they just needed to really know.
Yeah, Jordi Voyager. I don't know if you know him, Veritas.
I don't think so. Voyager, that sounds familiar.
Yeah, I don't know. Crit says that was the first time that they were here. I don't know. I'm new here.
I mean, we got a couple of people that are in here. If you want to talk, we got Surfside, we got the Duck, we got WHN. Welcome to the channel, guys.
Hello. I've been in here like 3 days.
Hello.
Really?
Hello.
3 days?
Yeah. I talked to Glover for the first time yesterday. Like, put an argument to him.
You've had interactions, like, it sounds like you're leaning towards flat Earth, if not a flat Earth.
No, I've been flat earthers for 10 years. So I haven't been, like, first getting into it, it was the NASA stuff, and it took me like a day later, and I was like, the only other conclusion you can come to if all that's BS is that the Earth's flat. I didn't have any concrete evidence, but my mind was just like, it's just all of that's bullshit, so what else could it be? And my mind just went there. So it was actually I was listening to a comedian make fun of it, and he was like, yeah, man, all the maps are flat. And I was like, holy shit, all the maps are flat. We use maps to navigate.
You are a troll, remember?
What'd you say? What? No, I'm not a troll, I promise.
Fuck, we got all the usual suspects in the chat. How's everybody doing today?
Hello?
Good, you're not going to disparage this. You're not going to disparage this community?
Who, me?
Because you spurg out, snacks. You spurg out every time you reach the end of, like, your time when you're about to leave, and you say some dumb things. I have a good memory to remember all these things, so I don't know what your beef is by you doing what you do, because this is the second time. When you left the last time and you said what you did, you got a beef towards this forum. It's like the third strike and you're never coming back. I promise you that, Snacks.
I ain't got no beef, man. I just get bored sometimes, and you know.
Yeah, but no, that's not what I'm saying. Getting bored is something different than being a dick and saying stupid shit about this forum. These people in here, they've been debating others who've been talking to them and telling them names that would make a billy goat puke. So for you to say that shit about this forum, I ain't got no time for that. I got zero tolerance. You're lucky you have, like, the third chance, even. That's why I'm fuming every time somebody's in here disparaging this group. Don't fucking do it anymore, or else you'll never return. I don't even need you to answer. So, back to what we were saying. It's difficult, man. The journey's difficult because when we talk to these people, we never know what we're gonna get, and so I think it's important for us to just. It's hard though, man, to keep a level head when you're speaking to somebody that's just grinding you down, you know. So I can get why Berserker was, upset. But good thing Crit's here because Crit always puts
a good thing.
perspective on it.
You can deal with a lot of sarcasm, or how do you call it in English? Pardon my English. It's not.
Well, I mean, he's been into what people can consider, as far as Discord servers go, like dumpster fires. And they rail against him and they say all kinds of things. But then when they see him in here, they're like, "How in the hell? Wasn't this the guy we kept like kicking out from our rooms and banning?" And then they start realizing that, yeah, man, he holds in here. Oh.
It's quite interesting because they'll be like, "Hey, we can't talk in your room." Something similar, not to harp on what Snacks did. They'll say there's something wrong with the Flat Earth channel. You guys just fucking suck. You're bad at moderating. You're just all a bunch of losers. You're like, okay, well, certainly. Let me go to your channel and see how it goes. It's always worse. They freak out. You got people making animal sounds in the background. Their proof that they want an answer from you is to mute you and then say that you're not answering. And they just like completely spaz out. They melt down. And then sometimes they'll ban you from the server and stuff. And I'll take it to DMs. I'll DM them. I'll be like, hey, butt munch, you banned me from your server, but you can't ban me from DMs. The only person you can mute now is you by not responding. So are you now shit? That sort of stuff. And you talk to them, and then they crack. They literally just crack because they realize that I don't know, they thought this whatever sort of online warfare was going to get me upset or something. Yeah, and then they come here thinking they're going to prove something that how awful I am. And people are here, what are you talking about? That's not our experience, are you serious, dude?
Yeah.
It's like this railing, come on, dude, just relax. If you're not, it's like right in the server rules. We put in there, most of all, have fun. If you're not having fun, just pick a different topic for fuck's sake. Like if this topic is too triggering, or if the person you're talking to is too upsetting, do something else. Be bad at something else with your life. Like go talk about puppets or some shit. I don't know. Like whatever. There's plenty of channels on the server. Pick a different one.
Play with those.
Exactly, dude. You got a good way of regulating that too. I mean,
yeah.
Go ahead, Berserk.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I was just laughing. Crit is cool. Crit and Demok. They have their own style. They are very cool. Who's that?
Yeah, Crit actually gives out a newsletter. So if any Glober wants a newsletter that he has, it's space stuff. So I don't know why people get offended when you ask them if they want to, be a part of the newsletter. I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah, I tell them right away. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, did you reach your limit? Like, do you have a limit on how many people that get the newsletter? Or?
Yeah, if you got too many people in your DMs, it will cycle through your DMs and close old ones. So you got I think it's about 100 people you can have in your DMs list. So if it's more than that, then it becomes kind of hard to manage it. But the newsletter, yeah, it's interesting because a lot of the people come in here and they got this claim that flat earthers are nothing but entertainment. Okay, sure, here's some infotainment ripped right from the headlines of some very popular, science and space news sources. What's your take on that? Do you find any infotainment in this? Or B, like, flat earth is a very triggering topic. So let's just talk about some globe shit. Is it still triggering? How can flat earth still be triggering if I'm sending you news that is hyper-focused on science and space? Can't you add anything to it?
I know there was an article about dark matter bullets, and it was so fantastic, man. It was like straight out of a science fiction kind of, writing. And it was like people from the ISS were worried about dark matter bullets, like ripping through their suits and whatnot, because of the fact that they have an, I don't know, some way to tell whether or not there's going to be a storm with these bullets. It's crazy, man. Just like the whole thing. But yeah, they were concerned with. You can look it up if you think I'm lying. Dark matter bullets. You'll see.
Like the story of diamonds, raining diamonds. Where? On Jupiter? I don't know.
I think it's Neptune.
Neptune. Okay.
I think it's Neptune.
Yeah, sure.
It smells like rotten eggs on Neptune. Or no, Uranus.
Right.
One of those. I don't know which one.
Yeah, and then you have the image of Pluto in the dark from Mickey Mouse. On Pluto, like a stamp.
Yeah. There's little fun facts, little factoids that you may or may not know. You know that the missions to the moon, every time they would go over there, they would leave behind, bags of trash. Now, in the bags of trash, they would leave their diapers. So the astronauts left their dookie diapers up there, about 96 of them altogether. 96 dookie diapers on the moon.
Yeah, and they didn't melt under the direct sun with a temperature of, what, 250 degrees Fahrenheit?
Yeah, but I guess the weird thing is, like, how you gonna do that, man? Are you trying to, like, you're polluting? That's pollution, but you can't take it with you, so there's no way to dispose of that kind of garbage. So they just left it on the.
You just give me a great idea for like eBay or something. Would be to like have a sack of shit and to like put it on eBay and be like, this is one of the sacks of shit that one of the astronauts on the Apollo mission dumped in. Some
like
Glober
that,
out there buy it.
That beer song, 99 bags of shit on the moon, 99 bags of shit.
Turn everything brown.
I mean, there are Glovers out there so stupid. I bet you could say the sack of shit was a sack of shit created by Matt Damon on Mars, and they'd probably buy it.
Sorry for my English, but do you remember, guys, with the spaceman from Elon, when he sent the car in space? What do you call that? Haze on the windshield? I mean, come on,
well,
man.
Robert came in here the other day and said that up and down don't exist.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Yeah, Robert. Robert was here.
We gotta hold him to task, man. If he ever says up or down, cut him off, man. You can't use that.
I mean, that's better than some of the people that say they got all the downs. Like every person has their own down. He decided no down.
Can I post the image for you guys?
Yeah, let's see it.
All right, here you go for those doubters in the back. They even tell you where they left them. That image that's next to that. Never thought you were gonna see that today, huh?
What the fuck? So stupid.
Yep.
Want to study the ways to learn more about life in space.
Now that's a factoid
Okay, I
you didn't
get it.
know when you were.
Okay, I get it. They believe in evolution and they think that the shit and urine will become alive or what? God damn it, man. This is really weird. Do I have no audio again, or? I think so. I think I would disconnect.
Oh, fucking, you guys know how to build muscle mass? Or just mass in general? Like, I fucking, doesn't matter how much I eat. Doesn't matter what the fuck I do. So fucking, not as big as I want to be. I start eating protein powder.
Just eat a lot of steak.
What's a steak, man? I fucking eat a fair amount of fucking red meat.
Try not eating carbs. When in doubt, eat less carbs. When in doubt, eat more fat.
Just do deadlifts. You're not doing deadlifts, so you're too lazy, Snacks.
I don't work out at all, man.
That's your problem, dude. You need to do deadlifts.
I have a labor-intensive job. It's the last thing I want to do when I get home is fucking go to the gym.
It's never gonna happen for you then, bud. It's not gonna happen. Just give it up.
Okay. I don't know, man. I drink a lot of beer too, and it's like people get the fucking beer gut, the beer belly. I don't get that.
Yeah, it's coming. Don't worry about it.
Super high metabolism or what? But
Here we call it the globe belly.
the globe belly, eh? Holy fuck. Fuck, I got the flat earth belly, I guess. Oh man.
Yeah, there's like a funny Photoshop thing of a guy wearing a green suit, and he's got like a ball, like a belly that they superimpose like a globe around him. I'm trying to see if I can find it.
A long time ago, Crack Villain in the other server posted a picture of himself, and he had a globe for a gut. He was like wearing a kilt, I think.
He used to be a server mod here. Like before, when we had the channel open, he was like, he did what Aurora used to do. That
if you cut out carbs, you should drink more coffee, but only a certain brand. I'm not going to really bring it up, but you know what brand that is.
Yeah, decaf.
Is it Bear a pelagic brand?
Dude, I sell decaf too. It's my barefoot and pregnant blend. It's all organic, mountain water processed decaf. A lot of pregnant ladies get it.
So they don't use chlorine to decaffeinate it or weird substances?
No, just water. Just water touches it. So they steam the beans. All the water kind of drops to the bottom, and then they heat the bean and all the juices. They heat that, and all the caffeine drops to the bottom of the tank. They remove it. Then they put the original beans back into 2 batches of bean water. It soaks up all the original oils and flavors, and then it's all good. Did somebody just not? All right, I'm sorry.
Hey Bear, do you drink your coffee sweetened or unsweetened?
I just use Heavy Whip. Heavy Whip. That's it. It's a
you don't put
coffee.
it on the stevia or anything?
No, hell no. I mean, I'm already
you should
mocked
try.
from some of my buddies for not going black, just black, And Martin Luther King Day, yeah, like people are gonna like probably hate me for not drinking just straight black. But yeah. Anyway.
I used to drink fucking just coffee and sugar, and then I like coffee and like Bailey's or something like a
good lord
or something. And now I drink that.
Growing up, that one of my grandfathers every day ate.
We got that Coffee Mate. You ever drink that Coffee Mate? Fuck, that shit is so bad. It'll give you like.
That's terrible for you. Yeah.
Like, well, it's a petroleum product, man. That shit'll fucking like light on fire. Like
carrageenan, and you're talking about the powdered stuff. Yeah, there's some pretty neat like videos of that. All right, is Heretic in here? Because I don't want to get in trouble. That wasn't me. That was an actor that came in and talked about coffee. Wasn't me, Heretic.
Good there, bud. Yeah, I like coffee. It's good. We brew shitty fucking coffee here at the shop, but fuck, is there ever a difference, man, if you grind your own beans? I like them, like flavored beans you can get, like the caramel or the vanilla.
Don't flavor
I
anything.
fucking love that shit, man. It tastes good. Like
it's
fucking,
all artificial flavoring, so
I know. You can't get that shit.
No, it's just all artificial flavorings in the mainstream bullshit. Like there's companies you can get good natural flavorings from. There's like a company called MedicineFlower.com here in Oregon. You can buy small bottles of their products. Or you can buy large, like 5-gallon containers for industrial practices for like making candy and such.
Then I'd have to like put it on the beans. I don't want a bunch of sticky stuff, That if somebody wants it ground, then I have to get a separate grinder, because it'll get all over my nice industrial bun grinder, and then I have to just delegate a grinder just for the sticky.
I'm not suggesting you do it, by the way. I'm just pointing out that not all
it's cool.
added flavors are artificial flavors.
Yeah, you are correct. Damn it, man! I'm freaking dead on board. Man, I just went and I swear, Home Depot, man. I wish I had more money. Home Depot's fun, isn't it? Want to buy a bunch of tools.
It seems kind of weird. It seems kind of weird, the idea of adding flavor to coffee, because it's like, if that's what you really want to do, wouldn't it make more sense to just make the coffee and then add the flavor afterwards? Because if you wanted to have just coffee with no added flavor, then you're up shit creek.
Yeah, that's what like Elijah was talking about, doing the mushroom coffee, and I said, dude, if you find mushrooms are beneficial to you, just add them, just cap them up and then get them in you like that, like grinding them up and like messing around and then messing up the taste of your coffee, because nobody likes the taste of mushroom coffee. There might be some old head in the Oregon like bush, like who's been drinking it for 30 years that he likes the taste, but trust me, mushroom coffee or just ground mushroom stuff,
that old hippie's probably drinking like the psychedelic mushroom coffee.
It tastes super earthy. You might as well just be like, get some really good dirt.
Some fucking dirt.
Just like do a couple rails of that. You'll probably get the same health benefits.
Coffee tastes disgusting anyways. It's an acquired taste.
No, not amazing coffee. Not amazing coffee. If you start with Folgers or Dunkin' or God forbid Starbucks, then you're just ruined. You're literally like, oh, that was the worst experience I've ever had, or you're just like one of those put tons of sticky stuff in it. It's really not even coffee at that point. You might as well just be drinking Slurpees with high fructose corn syrup in them.
See, that's just it, man. Like, yeah. It's like alcohol, I buy the top tier fucking vodka. Well, you know what, man? I buy the shittiest bottom shelf vodka and I mix it with my fucking cranberry juice or whatever I'm drinking, and it all tastes the same. Same thing with coffee, man. Like, you can have this expense, but as soon as you put in your fucking coffee mate or your fucking this and it all just tastes like fucking, you know, the
My
thing.
girlfriend uses some of the sticky stuff still, but it's not like she still knows what good coffee is. Like, she couldn't like have Starbucks, and just like people still do have taste buds, even if they do use some of that stuff. But the whole point is to get really good coffee so that you don't have to use all that. You can get used to not using anywhere near as much of it as you used to. Like, I don't know, it's been about 3 years since I quit using sugar.
Since you quit using?
Oh, it's been 20 years since I quit using.
Hey, quick question. Have you ever tried making coffee without roasting the beans, or just barely roasting the beans at all and then making coffee out of them? Because I found out that's what they do in Saudi Arabia.
I actually tried some, like one of my competitors' coffee, and I was so happy when I got it because the first thing I do is take a bean and kind of taste it to see what's going on, and like I could barely even crack it with my teeth. I was just like, are they trolling me? Did they know it was me ordering? Are they just like sending me unroasted coffee or barely roasted coffee? So I actually called them up because I knew who they were. I was like, did you guys send me shit just to make fun of me or something? I'm like, what kind of a roaster are you using? They're like, oh, we don't roast. We just had this guy roast. And then I was just like, I was so happy to hear my competition just didn't know anything about anything. So bad that they're sending out barely roasted coffee that you couldn't even grind. But I tried. I ground some of it and at least tried it, but it was like pretty much drinking green coffee juice, and it was horrible, which was awesome.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's kind of like comparing like a green olive to a black olive. Like, I like green olives, but I like black olives more.
Yeah, I like black olives. I'm not really a green olive. I don't know. When I was a kid, I don't know why I liked that stupid bull.
Have you got anything from like a flight manual that says they do this?
Sorry, what was it says Honolulu. Fan was Cal's prime winning. Okay, so they were going to Hawaii. Where was their starting? Oh, from San Francisco.
Once you're at 500 mile an hour, it really don't matter. There's some massive amount of pitch that you're going to have to deal with if it was curved.
If you don't change your pitch and you're negotiating the ball every minute, you're gaining, 2,700 foot in altitude every minute. If you don't change your pitch, and that's at 500 miles an hour. Like I said, traveling at the Mach 1, 2, 3, 4, you're traveling faster, so you're going to have to negotiate that curvature by changing your pitch a lot more. No one changes.
Your pitch will increase too.
Yeah. You have to remember how aircraft fly as well. So like we're talking about, the pitch of the aircraft is up by 1, 2, 3 degrees. Now, what are we saying? Are we going to say that gravity is going to sort that out? Well, gravity will have to push the nose down and lift the back of it up. That's not happening. Aircraft fly horizontally, maintaining a parallel with the sea level below at altitude.
Flight simulators and pilots are all trained to treat the Earth as if it's flat and motionless.
So I'm looking at this flight log, and they do adjust their pitch. What's the purpose of the blue area? Is that just to show that the pitch is constant? Because after that blue area, it goes down. There's a jump down, and then it's
probably crashed.
Kind of flat, and then they have to go up for some reason.
It's a crashed
and then it's back down.
Yeah, it's a crashed aeroplane. So this was a report into an aircraft that crashed.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. All right.
So where's the curve? The age-old question.
It'll shut us all up. We'll all go home. Show us the curve, give us the measurements, we'll all go home.
So why is it that if you have two planes, because you guys didn't answer my question. If you guys have two planes, one is going in a straight line, and one is going in a semicircular path. Why does the plane with the semicircular going in a semicircular
line? How do you know it's going in a straight line, dude?
Because if your Z and Y position is the same, and your X position is changing, then you're going in a straight line.
It's reference for an elevation, which is sea level.
You know that
because you have sensors in the plane that tell you where you are on a 3D axis. On 3D axis.
Yeah, that 3D axis is horizontal and vertical.
What are these sensors called?
I don't know what they're called. They probably use ultrasound.
Well, if we knew what they were called,
how do you know they have these sensors then?
Position sensor, I guess, is what they would be called.
You don't know what they're called. You just don't have them.
Can you share this information with us, please?
Just got to be clear as well. Aircraft don't find curved paths. They fly in straight paths and then change their bearing when they get to a location. Change their angle again and then change their... They don't fly in curved paths. If they did so, the aircraft would be constantly banking.
And wasting fuel.
So then the implication would be then that the position sensors are lying.
No.
What sensors are you talking about?
These airplanes have sensors. I mean, do you want me to link you an example from Honeywell or?
Yes, please.
No.
Please do.
As long as they show curvature, yeah. I think he was just given flight paths.
That's an example of a commercial position sensor that an airplane might use. There are other companies that make them, but the Honeywell example is in the side chat.
So if it doesn't dip its nose, it flies to outer space. Would you agree with that? Because the curve
doesn't dip its nose.
Yeah, it would soon go in outer space because there's curving under it. Would you agree with that?
With sufficient exit velocity, yes.
Yeah. And the surface is curving and you maintain horizontal. Ipso facto, you're gaining out. Sorry.
The planes do pitch a little bit as they fly.
Upwards, yeah.
Horizontal.
From horizontal.
Between 1 and 3 degrees to maintain lift at speed. Yeah.
Those degrees are based on horizontal.
It's weird, though. We don't have a pile of pilots.
Well, you might get a biased pilot, even if so, that comes in and says, yeah, we negotiate the curve, even though they don't. Can't get over that video in the side chat with the shotgun. Sorry. My bad. That shit's hilarious. plane can get in serious trouble if it starts dipping its nose below horizontal.
Drew a little diagram side. See the little black sphere or circle.
You're very quiet, mate. I don't know if you want to get closer to your microphone.
Is this better?
Ever so very slightly, yeah.
Okay, are you guys able to hear me?
100% better, thank you.
Okay, so I posted a little picture on the side in the little chat. It's just a little diagram I drew. So that would explain why you'd pitch up if it was spherical.
If it was spherical and you pitch up, you're going to fly into outer space.
But remember, what are you pitching up relative to? You're not pitching up relative to a level. You're pitching up relative to the horizon.
Which is
horizontal.
What gives you your
remember?
What gives you
Look at
your
the diagram.
What gives you the false horizon?
Even on the radar, they have this flat horizontal line that's got to match the horizon. Even on the little screen there. Yeah.
So the horizon, if you draw a line from your plane to the horizon, that will point a little bit down from a level if you had a level on the plane.
You do. That's what the gyroscope's for. It gives you false horizon.
So you're saying that even at 35,000 feet, the horizon is still horizontal. That's what you're admitting that, right? It's not curved. There's no curve left or right, nor in front of you.
No, it's not left to right.
It's horizontal. Or in front of you. They're treating it as it's horizontal.
The three gyroscopes in the system, the three gyroscopes in the IRS system are spun up and started when the aircraft is on the floor. So it's maintaining that's how it gets its horizontal reference. It then uses that horizontal reference to fly horizontally. Mm-hmm. If we're going to say that the false horizon changes because of the gyroscope affected by gravity, then the aircraft pilot would have to change the pitch of the aircraft to meet that new horizontal constantly. If the aircraft's flying on a tangent.
And we're just talking about commercial planes. We're not even talking about like Mach 4.
Problems get worse when you're traveling faster than the speed of sound.
Yeah, you're going that fast, Mach 3, Mach 4. You dip your nose below the fucking horizontal on the screen. Better be a good fucking pilot.
But did you look at the diagram though?
They do it. Blue Angels and shit. They do it.
But according to the diagram, in order to not fly like basically, you will point the aircraft below level if you had one of those little air bubble levels on the plane.
Yeah.
But you'll point it above the horizon.
It'll constantly be on one side of the level above. It'll never go to the other side.
Yeah.
The nose side. It'll never go to the nose side.
But that's the question, right? Their instrumentation doesn't have a little bubble level.
That's a gyroscope. The gyroscope maintains rigidity in space. It's what gives you your IRS horizontal reference, the false horizon in the cockpit. The gyroscope.
Yeah.
I
would admit they fly better with the gyroscope, but they also flew before the gyroscope.
but I mean, this doesn't even need a gyroscope, right? If you just fly a plane and you point your nose above the horizon, that's what you have to do on a globe,
which is horizontal. So you're saying that if the Earth was flat, you would treat it the same as if it was a sphere?
No, if it was flat, I guess you'd point it at the horizon.
No, because you're on a different horizontal to the horizontal plane below. This is why the false horizon is just above the visible horizon because of your altitude.
So it varies based on your altitude.
Yeah.
Why would the horizon position, like if you have a plane and it's really big compared to you, because that's the Earth, right? Why would the horizon change if you go high up versus being low down?
Once you changed your angle, you can see further across the surface so your horizon extends. It's just the angle that you're at.
Horizontal don't change. Just the amount that you can see changes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So if you are on the ground, and in order to be level with being flat, you have to point at the horizon, right?
Just answer me this and I'll mute. If the Earth was flat, would you fly across it the same as if it was a sphere?
Do you mean like pointing my aircraft, or do you mean like planning my route?
Do you think it would consist of two different ways of flying across it?
Well, certainly I plan the route differently.
Fly this way. If the Earth was a sphere, you'd fly this way. Or are you saying that it wouldn't matter? You'd fly the same way?
No, you'd have to fly differently.
Okay, thank you.
But you wouldn't point below the horizon on a globe. You'd have to point above the horizon.
Oh, no, you would always point the horizon. Because if we're going to take your scenario that the Earth is a ball, the false horizon in the cockpit is controlled by the gyroscope, and gravity affects the gyroscope. That means that the horizon indicator is always going to constantly be changing. You wouldn't have to dip below the horizon. You'd have to correct continually to be 1, 2, 3 degrees above that horizontal, because that horizontal with distance keeps changing. No one's saying you have to point down below the horizon, because your pitch of the aircraft is important, 1 to 2 to 3 degrees above that horizontal. If that horizontal keeps changing, but you don't change your pitch is going to increase. You would have to correct to maintain the pitch of 1, 2, 3 degrees above the horizontal, something a pilot never does.
But in that diagram that I drew, the point of that diagram is to show that in order to stay at the same altitude, you would have to point a little bit above the horizon and not change it. So you wouldn't change your pitch as you're flying. You just point it a couple degrees above. I don't know exactly how much.
I think you're failing to realize that the anywhere from 1 to 3 degrees above horizontal is for lift. That's to keep lift under the plane, so it stays lifted.
That's not entirely true.
Yeah, it is.
Well, so you just design your wings so that you get lift when you point the nose straight, right? You're not looking at the angle of the wings, right? The wings are angled a little bit
up.
The
angle of your wings is what creates the lift.
Of course.
So you're pushing against the air, right? You get lift.
But the wings are not.
Once you dip below horizontal, now you're going down. You're no longer. It's not pressing against the wings for lift.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but the instrumentation that tells you what pitch your plane is at is not necessarily the same as your wings. Like the wings might have to be angled up more than the nose of the plane all the time anyway. That just might be how they build the planes.
So ratio between the pitch of the aircraft and the speed of the aircraft to maintain lift.
Yes, but you could make an aircraft where you point the nose level and the wings are slightly tilted upwards, right? As far as I am aware, that's how most aircraft are built.
When you say point the nose level, what are you referring to?
I mean, the body or any part of the air. There's some part where you decide this is what the pitch direction
what is it level? What is it level to though? When you say level?
Any like you say it's level to the ground. Even if the plane's landed on the ground, you can just look at the nose. Okay, the nose is pointing straight, and the wings are attached to the fuselage a little bit angled. I imagine
level with the horizon.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you're on the ground, you could just say level with the ground.
Horizon, right?
I mean,
level with the position directly under you, and it's level also with the position way out there in the distance that you can see that's forming the horizon.
I mean, yeah, if you're like a few meters above the ground, the horizon will be you won't be able to really tell the difference between the level if you have one of those bubble levels.
Yeah, it'd be parallel with the horizon, right?
Yeah, sure. But you see what I mean, where the wings can be angled up even when you're landed on the ground and the plane is flat.
Still, same principle as what Jedi's been talking about still applies.
But I'm not following.
You'd still have to... So if they design an aircraft where the wings accounted for the pitch needed in order to maintain lift, right? Your nose was just pointed horizontally, right? The fuselage, the whole plane's basically just pointed horizontally while it's flying. Is it like it's moving into the distance, right? It's now going to have pitch, new horizontal that it's going to have to adjust for.
While you're trying to defend that the plane's going over a curve, even you are using terms of level and flat.
So when I say level, I mean one of those bubble levelers where you are basically pointing a line straight down to the center of the earth or just straight down to the ground, where if you went to the ground and you put one of those like right angle meters, you'll just point directly from the ground up to the plane. Right? That's what the level shows you.
Right.
But
So
the horizon,
when you're traversing over a spherical Earth, you're going to use terms that are consistent of level and flat.
What was the last few words he said?
That's what you said. You said the plane, even on a curve, would be level. The plane would be flat. So defending a curve, you're using terms level and flat. I'm just, it might sound silly, but I don't get why you would use such terms.
Well,
going over a curve.
If you're on a sphere,
or
if you
around
take
a curve.
So if you're on a sphere and you take a point that goes from your location to the center of the sphere, that would be, you could call down. Right? That's straight down. Right? And then,
what's the reference of straight down?
to the center of the sphere, between you and the center of the sphere.
The center of the sphere? You're looking for a nosedive down to the ground?
No, I'm saying that's what straight down is, right?
Yep.
And then level would be the tangent to that, right? So right angle, right? Okay, so
right angle consists of what?
90 degrees.
What gives you the reference of down in the aircraft?
So I'm just defining the terms. I'm saying if you pointed from the center of the aircraft to the center of a sphere, if the Earth was a sphere, that would be down. And then level would be 90 degrees up from that. That's not what I'm
Where do you
saying.
get the 90? Where do you get the 90 if it's sphere?
I'm saying, no, I mean, you know what, like, being tangent to a sphere is, right?
Not 90 degrees.
This is why I brought up the gyroscope. So if the gyroscope has been affected by gravity and pointing to the centre of the Earth, with distance, this would change the artificial horizon in the cockpit with reference to the curvature of the Earth. This means that the pilot would have to correct for that new horizontal all the time, continue.
If you always keep the plane at the same angle with respect to your gyroscope, then you're not changing the pitch of your plane.
You would have to, because the gyroscope is changing the false horizon. If we're imagining that we're on a tangent, right? So that false horizon would continuously be changing. So the aircraft pilot would have to keep the aircraft in alignment with that false horizon by constantly changing the pitch downwards to meet that 1, 2 to 3 degrees above the horizontal, because that horizontal keeps changing. If the aircraft is to maintain horizontal, but the gyroscope controlling the false horizon is changing, then with time and speed, you will gain altitude.
So you're imagining that the plane is pointing tangent to the surface of the Earth, right? And if that's the case, then yes, then you have to adjust the pitch constantly, right? Yeah. But what I'm saying is that you don't point the plane tangent to the Earth's surface. You point it a little bit above the horizon.
Wouldn't matter.
That's why I asked you earlier if it would be a difference between flying over a flat plane and a sphere. And for some reason, your answer was that the flat one would be more downwards than the sphere.
Yeah.
You're imagining that the plane is tidally locked to the sphere Earth.
No.
It's in orbit.
No. I think there's a visualization problem going on here. I might try, if I have time, to make a little program that just renders this as like an animation, so you can kind of see the visualization of the geometry.
Going to show it like it's in orbit.
Yeah.
It's tidally locked.
No, not in orbit. Not in orbit. It's moving with respect to the surface of the sphere,
which is continually changing a rate of slope with distance. So I've given you all this, and you still have to change the pitch of the aircraft to maintain 3 degrees above the horizontal. If your horizontal, which is controlled by the gyroscope and gravity, will give you the argument for, is constantly changing, which it would need to do.
But that's just not the case. So like,
excuse me.
So think about what happens when you're in orbit, right?
I've never been in orbit.
No, but if an object is, this is true with like a table where you spin an object around and you tie it to the center of the table, right? So as it's spinning, the string is pulling it in to the center of the table, and that's why it doesn't just fly off, right?
Mm-hmm. So this means that gravity is pulling the nose down but pushing the back of the... Sorry.
No. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about something in orbit, right? So there's no pitch change here. It doesn't matter what direction you're facing. You're just flying. You're just moving around this sphere, right? There's a point moving around the sphere, and the center of the sphere is pulling on the point, right?
Okay, so what if the table was a sphere?
Well, so the whole idea of visualizing this is that in the case of orbiting, you can treat it just as a disk because there's a symmetry.
That's why I asked you earlier. You said there would be a difference. Now you're saying there won't be a difference.
No,
treat it the same.
I don't think you're seeing what I'm talking about.
Likewise.
Okay, I'm going to come back maybe in a few weeks if you're still here. And I'll try to have made
we'll be here.
A visualization of, okay, cool.
Unless all you globers give up, we'll be here.
Yeah, bring in proof of your curvature, please.
Well, it's not going to be a proof of curvature. It's going to be a visualization of this geometry that I'm talking about.
Well, no, it needs to be proof of curvature or motion, one of the two.
Visualization as an imaginary, or?
I mean, like, I think you're misunderstanding the geometry here.
Well, we can visualize things imaginary. I'm just making sure it wouldn't be imaginary.
Yeah, no, it'll be a visual thing, but it's not like measurements of the Earth. There's nothing like that. It's just showing how an object would move around a sphere.
Yeah, we've seen it, man. But go ahead. Like, we love a good cartoon.
It's not going to be a cartoon. It'll be accurate if you plugged in the right numbers, right? It's like
just tell me, right? Just tell me. When an aircraft is flying level, right? It's pitched up a little bit, right? But it's flying. Sure. It's not changing altitude. just flying along. Its orientation to horizontal changing.
So the key is when you say orientation towards horizontal, are you talking about to the tangent of the surface? Or are you talking about
what horizontal is? I'm just talking about what horizontal is. In relation to horizontal, how about this? In relation to horizontal and vertical, is the plane's orientation changing?
No.
Welcome to flat Earth.
But it's not. Because, like, if you look at a sphere, the horizon point is not, it's not at the same angle.
Okay,
as
so horizontal changes constantly on your sphere?
No.
Is changing or it isn't changing?
It's exactly the same, but what I'm saying is that
you've got the same horizontal as when you first started before you took off. It's still the same horizontal, or it's a different horizontal now?
If you go higher, the higher you go up, the
further. I'm talking about the further you go. The further you go. The distance.
No, the further you go, you could just keep going around and around and around. It would be exactly the same.
Is the same horizontal that you used as reference to begin with before you took off now the same horizontal or parallel with that horizontal 1,000 miles into the distance? Is it?
So on a globe, do you think that the tangent to the surface is the same at the same angle?
So it changes then. So it changes.
If you go higher, of course. Like if you look at that diagram.
So the orientation, you're saying the orientation has changed.
Well, if you change altitude, of course.
To your original horizontal, right? You're saying your position relative to your original horizontal is now different. Relative to a new horizontal and a new vertical.
So if you're on a sphere and you go really far away from the sphere, like really, really ridiculously far away, eventually to the point where it's just a little dot, and you can barely see it.
I'm just talking about this, right? Okay,
right?
You've got 2 points on your sphere. Both have a tangent plane.
You're going to have to draw this out.
So you've got a circle and you've got 2 dots at different points at different locations on the edge of the circle, and they're both, you're going to draw a tangent plane on to both of them. So you can have 2 tangent planes. Are they parallel to one another?
So if you look at that diagram,
if they're not perfectly at the top and the bottom, if they're not perfectly opposite each other, they're going to be parallel.
I'm not entirely sure what the arrangement is. So like if you look at the diagram that I drew, that's I guess kind of far back now. But if you look at that, are you talking?
I can't look at whiteboards. I can't access it with the I'm using. I can't.
So do you mean if you're just a point on the surface of the sphere and then a point above that?
Somewhere else on the surface of the sphere.
Oh,
I
see.
Circle,
Okay,
right?
I see.
And they're not opposite each other. Each has a tangent plane drawn to them.
Mm-hmm.
Those tangent planes parallel, or will they intersect?
Well, of course they intersect. Yeah.
Right. You're saying that horizontal has changed. You move above or along the surface. Don't feel it, right? It feels like it's still the same, right? It feels like you're still just the same horizontal as you were from your original.
I see what you're saying.
Point.
I see what you're saying. So I guess the point of this is that you're talking about in the case of, okay, does the plane change its pitch? what you're asking is two different questions. You're asking, one, does it change its pitch relative to the horizon at any given point? And then the other question is, does it have some torque applied to it, right? That rotates it around.
What's changing it? What's changing it for? What is correcting the plane's orientation relative to horizontal and vertical? Given that as it moves over the surface, it's constantly developing new horizontal and vertical reference planes.
So I guess you could do a test with this. If you know somebody who has a hobby plane, you can tell them, I'm going to bring a level with us on the plane, and you can say fly exactly level with this level, and just fly for a while and see if your altitude changes. And if your altitude changes with respect to sea level, then you'll know, oh, we have to be on a sphere. And if it remains exactly the same, then you say, well, it must be flat.
What is your level going to do for you?
It tells you what the tangent is, right? The level will tell you that you're flying at the tangent.
You're saying it's going to naturally just maintain its orientation continuously.
So
but he's going to have to adjust for it, right?
Yeah, so what I'm saying is that in order to keep that level flat, you'll find that the pilot, this would be my expectation, you'll find that the pilot has to pitch down a little bit to keep the level flat. But if he wants to just
he would just maintain the same altitude.
So, but that's an experiment, right? You'd say don't touch the throttle or somehow fix it so that you're not changing any direction of any of the aerofoils on the thing. And then if you just fly for like an hour, the level should be exactly the same. But if it's changed and you've gone up in altitude, that would let you distinguish between a sphere and a flat Earth.
What would the pilot be doing? Would he just be flying? How would he be flying? Like, he wouldn't be touching the joystick. He'd just lock it in, put it on autopilot.
Well, so I don't know how the plane. I don't actually know how the controls work if you just let go. I imagine you'd have to correct it slightly because if there's turbulence or whatever, you don't want to just like fly out of control. But you'd want it to be in a way where you are not changing the rotation of your plane in the up and down. I don't know how you could. I don't know if there's an easy way to lock that in.
Right. Okay. So you're talking about. Okay. So the pilot, he's got his job to keep the aircraft. Right. He's got to control the aircraft relative to your spirit level.
Is the spirit level the little bubble level?
Try and keep that. So you got to try and keep that spirit level the whole way, right?
My spirit doesn't have a level. It's just all combined.
Oh, it's so loud.
And cringe. What you're talking about? Having the pilot make sure that the aircraft is what are we doing here? Are we is the person they're trying to keep the level right?
Well, so I'm suggesting make sure that they don't tilt the plane up and down at all, and then see what happens to the level and your altitude.
You've been listening to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0. We hope you're having a fantastic day on this flat and stationary plane. If you too would like to join the debate, please click the link below. We'll see you there.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.